Yo. Sorry about that. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. We're live. Thanks for joining. If you're watching this later on, thanks for having a look in. Start again, eh? Hello. Right, who's first? This won't take long. Alligator, UK, Robert, alligator, Baz. I can't believe someone tried to do that under Sparky's name. Anyway, it's forgotten about now. Paul, I'm going to ignore that. Robert, was the female detective said to the response team behind me after I got detained for terrorism. She went, hello again, Nigel. The Nutter Channel. Hello. Anne's back in as well. I think Yvonne's having a see up here, up north, where we're from. We call our early evening meal tea. And where they're all posh, they say dinner. We say it the other way around. Oh no, it's lunch, innit? That's it. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper, with light snacks in between. You are a lovely person. Right, let's crack on. What I need to do is this. Put that link back in, then Biker can jump back on. There we go. Right. Oi, James. Brunch. That's in between breakfast and lunch, isn't it? Do you know what? Depends what time you have your breakfast, don't it? And what time is lunch? Or dinner? You just bloody eat when you want, really, don't you? But we are setting that kind of routine, aren't we? So, right, we're back, guys. We're live. We're back. Forget about all that. It's just typical, and it paints a picture of. It just tells everyone that people want to try and bring their lives down and things like that. Quite sad, but who are they? I don't really care. I've got an idea, but I don't really care. It just makes me think, why? That's always the biggest question. Why? Maybe because they don't like people being happy and warm to each other and polite to each other and getting on with each other and things like that. So obviously, someone with a lack of someone who's insecure, extremely low IQ, empty-minded, perverted, and I could probably go on for another 10 minutes using superlatives, but will not bother with brain-dead perverts. That was a quick one, Yvonne. You nearly choked on you. Are you right? It's not happening tonight. Deja vu, Milano Bolognese. Uncle H, yeah. I was. Every time Uncle Heavy comes on, right, it's either a different day, and he's like got Tuesday and Friday in his diary, you know, and it might go, it's Wednesday, and it's like he still thinks it's Tuesday, and he comes on. He said before, he said, you fucked my diary up. You're like, but sorry, mate. But Teflon, how you doing as well? So right, we'll crack on. Thanks for coming back, guys. Forget about it. I apologise. Actually, I mean, But yeah, we'll deal with it, and people like that are nothing to people like us.
Right, it's all sorted, mate. It's dealt with.
I had a feeling it would be. This is how good this guy is, and someone else, and thank you, brilliant. No worries. Well, we'll talk about that later, and we'll just crack on now. So, you mean how you doing? Thanks. What you been up to anyway, Biker? How's little Heidi doing?
Yeah, she's not so little, mate.
Pardon?
She's not so little anymore.
Oh, I thought you said she's not so well then. Yeah. Do you know what? I know that for a fact. Do you want to shall we just settle in for a bit and then
Yeah,
shall we surprise these guys a little bit later?
Not a problem.
Oh. You're in for a surprise, guys. Well, I was. I'll just leave it at that. You will enjoy the little story we're going to be telling you soon. So, and anyway, I want to say it now, but we'll get the live going. So, right. So, what else you been up to?
Not a lot, mate. Not a lot at all this week. It's been a good week, like, but I've not been up to that much. The same shit, different days.
You just watching them videos, watching that little girl stage to stage up to this point from when you got her.
Oh yeah,
just brilliant. I always watch them back twice because they're only short and.
Oh yeah, they're not long. They don't want to be boring people. It's just so you just see size growth in it. That's all.
No, I'm saying short and sweet, and they're always worth watching over. I love it, mate. I mean, there's so much detail to how Heidi deals with things, because I'll never forget that one. Backyard and ball, noise over the fence, looking behind, like doesn't miss a trick.
No, not a thing.
Not a thing.
She don't miss fucking cables either.
Sorry. But yeah, we know about that, guys, don't we? Heidi, we're going to have to give her a nickname for that. Chewing cables.
Cable killer.
That's a good one. Cable killer. Heidi. Leave those cables alone. Right. Okay, right. So I'm going to put that link up again. Uncle H, if you want to come in there, you're always welcome. You know that. Anyone is. By the way, if you're still listening, good try.
Go on, try again.
Why bother asking? Because you won't tell me.
No, well, you don't want to know, do you?
Well, how'd you do that?
Huh?
How'd you do it?
You don't want to know.
I'll leave it at that. It's innocent. It's only a link.
It is.
How'd you do it, though?
Well, just put a link up. Same as you, isn't it?
Yeah, after I've put it up and you don't appear, next thing, you're above mine.
God, I don't hear that.
Right. Robert, really? Oh, yeah, come on. Anybody's welcome on. You know that. Talk about anything you want.
I had Robert on before, have we? Or did he try about a week ago?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
He couldn't get on, could he?
Right. Anyway, the link's there, guys. Hello, SG, you know what it's like, mate.
Fella.
That's it, guys. Get going again. So, brilliant stuff, right?
Yeah, we'll have to let Sparky know as well about that.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
He may come on a bit later on.
Yeah, hopefully he will. Yeah, he normally comes in the chat at least. And then you can chat with us and all that. Yeah, that's an insult to Sparky, isn't it? Well, to us all, but I mean, to use his channel name.
Yeah.
That's a disgrace. So a disgraceful person doing perverted, disgraceful, low IQ, open, low-minded, closed-minded things is manure, really, isn't it?
Yeah, just be careful with next time you bring on, mate. See the face first.
Yeah, I know, and I should know. It's just you know, with me when it's the floor time, and I stop thinking about things like that and just try and concentrate on people in the chat and the live and that. And you know, it's happened about what now? 3 or 4 times, hasn't it?
How is that? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it just proves that people don't like I said earlier, people don't like people being nice to each other.
Well, it's obviously somebody that watches your channel, mate, because they've used a name that comes in regular. That's why you fell for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, at least I'll know who it is a little bit later on. So, Anna, are you still there? Because you can mention that thing we talked about if you want. Right, no worries. SG, if you could at least wave your hat, because I know you don't, or just quick flash or whatever.
Ask SG, you do a quick flash.
I meant your face. Obviously, what's just happened, I can't. All right. Say hello to my dad, guys.
I'm just going to say, I've just seen his name pop up. Good evening, Bars. Hope you're doing all right, mate.
David, yeah. How you doing, David? David Scott, Nemesis 101. Lots of respect for my dad, guys, please, which you always do anyway. But anyone who's listening, watching, that is my father.
Yeah, I am. I'm still boned up to eyeballs. I can't understand why. It's weird. Anyway, give me something to pick at later.
You don't sound as bad as what you did a couple of weeks ago. I mean,
no.
In fact, I don't know. You sound back to normal to me.
I feel absolutely fine. I'm just boned up a bit. Master on there, evening, fella.
How you doing, Ronovich? Right, thanks for saying hello to my dad, guys. Master on, are you coming on, mate? Be nice to talk to you. Always. Dad, that's David. I've spoke to you about David. You've seen David, you've heard him. So that, I know the name might not be familiar to you, but that's David. And you know who that is as well, don't you? And Master on, he mentions Master on as well, my dad. Baz saying hello, Baz, to Baz. Everyone saying hello. Thanks so much, guys, because I know for a fact just by doing that and saying those short words to him, he'll be feeling a lot better. He's been going through a rough time. I'll just put it that way. So thanks for putting a smile on his face. You as well, UK. Yeah, I mean, what are we now? April. I mean, it could be anything then, couldn't it? Yeah, no worries, David. David, you know you're welcome on there. You weren't too good a few weeks ago, but last time we saw you, you was better. So let us know how you are now if you want.
It's all right. It's already up, mate. You'll go back up to 9:05. It's already there.
Yeah, but it's 9:07 now, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it were up before yours.
Well, you just don't like it, do you? It's as simple as that. Hey, Sandra, how you doing, Sandra? Sandra from America, how you doing? Nice to see you in the chat, saying hello to everybody. And hello back. Nice one, James. Yeah. SG, can you put in the chat about that video you did, which I shared? Could you just put a comment saying the title of that video or a description of that video?
Yeah, just put it in private chat, SG.
Oh, I always miss that. Right, I'm not sure about that private chat, but
That's all right. I'm looking at it now. I'll be able to tell you.
All you have to do is mention that video, SG, and we're sorted.
There you go. Can you see it now?
Okay.
Flashing dicks, flashing dicks.
Yeah,
I apologise for not showing my face. It does
No,
get
no,
a bit awkward sometimes after that shit.
I
Yeah,
understand.
I don't blame you, mate.
I understand, so I had to think of something else, which I thought there's only would know about that, and so yeah, thanks very much, mate, and I'm sorry about that, but
no need to apologise. If that's what happened to you, yeah, it puts you on edge.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's like having some flasher around. It's not good, is it?
No, I'm just. Thanks for the private chat remarks, but yeah,
I've had it happen to me as well, Dino, and it's not nice. So I know, yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it says one thing, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Why would people want to do that? Well, maybe.
I know. Well, they do want to. Crinkle's got nothing but. I mean, people have got nothing better to do, have
they? Well, it was saying crinkle, wasn't it?
Now, I was on a live stream the other day, right, and somebody was in the toilet and he put his finger in front of the camera, in front of the toilet, type of thing. Yeah, he's just like waving his finger around to see if the algorithm was going to go, it's a dick. No, I'm joking. It would have been somebody reporting, but.
Yeah, I think I've had about 3 or 4 now, but yeah, I mean, compared.
Yeah, but what about porn bombers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Same picture each time as well.
Was it that one that there's a lot going on in?
Yeah. I
made that full screen before I got it off the screen, though, which was a bit of a shame. I was on my tablet. I just, I may as well have been using a boxing glove.
Sausage fingers. Shit.
I know you come backstage, mate. I know you've been trying to get on, but I think you might have technical problems. But Robert
I know you can vaccinate, mate. I know you can.
You may have another
Trying to
window
get-
Robert, turn YouTube off and just leave StreamYard on.
I know you can vaccinate, mate. I know you can.
You may have another window.
Yeah, if you just keep one window open, which is StreamYard.
I find it rather disturbing to hear my own voice, so I apologise if anyone had to hear that twice.
Yeah, it's weird when you listen to your own voice back. It don't sound like you at all, does it?
No, you know, because I'm inside this great melon of a empty skull. Yeah.
We've got Monkey on. Hey, mate, how you doing?
Hello, you monkey.
How are you doing?
Yeah, all good, all good.
Hey up, mate. All good. How are you?
All right, yeah. What's it like over in Lancashire?
It'll be shit as always, mate.
Oh,
Is there a bit of static somewhere?
Yeah, it's Robert. Robert,
Oh.
just turn everything off other than StreamYard. It should be all right. When you've done that, you can unmute yourself. So.
Oh, what's going on here? Everything's ganging up on me.
I've got no idea, but don't worry, we'll stand behind you and push you towards him.
We must chat when we're
Sorry, I'm being a dickhead. I've had a weird day, so I'm in a weird, weird mood.
Oh, I'm moving now.
It's nice to see you in a different attire, Yorkshire, rather than a sky blue dressing gown.
You do look a bit different. I think you look younger, Yorkshire Monkey. What's going on? What have you like unlocked the elixir of life? Or
Yeah, he's got his ACDC t-shirt on. That's what it is, mate. We're still
of course, yeah, yeah.
I just never had a big paper round. Not like Dino's paper round were all uphill.
Hey, I had a lovely trip to West Yorkshire the other day.
Oh, where did you get to?
We went to, I said we, you find out, Leeds, Wakefield, Huddersfield, and Pontefract.
Bonnie! What are
are
you doing?
there those cakes there in Pontefract?
You doing your own, mate?
We weren't going to audit any cake shop, SG. But I did say to the guy who was with me, do you know what Pontefract cakes are? And not a clue. And I explained, and then it's like, nah, I don't like that.
Monkhill's finest.
Yeah, Pontefract cakes. I don't see them where I live anymore. But I know these always be around every sweet shop. Pontefract cakes.
Yeah, still get it, mate.
I don't think they make them anymore.
They
To be
don't.
honest. Do they?
Really?
Yeah, still get them.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what the actual cake is.
It's just licorice.
It's just a little circle of
Oh,
licorice.
okay.
Yeah, it's about the size of a 10-pence coin.
Yeah.
Licorice.
Yeah.
It's got a P embossed on it.
We used to have a couple of sweet shops in Keighley, and I used to go to factory shop. It's supposed to be stuff, but I used to go and fill the car up with these little boxes of black and white mints.
Yeah, they're definitely still
But
there.
is the actual manufacturers, the factory in Pontefract, or
Yeah, it used to be Monkhill in Pontefract.
Yeah.
I was going to say originally it must have been, but because of
Yeah, it still is, I think. So that's
is.
what was it?
Right, so it's like Uncle Joe's mint balls. Where I'm from, it's like unique because it's from that place, but it's like one of them, like a secret ingredient type of thing. So it makes it unique. And, it is, isn't it? It's like, have you heard of Eccles cakes and Charlie
Of course.
cakes? Like,
Yeah.
named after a town where it's been made. I like that traditional.
Yeah, I'm not far from Eccles Hall, but there's nothing from there that they were named anything.
Eccles Hall cakes,
No cakes.
biscuits.
Well, I suppose there was a hall.
I've never tasted a Hall, but I don't fancy it. I've not got a big appetite.
Yeah.
Stockley's over by you, Oswald Twistle. That's somewhere over by you, isn't it?
I'm more west, me, Greater Manchester, like Lancashire, towards your end, like what is it, Clitheroe, Todmorden, all them places. But I'm in the
a long way apart.
I'm nearer to Wigan's, bang in between. There's only a mile or two in it, Liverpool and Manchester.
Right.
That's where I'm. It's west of Manchester, so I'm further away from the Yorkshire border. But yeah.
Were you doing urbex when you were over here?
What was that, mate?
Were you doing exploring while you were over here?
No.
Oh, all right. I'm going to say, if you do, next time, give us a shout, because I'm on the outskirts of Leeds.
Well, actually, on the way back, it was about 3 or 4 miles from the 62, and just happened to be going past this building, and it was an old, beautiful Yorkshire stone building, but on either side of it was a modern type build. I'm thinking late 60s, concrete slab type stuff on either side, attached to this original late 1800s, early 1900s building.
What was it?
Got out, did a recce, went all the way around, checked all fences out and stuff like that. See where there could have been an entrance. So anyway, there is. It will be done. Went round the front where the old main entrance was. One security guy, dog in the back, didn't bother me. Just let me walk around. Anyway, it's the old infirmary, Huddersfield.
Oh, Huddersfield Infirmary.
And then these modern attachments to it kind of led into the old place. And then there were a couple of signs left saying Kirklees College.
Right.
So I was thinking, if it's attached to this hospital, I wonder if it's a nursing college or, where they, actually experience the real hospital by being attached and maybe start shadowing nurses and doctors. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but I'll tell you what, the modern part's definitely been stripped out because I could see right in it. All you're left with is the hanging wiring and all that. Would it be worth going through that bit? Yes. If I could get into the main hospital, even better, because you never know what's in there. Because there's no windows; it's all bloody stone and pillars, and it's beautiful. And in the front of that is a statue of Edward VII, for some reason. A beautiful statue, a square plinth, and then that and copper all turning green, and that beautiful. And I'm thinking, how dare you do not dare to knock this place down. Knock all that modern shit off, no problem. But please leave that beautiful building alone.
Not turn it into flats.
Robert, try again.
Right, can you hear me? How are we?
Yeah, mate. Yorkshire. I'll take you up on that though, mate.
Yeah, do.
Nice one.
Right, Robert, we all up and working?
I think we're working now.
Yeah, you're working good now, mate. We can
Loud and clear, mate.
I was on Firefox, and for some reason, Firefox does not like your channel.
Well, I found that DuckDuckGo doesn't like StreamYards as well. Shit like that.
Weird.
Chrome is the best one for StreamYards.
Well, I'm on. What am I using?
I use Opera at the moment. That seems all right.
I haven't used Opera.
AD, thanks very much for coming in, mate. Citizens there as well.
Hello, everybody.
Robert, how nice to hear your voice.
Same here, Dino. I hear you every weekend.
Sorry.
No, fine. Happy to be here.
No, it's a great
get a photograph up on it. Does anybody know? I don't seem to have a picture. Where's it went?
Yeah. Is that you, Robert? That one?
That's for me. I'm in the shower.
That's me, yeah. Aye, that's my granddaughter. Hold on, phone. Ah, nightmare. 2 minutes. Stephanie,
No worries, mate.
I'm on live chat. Can I help you? I did not, darling.
Dino, mute.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Right, sorry about that.
No. No worries, pal. Whoever you are backstage, that is ridiculous. You honestly think I'm going to bring that name on?
Who's it?
Ah, got it.
E, right, small e, capital P, space, small r, small e, small b, small m, small o, capital B, eep, red mob.
Thanks for putting that together because I got lost by the end of it.
Uncle H, I've
Is that
seen
crinkle,
you.
do you think? Is that a crinkle, do you think?
Okay, let me catch up. Yeah, Inley. Sorry, I've been missing comments for the last few minutes, trying to get it back started again. And right, Uncle H. Right, you need to show your face, mate. I don't do shadows.
Good evening, guys.
Hey, Genevieve, how you doing? Long time no see.
Good evening, mate. Nice to
Hello
see
there,
you
Uncle
again.
Heavy. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while.
No, I've been.
You got a lot more fur than you had. Hold on a minute. I think I'm getting confused here.
Hang on, let me just shut that down. Right, that's better. I've just been really busy, guys, and just nose to the grindstone, really, and down my workshop, completely losing track of time, and
Are you a grinder?
yeah, been making knives, so all sorts of
Nice.
blades and everything. So yeah,
It's funny you said that because I used to work in a grinding wheel shop, so we used to say that as well because it's relevant.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
nose to the grindstone.
Yeah. Well, thing is, I bloody enjoy it. So you know, now the weather's warming up a bit. I've got to be a bit more careful because every bugger around here's got the windows and doors open. In the middle of winter, when it's freezing cold, I can make a bit more noise later on at night. But now I get yelled at.
Yeah, it's a little bit worse than a mower, I imagine.
Yeah. So I just have to be a bit careful and kind of like remember to shut the workshop door and things like that. So yeah, I've just been really getting stuck in and just kind of keep myself out of mischief, really.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Actually, I've never met her, Miss Chief.
Miss Chief, yeah, she gets about a bit.
Yeah, I met her brother Hanker.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh God. We're at that level already, are we?
I have no idea what level there is.
Yeah, thing is, mate, he's here all fucking week and all. How's that doggy yours, Marley, doing? All right.
Oh, he's here. He's sulking at the pair of them are sulking at the moment because the missus is away overnight tonight.
Party!
Well,
Oh shit!
You don't often
She's
see
gone
me over
away. London girl, I haven't seen you for a while. If you've been around, sorry if I've missed you, but wow, how are you doing? Hold on, are you doing? Our Irish friend Paul, where's Eamon? We need Eamon in. Sorry for the interruption, but I hope you're well, Uncle H. It's nice, really.
Yeah,
nice to
getting
see you
there.
again.
Getting there. So yeah, it was nice. Last few days, been up the field with Sam and the horses. It was nice not to be wrapped up like a bloody Eskimo.
Yeah, it's good on it now.
Oh, marvellous. Yeah. Just wish that draft had pack it in.
I was going to say it's a bit windy today.
But, yeah, other than that, it's been lovely.
And as well as me farting, the gusts were quite bad.
Lay off the courage sprouts then, mate.
Like an episode of Royal Family, this, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the problem with that is,
I'll say nothing.
Speaking
Too
of
entirely Paul.
Plans tomorrow, MD?
It's gone.
Sorry, Robert, what was that, mate?
What's the plans for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, there's a couple of things, at least 2 things, but yeah, there's going to be. I can't say much at all, really, because of where
Can't
it
give the
is
game away.
and what it is.
Intriguing.
Pardon?
Intriguing.
Yeah, all I can say is it's somewhere and something that not many people are aware of, but it's of importance to national security. And that's all I'm going to say. And it's not down south.
Human rights.
Scotland.
That's one thing, but there's no building. Unfortunately, we don't have a big building trying to sort that out with lots of staff who are.
Well, we
Anyway.
thought that was the government building, you know. But it's not.
I'll keep it as a surprise, I think, SG.
Yeah, I tell you what, if that actually happened in the government building, we'd all be bloody surprised, mate.
especially when they come and slap the cuffs on you.
Cufflinks would be all right. Like, have a pair of cufflinks.
Yeah, it's just with what's going on in the bigger picture of the world at the moment. It's kind of understandable why certain people might start getting a bit twitchy. I'm not saying it's right, but it kind of would make sense if people at certain establishments are on rather higher alert than normal.
Do you want to?
Well,
expand on that, mate? Up to you.
Well, what's going on in Ukraine and all the potential fallout from that?
yes, here in Ukraine, we hate the way the Russians sound. They sound like the enemy, you know?
Sound like bloody pufters.
They do, yes. Nothing like
Tell you what, guys, if you want to
Nothing
talk
like
about this,
me.
if you want to talk about it for a few minutes, I've got a nip off actually, just for a couple of minutes. But carry on. But you know the score, guys. Just keep it real.
Have you heard about the conspiracy theory that Russia was kind of, you know, chess played into getting to exactly where this war is by by NATO, basically, by the countries that are part of NATO?
No, I've not heard that, but it doesn't surprise me.
I doubt you'll hear that on the news, actually.
I was going to say, I reckon it's all one giant scam set up by the obviously Putin's got stakes in many flag manufacturing companies that are churning out Ukrainian flags hand over fist at the moment.
Let's face it, if Russia wanted to invade Ukraine, they'd have done it by now. If they really wanted to do it, there would have been no stopping them, would there? Let's face it.
To be honest,
I said that a couple of weeks ago, Yorkshire. Yeah. It could be over overnight.
That's it could.
I don't know. I think that to some extent,
but according to Russia, what they put out across the world, we've got this, we've got that, we're heavily this, we're heavily that. Everyone's been scared of Russia since day one. So what I'm saying is, compared to what other people say and their power and their quantity of weapons or whatever, these guys could wipe anyone out overnight, according to them.
That's what they've been claiming. I mean, there's no two ways about it. The Russians in Ukraine have been handed their asses on a plate.
It's been a half-assed attempt, hasn't it? And
it makes me wonder if
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If Russia is actually, well, not so much a paper tiger, or more of a paper bear, really. All bluff and bluster and not much to back it up.
Yeah, so no shit in the woods.
Yeah, exactly. But part of the problem Putin's got is he can't send the conscripts into Ukraine under Russian unless he changed the law, unless they declare war, in which case all bets are off.
Well, of course he has not declared war yet. Yeah, I mean,
No, it's still a what's he calling it? A special military operation.
Special incursion. Yes,
special military operation.
Fucking very fucking special.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I like.
Yeah,
I like. Yeah, it's good, no?
Hold on, it's turned into Borat. Try not to do that.
Nice.
It's nice.
I was talking Uncle H. I don't know if you was listening earlier, but I was talking Italiana.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get through to you. Mamma mia, Mam, I'm here. Mother,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
home.
that's the one. Mamma mia. Yeah,
Yeah, Mamma mia. Yeah, Mother, I'm here. Mother, I'm home.
Leaning Tower.
Paul Dunn says Ukraine supported the Nazis. This is the troops. Yes. To a degree, a certain large-ish percentage of the Ukrainian people.
Historically, yes, but
big but or small but.
Have you ever heard of something called the Holodomor?
The Holodomor? Is that of Lord of the Rings?
No. Right, no. This was when Stalin killed off about a quarter of every single all Ukrainians through starvation.
Well, he did kill more people than Hitler's.
Yeah, exactly. And when the Germans invaded the Ukraine under Operation Barbarossa, they had a choice of two tyrants who to side with, and they were really, really pissed off with Stalin because the Holodomor happened in the 30s, and they were only just coming out of that they're not so long since come out of it when Barbarossa happened, and they were very, very pissed off with the Soviet government. Go check it out, Holodomor, Holodomor.
I think I do remember something, seeing something on it a long time ago when I did look into basically a bit of Stalin's history and the fact that he was more of a killer than Hitler,
At the end of World War II, Churchill wanted to get into Russia and obliterate them.
Up until
1945, 4th of July.
Yeah,
up until the Polish, the Germans were invited as well to get and kill off the Red Army.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Americans denied it, and that's why we're having the problems now.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Churchill quite famously said when Barbarossa happened, he said, "I'd make a deal with the devil. I'd shake hands with the devil if that helped to deal with the Nazis."
Wow. Listen, guys, great combo. Just keep it.
What did he say? A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma.
Mm-hmm.
That's Churchill's words on Russia.
Yes, and Crinkles robbed that for himself.
Yeah. Yeah. Or as it came out in one very drunken conversation one night, us an enema wraps up in a condom.
Which got spat out on the floor and trod on.
We were very, very drunk, you know.
Very, very drunk. Arse.
It's the arse.
That could be one.
No, in the Ukraine, there's no love for Russia on the whole, apart from the Donbass region or Donetsk region, which is still largely Russian speaking.
It's a shame in this day and age, 2022, there's still wars going on. People are still trying to kill innocent women and children. Simple as that.
Well, that's it. When the politicians decide that the gloves are coming off and they're going to start lobbing bundles of misery around, i.e. ordnance and bullets and things that go bang, it's the civilians that suffer the most, not the soldiers. Yeah, a lot of soldiers die, but the greatest amount of misery is inflicted on the civilians. Always has been, always will be.
And all the ones that ever make money out it's the arms dealers.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wins. At the end of the war, whoever wins it? Nobody.
Well, I mean, the Russian economy will be crippled for years paying for this lot, as will Ukraine. But I think they'll just be gifted a shed loads of money.
Definitely.
From all around the world.
Everybody's throwing weapons.
Can I just add, because Dino asked for a specific subject, did anyone hear about the biological weapon factory research that was going on in the Ukraine?
I heard someone mentioned about that, but there wasn't.
And there's possible reasons as to why it's obviously being attacked and wanting to be taken over, strangely.
Well, I mean, to be honest, all the major countries have their own biological weapons research labs. You know, we do, US do, France do, Germany does. So God knows exactly what's been going on.
It's potentially US-funded bioweapons research in Ukraine. That's Russia's accusation, at the very least.
Yeah.
If so, it would be, impossible. If true, everyone involved would be subject to life in prison under the Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989.
What's that, international law?
No, the Bioweapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989.
Yeah, in which country?
The Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act.
Whose jurisdiction is that? Is that Ukrainian?
Well, it seems jurisdiction is something that almost doesn't exist, Uncle Heavy. How about this? Who would have thought that the Nuremberg Code, when created, doesn't really have anyone authorizing any jurisdiction over it? Like, there's no, and same goes for the, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which came out after World War II as well. The same there. Nobody seems to be enforcing it because they've been broken for the last God knows how many frickin' years.
Well, since about the day after it was, probably since about the day after it was signed.
Yeah, now you see, Horus came up and started talking to me about that, and he was saying they don't have to be enforced. Hello, Master Ronovich. Welcome, comrade.
Hello, Master Ron.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Hello, Dino.
How you doing?
Hello, Bikereddie. Hopefully you and your wife are happy and well. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Yorkshire Monkey, and hello, Uncle Heavy, and hello, everybody in chat.
All right.
Hello, guys. I just
Good
seen
to see you, mate. Good to hear you.
Sparky's pops up. Hello, Sparky.
How you doing, Sparky, mate? Just want a word with you a bit later on. We've been unhappy with something, and anyway, we'll mention it. You might already know, actually, but yeah. Anyone who's come in, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. Kim Francois and a few other, Mr. Deegan and Teflon as well. Cheers, guys. Honestly, great conversation.
By the way.
Pardon?
That's the real Sparky, by the way.
Yeah. I know, yeah. Yeah, keep it going, guys.
Can I just answer Uncle Heavy's question then, Dino? Sorry. The Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989, the BWATA, the BWATA, extended the scope of bio-warfare materials regulation to include private individuals and non-state organisations. The Act made it illegal to buy, sell or manufacture biological agents for use as a weapon. And it is enacted by the 101st United States Congress.
Right.
Public Law 101-298.
Right, so that's American law.
It seems so, yes.
Or US law. So
it seems so, yes.
Yeah.
US legislation.
Yeah. Interesting, but the get around to that is saying that they're coming up with defences against such things. So you've got to have.
Well, the thing is, right? Here's one for you. What biological warfare is considered defence?
No, it's not. No. Hold on.
Biological
No, to defend
Weapon.
against biological or chemical warfare, you have to have samples of those agents, whether they're chemicals or, say, anthrax.
And to make a defensive, you will have to use gain of function research. Therefore, actually acting in the weaponization of such a material. Therefore, falling into the trap of creating potentially.
Yeah, it's a fine line between, you know, having the stuff on hand to work out.
I think it's a very wide line that covers everything, to be honest.
It's this is it. It's a grey area. It's the difference between sort of, you know, how you deal with chemical, you know, nerve agents and this, that, and the other, biological weapons. You know, you countermeasures your antidotes, and that's very, very different to weaponizing them.
The one guy here believes that they can hold the culprits behind the SARS-CoV-2 bioweapon accountable by asking local prosecutors to convene a grand jury to seek the indictment of those responsible for the pandemic for murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
I don't disagree with that at all, mate. I honestly don't. I honestly don't, and I totally get where you're coming from with this. It's the old adage: there's a world of difference between accusation and proof.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because somebody says that they're weaponizing something or whatever.
Well,
you know,
if there's gain of function research, then that's weaponization. That's my point of what I said. Yeah.
Hang on. Gain of function research. Explain that to me. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, that's what Fauci did with, you know, COVID-2.
What does that mean? Actually explain.
What it means is amplifying the the effects of it, basically, making it more aggressive and usually more transmissible and things like that.
Well, that's one thing. You see, it's to my mind, and I'm no legal weasel. It's okay. You can muck around with this stuff because if you can do it. The defense to that is, well, if we can do it, I'm sure that the other people, the bad guys, you know, the guys wearing the black hats, can do this too. So we're ramping this up to see how far this can be pushed, whatever it is, whether it's bloody, you know, the inverse of Viagra, you know, to make all the blokes in a certain country go a bit limp. And see how far you can push that to make it more and more effective, and then to work out a countermeasure, a counter agent to it. You know, like bloody snake venom, anti-venom, whatever. Somebody had to get hold of the original stuff somewhere along the line.
Well, that would be Antarctica, wouldn't it?
Hey,
Antarctica has the original strains of all current pathogens around.
I don't know where they keep them. To be honest.
What I mean is everything is available in the ice in Antarctica. In theory, it should all be there.
Sorry,
and arguably Greenland.
I know you're backstage, Robert. Bear with us, mate. Sorry, great conversation. That's all.
No, I'm not. SG, I'm not falling out with you at all. This is more of an intellectual exercise on my part. And
no, mate, you said that every week. Stay in there if you want to say something.
It's where you go. It's when the line is crossed from research, you know, to work out antidotes and countermeasures and how to nullify these things, to then actively working out how you can turn them into a weapon.
So now,
well, I would say it's the difference between, you know, somebody being good and somebody being bad. You just don't know.
It's the intent. It's the intent behind it.
And it comes down to the, you know,
in criminal law it's called mens rea.
The trust that you have to give these people.
It's the state of mind and the thinking behind the actions.
Now, it says here, I'm going to read it off here. The guys, based on what is discovered so far, the labs in Ukraine are all conducting biological warfare research, including ethnic-specific biological weapons at the behest of the US Pentagon. Ethnic-specific biological weapons at the behest of the US Pentagon, exactly the same as the Russian authorities are claiming too.
Does that mean it means exactly what it means on the tin?
That means exactly what it means, yes.
Exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
How can you pick one person or one race?
Well, if it's ethnic specific, then what it's going to do is latch onto certain genetic markers.
He also says here, the Pentagon, and please attack this after I've said it, but the Pentagon does not do missionary work. They kill people, and that's why they are there. He also points out that everyone involved is subject to life in prison, blah blah, like I said before.
Yeah, that, to be honest, that is a side of it I've not delved into too much. I've been more interested in the mechanics of what's been going on the ground. I've stayed away largely from that side of things, only because I haven't had the time, to be honest, of late to delve into that. And
well, we've been let out on the streets again, haven't we?
Cheers.
We've
Well,
got a lot of time now.
Yeah. Just as an aside, now we've been all unleashed. Went to, over Easter weekend. Went to a local sort of country fair sort of thing, and nice weather over Easter. Bloody hell, it was heaving, and everyone was saying the same thing. God, it's nice to be out again. Oh, well, zip yourself up, mate.
Listen, Kim, I believe, Kim, if it's true, happy birthday. You're going for a bath now. Is that is that all you've got for your birthday? A bath? No, listen, thanks for coming in every week, and come back if you fancy listening back in again. So,
I don't know, Kim.
And thanks for your support, Kim.
Yeah, a lady having a bath on a birthday. It's going to be candles, scented, whatever, rose petals in the bath.
Oh yes,
foam, bath bombs, glass of vino in there. All well and good till the hubby comes in and has a crap.
That's your job.
Yeah. Well, sorry, love. I've been baking this off for the last hour and a half.
Let me just tail it off quick. Can I add here actually? It mentions here the biodefense research. Is that there may be a natural pathogen out there that can cause a pandemic, right? Or someone may release an engineered biological weapon that they need to create a cure for, like you kind of said, yeah. But to create the cure, the vaccine, they must first create that imagined threat.
Yeah.
Be it a souped-up natural pathogen through gain of function or a synthetic bioweapon. So all of this work is offensive.
Yeah.
Offensive.
Synthetic.
Yeah. Synthetic. Yeah, in that it can be used for military purposes, no biodefense. It's just there is no biodefense.
Looking at it from a very pragmatic point of view, if the Americans have been funding this over in Ukraine, plausible deniability comes into play. And secondly, if something goes horribly, horribly wrong and this shit gets out, it's on a totally different continent.
Well, that's not good enough with China, is it? So if China ain't safe, then nowhere is.
Well, no.
He is asked what the motive behind this kind of research might be, and he says two potential reasons. First, there's a global Nazi cult that simply does not want to stop. They want to be able to rid the world of certain ethnic groups, hence the focus on DNA-based ethnic-specific weapons.
Hang on a minute, mate. I've just got to go and let one of the hounds out. He's at the back door and look, he's got his legs crossed. Bear with me a moment, mate.
No worries.
Thanks, Uncle H. I mean, Master on. Robert, thanks for coming on, mate. Again.
Hunter Biden's laptop matters now. Bloody does, mate. All that money and what he'd been paid, I bet it's going to link to a few freaking arseholes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think we were very close to having a poodle by the back door.
Yeah, it's all right. We spoke about Hunter Biden for a second, so it's relevant to the shit.
Well, did you hear the guy who actually took his laptop in for servicing and allegedly found all this stuff on his laptop?
Yeah, I did see that guy.
And
he took a copy of it. And then he gave that to the FBI or the CIA or whoever.
No, it was after. Well, the first thing he did was contacted the FBI or whatever, saying,
Yeah.
Given whose it is, can you just make sure there's nothing sensitive on here? Nothing
And
national
then he looked
security,
through everything.
no
and found that there was
classified.
definitely-
Well, understandably, he said, can you make sure there's no classified documents on here? Because if I see it and I'm not authorised, I'm going to do a stretch.
Well, that
Well, he hasn't, though, has he?
before and after he downloaded all the information and copied it.
I think that was. I think the FBI went or whoever went through it first, and then he copied everything. Hang on, bloody dog's back. Hang on a minute, guys.
Yeah, guys, anyone who's come in, honestly, thanks for coming in. Thanks for all your great comments, as usual. Information coming in, making each other feel warm and all that, having conversations. Superb stuff, guys. Thanks for listening. Thanks for talking.
Yeah. I tell you what, that dog pisses so fast, it must be like a pressure washer. It must be like a jet wash. That explains where all the mortar's gone out the back wall.
It could be a dog wash.
Oh.
So, yeah. Okay, so it says here, right. The United States is the only country in the world that has not abided by the law to get rid of all its biological weapons. Instead, they've been making more under the guise of biodefense research. And it says also, President Reagan put Dr. Anthony Fauci in charge of the US biological weapons program, and he's been at it ever since. And about 95% of that biowarfare death science has been funded by Fauci. 95% funded by Fauci and the NIAID and the NIH since 1984.
Okay. SG, who wrote this paper?
This is called LifeSite, and it's been banned on some. But yeah, if you want the actual,
Yeah, so who wrote it, and what's their background, and what are their qualifications, and how do they know this stuff? It's kind of what I'm driving at. What other stuff do they write? I'm not dismissing it. I'm just trying to get. I'm just trying to get more of a feel for where this person or where this group is coming from. If it's a one-off thing, or you know what I'm saying. It's a bit critical thinking here. Not that I'm necessarily.
Okay, so it's Boyle. I can't find his whole freaking name, but it says here he has taught both criminal law and international human rights law. He's also still practices criminal law, both prosecution and defense, as well as common law. And Anglo-American common law has a different definition for murder that's applicable in all states of the US, with the exception of Louisiana. That's
right. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So that's why he's kind of gone down the route, because
I'm not disagreeing. I've just not run across this particular site before, so I'm just trying to get a feel for it and where they're coming from.
Where's the full name? Yeah, it was on
It's
earlier. I
like
got like
most of the
23 pages. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's like most of the data and everything we've received from the scientists and everything, they're connected to all these major companies which are making a packet out of it. So it swings both ways, that one does.
Here's one for you. Robert Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci. That's a good read, it says.
All right.
Robert Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci.
Wow.
That's a good read, yeah.
Of course, like I say every week, anyone who's got a link they can put up, which is of pure interest or anything like we're conversating about tonight, get it up there, guys.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. No, I know, Master, you're a mod, so you just.
Yeah, I've actually got something. It was a news. It's actually a video. It's on YouTube about military scientists, 3 of them, and they've been doing some research on since 2021, the amount of people which have come down with heart attacks, aneurysms, and everything, and they're calling them whistleblowers. basically to discredit them. But that's what their job is to look at data, information, everything coming in. They're not saying what's causing it, the increase in all these problems. It's just because they're saying about the problems since 2021 that, well, you know,
people's stress levels have probably gone through the roof, understandably so.
Especially after the last couple of years. Dave Detura, how you doing, mate? Thanks for coming in.
Well, it's blood clots and everything like that.
Yeah,
it's not stress related.
That blood clots will go hand in glove with people being forced to be more sedentary by sitting at home doing fuck all.
Or the
aneurysms, all sorts of things.
I mean, most cases of blood clots, to be fair, are people who are disabled.
Yeah, because
whereas they can't move about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. The more sedentary you are, the more health problems you're going to run into.
Yeah,
and then that is the worry with cupcakes and snowflakes and well, I'd say cupcakes, which means the stab in the arm, and there's the obvious reason why you might have a stab in the arm that also is come down to causing obvious problems with comorbidities, and any underlying health issue can be a governing factor in the effect of COVID too. And therefore,
huge complication in any health issue that you go on to develop.
And therefore, if it is through gain of function, that means that it was weaponized, and therefore it got out. Not a bat or a pangolin accidentally taking a shit somewhere and releasing it, or biting something or whatever you want to say.
Yeah, somebody eating an undercooked bat somewhere.
I mean, did a pangolin hump a crinkle? I don't know, but I don't really care, and I don't think
so. No, it's going to say, can I have some mind bleach, please?
Trevor, you make some great comments as always, but I haven't heard that one before about this a stroke happening after a jab. There's been lots of different sufferings, hasn't there?
Yeah, quite a few. And the point is, I'm trying to make now as well, is that it's not only the cupcake, the booster, the jab or whatever. It's the actual COVID-2 virus that's the a governing factor in actually getting rid of people, and its origin is so important. Like someone said to me the other day, does it matter where it come from? And I went, it fucking does, mate. Sorry, but it fucking does. If you are going to argue with me on that, you could probably go take a shit in that dumpster, and stay there.
Connie, nice to see you. Working from home, imagine how much more smoking, eating, etc. that will come with it. Absolutely spot on. So, there again, your health, even though you're working, you're from home, your health, it's still going downhill, isn't it? In that respect. So, my opinion is quite strong, and I have to be careful what I say on my channel, but
I'm trying to be careful, but I'm trying to...
I've made my mind up as to what it's all about, but
like here it says, there's also a September 2020 House Minority Intelligence Committee report that reviews the evidence available at the time on the origins of COVID-19. The origins of the COVID-19 global pandemic, including the roles of the Chinese Communist Party and the World Health Organization. He said all of these references can be taken to your local prosecutor, obviously America, to seek indictments for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. A grand jury is successfully convened in some cases. To identify your local district attorney, you can do an online search or simply look up the name on your most recent ballot. It says you need to connect with the prosecutors personally. An email campaign won't get you anywhere in this scenario. Hopefully, you can also identify individuals who are eloquent, articulate, and knowledgeable about the facts. But that strategy is likely to be far more effective if you live in a jurisdiction in which state attorney general has already filed lawsuits in the federal court system, and blah blah blah. So there is a process they're going through to actually put this shit in, but it's all got to be done locally because it has far more effect than just like some dumbass freaking bullshit.
Yeah. Fusilier John, yes, I have twice.
Yes, I have as well.
Yeah, we all have. To be fair, you know, I mean, I know who John is talking about, and John, you know, I'm straight. I know you've not got over it yet. You never will, but I mean, I know it happened. Was it just before the end of last year or whatever? But John loves talking about it. John, if you want to come on when there's enough room, come on. You want to talk about it, mate, and it makes you feel better after doing so, please come on. But John came on here one night and poured his heart out. And that takes a real man to do that, actually, in my opinion. So that's what he did. People talk back, looking back, made him feel warm and everything. And,
Dino, if John wants to come on, I'll make way for him.
He's not backstage yet, right? There's no one else backstage, so please don't jump off.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, if you want to bring him on, put me on hold now.
No, Robert, you're all right. There's 6 on. There's no one else waiting to come on, so we may as well carry on.
Okay.
Carry on my way.
I've got one last thing to add. That's a great track. I've got one last thing to add. There are 27 state attorneys general who are suing the Biden administration over the COVID-19 vaccine mandates. And they are hyperlinked and have additional information about the COVID and their lawsuits on their sites. And they are all listed here. But obviously, you don't.
Well, we've got no chance in this country. We can't get rid of the most corrupt prime minister in British political history.
Oh, do you know what I saw today?
We've got no chance. We've got no chance in this country of anything like that.
I get of the news, a rare glimpse. So I go round to my dad's near enough every day, and he has the TV on and that. And next thing, what popped up was Boris Johnson apologises for breaking the rules of the latest again, and I watched the repeat of when he was in the House of Commons, right? And I couldn't believe the way he was acting being the operative word.
Weird, isn't it?
And then it's like as if it's all forgotten.
Tell you what, guys.
They'll go with that, won't they? The sheep contingent. They'll go, oh, at least he's apologised. Are you fucking joking?
You know, Boris has now been referred to the Standards Committee by Parliament. The vote went through the other night. And Keir Starmer has set this up beautifully. Because the chair of the committee has recused himself because he is known to be no friend of Bozo. And bear in mind the Standards Committee, or was it the Privilege Committee? Standards Committee. It has the majority of Tory MPs sitting on it. So I can't see how they can. Well, if they do find him, if they do sort of say, no, he's not done anything wrong, find him not guilty, whatever, then yeah, I'd like to see him try and explain that to their electorates. But if they do find him guilty, then they're going to have to hit him with a substantial, what's the word I'm looking for?
Fish.
Penance. And now, if they suspend him for more than 2 weeks from Parliament, that then opens up a recall in his constituency. Now, all that needs is 10% of the voters in a constituency to sign a petition for a recall. So we could be in the position, and if that happens, if that gets triggered, Boris is no longer an MP, so we could end up with a prime minister who's not actually an MP.
Yeah, he's not an MP and he's not a PM either, is he?
He's a walking clusterfuck.
He's a
Have you seen every single video of him? It's like some kind of throwback to a comedy program, and I can't really remember it because are you a local person? Are you a local to these commons?
Yeah, he's God's gift to the opposition, isn't he?
Actually, I think he's God's gift to the devil.
Oh man!
Just a quick. I'm sorry, guys. It's absolutely brilliant, but I need to butt in from time to time.
Disturbing.
Crinkle, listen, mate. Just go and do one. Cop Watcher, listen, mate. I've not seen you for a while, but thanks very much for that. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Mark Kelly's in there as well, guys.
Yeah, hiya, Mark.
Mr. Deegan, Teflon, Dave. I did say hello, Dave. How you doing, Dave Datura? And John's still in there as well. And keep these comments coming in because of this conversation, because it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Keep it going like it is, guys. Superb. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Crinkle, go and do one. And why you put the name Ian Jervis in, I don't know. Is that an anagram? Or...
It says he's not Crinkle.
Is that an anagram for wanker? Oh,
Ian
no, you've got
Jarvis.
the A in there, haven't you? Anyway, you're not coming on.
Google that. Ian Jarvis, that sounds...
A long time ago in a panel far away.
It's all small print. Cheers, Biker. James, how you doing? No worries. Guys, I'll give you, just carry on. Honestly, carry on. It's your life. So I'll see you.
So I mean, basically, do we want to let this all carry on? Or do we want to actually put a stop to it, I suppose, is the question, isn't it? And I'm not saying I know how to do that. What I'm saying is, do we want to put a stop to it? Or are we okay letting it happen?
I'm far from okay with certainly with the Boris situation, but
exactly. I mean, if he is in control of our country,
absolutely, the sod all that you or I or anybody on this panel or anybody in the chat, unless they're an MP, can do about it. You know, absolutely bugger all.
The comedians seem to be getting jobs everywhere, and I swear Boris is secretly a comedian. A not very good one.
That's harsh on comedians, mate.
I know, and it's not a very good one, but I think it's very subtle.
Well, he's certainly taking the piss. I know that much.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, I mean, he's been taking the piss with the hair for quite some time.
Well, he's...
You feel up here with the poison dwarf.
Well, yeah.
Oh God.
Well, I can't think of many, if any, politicians that are worth the time of day in a political party or a position of power. Can anyone give me a good one?
Most of them are bent.
But can you give me a good one?
I worked abroad for a couple of years and I come back. I had no house, obviously, but I had a kid and a wife. So I had to go down to the councillor and put an envelope under his desk with a couple of £100 in it to get a house.
That's how it works.
That's the way it works up here, and it's still the same.
Oh yeah.
Only for those that dare.
Yeah.
Or even have the inkling.
His wife get caught robbing the Fir Park Club buggy machine. Wilson was his name.
Guys, I'm just going to have a jump off for a minute or two. So I've run out of the amber nectar, so I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes, guys. Cool. Yes, Oh, just thought Ian Jarvis. He was in that Ian Jarvis.
No worries,
whoever
mate.
that was.
Cheers.
He was in Death in Paradise. He's an actor.
Okay.
So it could be the actor. I don't know. Right, guys, back with you in a minute.
No worries, pal. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
No one else backstage. So
Exactly, please, later, John.
carry on. Thanks, Master, on for putting that link up.
That's
keep
all right.
going, yeah. Everyone's got
That
different opinions, different beliefs, but it's always worth listening to each and every one, I think. You know what I mean?
Dave Datura has a comment. He said he found himself agreeing with Crinkle the other day, and he's now got an appointment with his GP on Monday.
Yeah, Boris Johnson. I mean,
As you
there's
see-
another. That's the latest joke, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
Boris is on the TV right now shaking hands with it. Is it the Indian Prime Minister? Where is he now? Is he?
I'll tell you one thing: if you're gonna have to get bent over by the man, you know, as they say, right? You don't want it to be Boris, do you? Turn around and see him. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
I couldn't believe what I saw because I don't watch TV. I don't have one, and when I go to my dad's, he's always got it on, and I happened to be there, and then that came up, and I thought, go on, I'll actually watch that square weapon of mass destruction for a minute. And I couldn't believe it, the way he was talking like this and looking down, reading his script, what his producers and directors have given to this puppet. You know what I mean? But he reminded me of a schoolboy who had to keep bowing his head in apology to his headmistress like that. And he's talking to the world, you know? Absolute disgrace. And how people can't see through this is beyond me.
And I know, Dino, to me, it all looked like a freaking Punch and Judy show. And I know I've said it before, but it's like, this is the way to do it. The experts have told us this is the way to do it.
You know, seriously, right? When I used to watch TV and I used to comment and all that, and all these, all these speeches and things like that, and where they have a full courtroom, full house, if you like. You've got the speaker, he's as big a puppet as any of them. Do you know when they all start laughing at each other after someone's just speech? I when I watch that, I'm thinking, do you know when they're going? I just think they're having a laugh with each other, not at each other.
Well,
you know
there's
I mean?
a few
in
things
fact,
going around.
if you're in them positions, right, in government, govern to rule meant from the original word mental mind, rule the mind, right?
Mind control.
Mind control, right? To rule the mind. This is what these people are doing, even though they're not really doing it. It's the guys above them. This is my opinion, right? Why would people in that position look like clowns on live TV and on repeat news programs, laughing at each other, taking the piss out of each other? How can we rely on people who do that?
No, we can't.
Why do they not stay quiet and go, rather than go to each other?
Well, you could say it's satanic.
It's just all too cozy.
Unbelievable.
I tell you what it is. All it does is it breeds the thinking patterns in people's brains. Yeah, when they watch these programs, not everyone, but it tries to. And sometimes some of them take hold, and they're things like this: masks work. I've got COVID again. Trust the science. Get boosted now. There's a climate emergency. My government loves me. I've got COVID again. Women don't exist. Slava, Ukraine. Freedom is selfish. I've got COVID again. Yay, abortion. Heart attacks are normal. I've got COVID again. Everything's Putin's fault. I hate myself. And Crinkle talks correct bullshit. I mean, what? Hold on.
And I've got COVID again.
I've got COVID again. Yeah.
The way things are going with certainly with the government at the moment, I'm waiting for it to come out with war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is I can't remember what it was.
You saw that, didn't you? The 1984 George Orwell, basically.
The Ministry of Doublespeak, double think. Sorry.
Thought police.
Yeah, room 101.
What about Brexit?
What was it as well? Think speak.
Double speak.
Double think. It's called the Ministry. It was the Ministry of Double Think.
Double think.
Yeah,
1984.
Who voted for Brexit? Did
not me.
anybody in the panel vote to leave Europe?
Well, the thing is that, you know, when we were supposed to be voting on Brexit, a load of people weren't voting on Brexit. They were voting on something else. Like, what's all that about?
And they're stuck like this.
Well, I think one of the things that tipped the outcome, one of the things that tipped the outcome on Brexit, on the Brexit votes, was the fact that Cameron nailed his colours to the mast and said, if this goes the way I don't want, if this doesn't go the way I want it to, I'm resigning. So there was a lot of people, or sufficient people, went, right, let's get the boot in.
Yeah, you'd think they'd get the boot in on Putin. Sorry, I had to.
No, that ain't why the vote was won.
Well, yeah.
Cameron,
it's part of it. At the end of the day, the reason why the vote went...
That's how a loser thinks it.
The reason why the vote went the way it did is because more people voted one way than they did the other.
Because they were lied to.
Believe.
It was simple. They lied to us. They told us we'd be better off. Are we better off? No, we're not.
Holy fuck.
God, no. It never works out the way they say, does it?
No, I'm still waiting.
We're like, shenanigans. Please, everyone, shenanigans. There's got to be something wrong here. This doesn't look like the advertised picture.
I'm still waiting for these sunlit uplands with herds of wild unicorns. pooping glitz, you know, stardust and glitter.
Oh, you mean like wandering majestically?
Yeah,
along the veldt.
Get them an old nest. Plenty of unicorns up there.
Here we are. I've got a joke here. It's a classic. It's when I realised Margaret Thatcher was dead, I did a double fist bump and shouted, "Fucking brilliant!"
Well,
everyone around me was disgusted, and looking back, I suppose it was out of order, especially as I was the first paramedic on the scene.
You forget your tools of the trade then. Listen, I was in the picket line at the Ravenscraig, right? And
when I found out she'd gone, the first thing that went through my head was "Ding dong, the witch is dead."
In fact, did someone actually did a song? I'm sure they did a piss take song called that.
Well, it was a song in The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, but I think they put like edited with Thatcher on it and things.
Yeah,
like
they did. Somebody did. I remember it.
Yeah. Sparky, are you still in there, mate? I said earlier there was something I wanted to say, but if you're still there, mate, just let us know. Because what it was earlier, when I started, like about half an hour in, I got bombed, and it was your name. So just to make you aware, that's all about that. So,
ouch.
Charlotte, thanks for coming in, and anyone else who's been coming in as well. Thanks so much, because I've been intrigued with this conversation. So I've not been keeping up with the chat as much because it's just been a brilliant conversation. So everyone's having their input, and it's all been on a respectful level. So thanks very much, guys. Thank you.
Thing is, ain't it coincidence? So we didn't leave the EU officially until end of December, and then end of March we were in total lockdowns, and then we find out that the fishing rights, they hadn't got them and what have you. Northern Ireland, ain't it part of the EU? So
it's turned into a complete clusterfuck, Brexit. It always was going.
Well, it hasn't. But yeah, it's been sort of held back. One thing's for sure though, food was still getting through. Nothing to do with truckers and everything. Plants were still being grown and picked. Nothing to do with the EU, migrants. So everything that was supposed to collapse, you know, the banking system, everything was supposed to come to a halt if we left the EU. Never did. Even
we never got what we were sold, did we, Ron?
Well, put it this way: we didn't collapse and fold, and you know, the country just go to hell.
Well, that was because the people kept going,
"Oi!" Yeah.
Well, remember turn at the millennium 2000, 1999 at midnight. That was it. Everything was going to shut down, and
exactly.
Hey, Mark.
This is it. With Brexit, it's all doom and gloom. If we left all, that's it. You know what I mean? Didn't happen.
Like the Millennium Bug kind of thing, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of work. I know there was a lot of work went into heading off the Millennium Bug, and that's why, in the real world, it was a damp squib.
Yeah, it weren't going to happen. No way was it going to happen.
No, I was going to say the main thing I actually voted for Brexit for was because any longer, or certainly a short time longer, and we would have been in the EU for too long. And when that had happened, then at that point, the Crown's military would then be controlled from Brussels.
From Brussels, yep.
And that is absolutely no go for me. So that is why I voted, and we seem to have stopped that. And that is the only crumpet that we got from it. I don't know why I say crumpet, but you know,
the only crumb.
Well, I like a bit of crumpet.
I like it with a bit of cheese and tomato sauce, and you know, a bit of pepperoni. Oh, not that though. Sorry. Yeah.
You can get vegan pepperoni.
Oh, can you? Yeah. Here's one. I saw this the other day. It says, okay, R.I.P. to seatbelt analogy. I thought people were definitely over the seatbelt analogy, but apparently it still lives and even thrives in some places. So let me put it to rest once and for all. 1. Wearing seatbelts never has possible short-term side effects like blood clots, myocarditis, Guillain-Barré, neurological issues, menstruation disorders, and even death. 2. Wearing seatbelts doesn't cause potential unknown long-term side effects. 3. If my seatbelt malfunctions or is faulty, I can hold the manufacturer liable. 3. I can take off a seatbelt at the click of a button. 4. The seatbelt manufacturing agency that approved seatbelts did not try to hide safety data for 75 years. And however, we're on 5. Seatbelt manufacturers have not been convicted and haven't paid the largest criminal fines in history for fraud, malpractice, or bribery. And that is obviously the case with what we know we're talking about here.
Yes. Yeah, another guy did a video as life jackets, wasn't it? The life jackets and the analogy to the cupcake and everything.
Yeah, this is some fascinating information from SG, and I know for a fact he's clued up on a lot of things, and
oh god,
it's really informative. Take it or leave it, guys. It's up to you. But what you're getting is information and opinion, facts, maybe, and lies. So it's all worth taking in. But thanks so much for your very good conversation, guys. It's been brilliant. Mostly, I know you're there, mate, but there's only 6 on, you know that.
Oh yeah, by whatever we say, don't take it, you know, I mean, as gospel. Don't take anything.
Do your own research.
Absolutely.
As gospel from Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, anything as gospel.
But think about this for a second, right? Let's get it straight, just for a split second. all the projections were wrong because all the assumptions were wrong, but we still have to wear masks because the people who were wrong said so. Does that make any sense whatsoever in any scientific sequence of thought?
None whatsoever. But
that's what we're doing.
But politically, it makes sense. Because the main goal,
and that's why
the main goal of politicians is to get re-elected.
Do you know? Have you tried Wendy the Worm?
Say again.
Wendy the Worm. Fizzy fruit gums, sour-tastic. I'm vegan. I'm eating them as we speak. They're feckin' brilliant.
Wendy the Worm.
Wendy the Worm, isn't that like Rampant Rabbit?
Oh, they need batteries.
I get for fruit pastel, vegan fruit pastels, jelly tots, and the fruit gum ones now.
Well, these ones are out of Aldi's or Lidl's. Wife got me them because I like sour sweet, and these are sour worms. Basically, they're absolutely brilliant.
I'll try them.
So, that's another packet of sweeties to add to your list.
Yeah. Yeah. I do like my little munchies. In fact,
I'm having a munch now. I'm just waiting for my pakora to come in. The wife's just finished work.
Do you remember Crinkle's drone pigeons?
Oh, God.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I mean, you know what? I don't even care. I said to him one night, I says, I don't even care if they're real. I don't hear about them. It's shit.
Have you heard the latest? Have you heard the latest thing that he's got in his possession as well now?
No, because I don't listen to him lately.
I don't know who's live it was. I was just scanning through. Some of them going on, so to do with the afterlife and paranormal, that sort of thing.
Oh, hold on!
It kind of piqued my interest.
Facetious.
Well,
and he says. He says
it
was with his mate.
Fruits and Wendy's the worm.
He says he was with his mate, and they were out ghost hunting, and they actually caught a ghost, and they held this little bottle up, probably about 1.5 inches, 2 inches high, and it was like half full of water. He says that's the ghost I caught.
Yeah, that was on Sparky's, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Plasma.
He would adamant it caught a ghost in plasma or ectoplasm, wasn't it?
You put a bit of snot in there as well and made it look like slime.
He went through a day basically calling anybody thick on anything that they believe in. You know what I mean? From spirits all the way to flat earth.
I believe in spirits. You know, whiskey, gin, vodka.
It's just,
I don't know why they call them spirits, though, Uncle Heavy.
Because they make you fucking dead the morning after.
It's the way that he does it though. He belittles. He was belittling people. That was on Sparky's, and then he did it on another live to some people later the same evening and everything.
He's like a borrower, though, Ron, isn't he? He's like one of those little borrowers, you know, the tiny people, trying to belittle other people.
I don't know what you two guys think, because we're all on the same wavelength. I still think he's a shill.
Well, I don't even give a shit what he is anymore.
Let him get on with it.
Yeah. And I won't be around for long when he's doing it.
The thing is, it's really annoying for me, because like when I see things backstage, like earlier on as Ian Jarvis, and I said show your face, all it was a dark room, and then whoever it were kept putting this silver thing up, kept going like that. I don't know what it were, couldn't see any face, but what I did capture was some grey hair, very short, and that just from the
That
forehead.
sounds like Crinkle,
Well,
doesn't it?
it's definitely not me.
Well, straight away, that's why I said, Crinkle, you've got no chance. I know it's I've seen his habits.
James Owens there says stop giving Cranky airtime, and it's right. He's living in our minds right now, free.
Henry,
and you're giving him time on your channel.
Here's a thought. When the subject of ghosts and whatnot comes up in various discussions, I always have a little chuckle to myself, and I'm sure it was John Laurie in Dad's Army.
I can spare his last comment.
And they're talking about. I think they're patrolling the graveyard or something with Pike. He's like, "What about the ghosties and the ghoulies?" You know, so I don't mind being grabbed by the ghosties, but I'm not too keen on being grabbed by the ghoulies.
I give him loads of chances, but that night when he came out with the pigeon thing and the robots and they land on your windowsill and take information and verbal image and all that, I thought, and I said, "Are you serious? You're having a laugh?" Because we have a laugh on here. Like, no, I'm serious. No, but really, are you really serious? Yeah, I've seen it. And whatever was said, and I thought, from that moment, I thought, you're a fucking shit. Who do you think you're trying to convince?
Hey, do you know? I've just figured it out. These urban pigeons, right? These urban pigeons, what they are actually robots, but they're designed to poop all everything, and it's a conspiracy by the jet wash manufacturers.
It's battery acid.
No, you got it's the jet wash. It's the jet wash manufacturers that are behind this. The pigeons crapping everywhere.
And I know the like pigeon shit kind of works a bit like battery acid, but it doesn't mean it is battery acid. Crinkle, for sake.
Pigeons always get the fucking shit end of it, don't they? It's not fair on pigeons. Pigeons' lives matter. If it weren't for pigeons, they wouldn't. All this human shit, what we throw on the ground, wouldn't disappear as fast, would it? Because these lazy council. Anybody who works for the council, street cleaner.
Nice save,
Great job.
Nice save, mate. Nice save.
On a different note,
they do a great job, but I could do fucking hours of videos where they don't do a great job. Yeah.
On a distracting note, I did have this very short little bit. If anyone's heard of the Enabling Act, which was implemented on the 23rd of March 1933 by Hitler, and it was emergency powers that ruled by decree with no Reichstag, and all parties were banned. It gave him extraordinary powers to bypass laws and fundamental human rights, to detain and punish anyone without courts for no stated reason, confiscate bank funds and other assets, and essentially do whatever he pleased. It almost sounds like
kind of where we are now, really.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was about to say. Does that sound familiar at all?
Well, we're still in this country, at least theoretically, cling to habeas corpus.
SG, you are modded, aren't you?
No, well, I don't think so.
Just put.
I've never been modded on your channel, Dina.
Have you not? Right, put a comment in, because all this information you're coming up with is very much. If you can get some links in about what you've been saying, that'd be very
these are only memes. I'm just kidding.
What?
Most of them are memes.
Well, you said
you've blown you away, and it's all gone wrong now.
You've just shot yourself right in the foot there, haven't you?
No, they're not all memes.
No. You're doing a very convincing impression of somebody who was quite well informed.
Right. Okay.
Oh,
just coming out with the information. It's all good. No worries, Dave. They're a pair of... Really? Do you live far from me?
Oh, good Lord. Send them our way. Send them my way. The missus is out.
I'm joking. I wouldn't do a tart unless it were vegan.
Bakewell? Jam tart?
If it were vegan, no problem.
I do have a meme here that I can just do. It's like Jim, but
sorry, SG. It's just that that incident before.
Okay.
And it was Sparky's name. Yeah, Sparky.
Oh, yeah.
someone bombed my live early doors and they come under your name, mate. Just thought let you know, that's all. A bit very much disrespectful using your name on my live and bomb it. I just thought I'd let you know that, mate. That's all.
Don't for 1 minute think it was the Sparky, just somebody taking the piss.
Yeah, I don't blame any like Mark Kelly or something. I got bombed by somebody who was pretending to be Mark Kelly, and he came back in the room, in the back room, and like brought up all these names and pictures of people. Obviously, weren't him. I do have that meme. Here we are. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. It appears to be a planet where elite paedophiles keep its citizens in a constant state of fear by hyping up seasonal flu.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, on a live, right, for me, I think it's not nice to feel like a fool. And when I do a live, I just think about, it's not my live, it's your live, and I just click it on and that. And when people try and do that, it's not fair, you know what I mean? So...
it's not on, really, is it?
Well, what you got to remember, Dino, is you must be a target worth attacking.
Yeah,
you're
but the
doing
thing
something
is,
right, Dino.
It's when like Spurky's name's been mentioned tonight. Spurky's a great guy and things like that. So when someone's name comes backstage like that, it's like Dino will let this name on, and of course I did because it was Spurky's name. It's Spurky. Let's get, and so someone's playing on my mind, obviously, and I do get a bit naive on my live because I'm more concentrating on talking and listening and watching the chat at the same time and getting hassled off people, right, on my phone. So it's very hard to keep up. So same logo, I believe it was, and things like that. So someone who thinks they're very smart, well, please do, whoever's going to keep trolling me and things like that, don't use respectful names like Sparky Shack.
Get more inventive. Get more creative with it.
Get more creative. Why don't you call it something like Crinkle something? Or I've got a crinkly dick. Crinkle dick or something like that.
Rumple foreskin.
Rumple foreskin.
I think I've heard of that movie.
Crinkle? Are you listening? Why do you persist? What do you want from me? Do you fancy me? I can give you a photo.
He wants your children, Dino.
It's definitely the hair.
I can give you a signed photo, mate. It'll go away after that. It'll cost you $5 for one of them. And that's in black and white. If you want a colour one, it's a tenner.
You can always send me a signed check, Dino. Blank signed check.
Can I have a photo, mate?
No,
just do a screenshot, Eddie.
I think you see enough of me. You know what I mean? By the way,
Crinkles crap, Connie says. I like that. Crinkles crap.
Yeah, we know about him, don't we? Sorry, libertarian minded. I did see you earlier, but you know what it's like on here. Conversation's been brilliant. How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. So, Herb Sniffer as well. I've seen you guys. Honestly, thanks. If I've missed you out, I don't mean to be ignorant. It's just when you get guys like these on the panel and they're talking some good stuff, I just want to let these guys. I just don't want to interrupt. So, they're brilliant.
I mean,
speaking of interrupting, I've got another comment.
I was just going to say, long and short of it, Dino, you're a bloke multitasking or trying to multitask. It's not a good combination, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not easy to. It's not easy to use your hand, watch a television screen and the door.
I
had to work that one out myself then.
Yeah, I was wondering where that was going for a moment.
Can I just say, right?
I had to work it out myself.
This is how it's done. I'll just say this. Right?
Don't show us, Dino. Crikey.
Sorry?
Don't show us. This is how it's done.
I can hear an echo from somewhere. But no, I just wanted to say thanks very much because when it comes to a conversation or a debate, it's been done so perfectly tonight because at the beginning, if you notice, SG, Uncle H, it got a bit,
No,
talking,
it's just genuine
having a laugh,
curiosity
back to
on my part.
conversation and just listening to each other and comments go in the chat. You've got opinions coming in from that side, so it's all with it, guys. Everyone's polite to each other on here, and if you want an argument, go elsewhere. If you want a debate, stay right here.
Yeah. Is that a 5-minute argument or the full half hour?
I won't argue with that.
sorry to quote Monty Python at you.
No, thanks
There
very
you go,
much for
Robert
being
says it.
respectful, guys. That's what I'm trying to say.
Robert said it there.
Thank you very much.
Jealous people will always try to put you down. In reality, it's actually a compliment. That's how it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Bill Gates.
He does a bit, doesn't
He does great on you though.
Yeah,
as well.
I know. I kind of I realised what I was doing then without like knowing.
Sorry.
Freudian slip.
So Bill Gates was with Rabbi Schneerson, the head of the Jewish extremist end times cult, Chabad Lubavitch. Gates' mother is a Maxwell, related to the Israeli Mossad agents Robert Maxwell and his daughter, Ghislaine, who used child trafficking to blackmail world leaders with Epstein.
Yeah. Epstein. All right. I'm from up north, mate.
Epstein, then.
Epstein. Yeah.
Epstein.
Wanker. Pedo. Whatever. Not bad. He's still
I didn't know
alive.
who you were talking to then.
Still alive. He's dead.
Well, here's one, right? Brzezinski, I think I read this one out last time, but Brzezinski in 1972 said, shortly the public will be unable to reason or think for themselves. They'll only be able to parrot the information they've been given on the previous night's news. How true is that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, that probably has been in effect since
1972, at least.
I was going to say mid
or even longer. Yeah. But don't forget Carl Sagan. He said one of the saddest lessons of history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back.
Yes, I do remember it. I do remember that quote. I couldn't have quoted it in full, but yes, I do remember him saying that.
I did used to like his interviews and lengthy documentaries, and he always gave really important, like, separated knowledge which could be linked to everything he'd been talking about, you know.
Yeah. What was the series? Oh, it was Cosmos, wasn't it? The series he did, the big sort of
I think it was
documentary series.
like
Yeah, Cosmos.
1 to 10, and they were like freaking hours each, weren't they?
Oh yeah. They're about an hour long each, something like that. Yeah, fascinating.
Exactly.
And it was Carl Sagan that got one of the Voyagers to turn around. You know, the famous pale blue dot.
Oh yes, to take the photo. Yeah.
Yeah, and Earth was 1 pixel, and the vastness of space. And he was like, every human being that's ever lived, died, or is living is on that 1 pixel.
Kendo's right there. That charlatan has had us all since birth. Yeah.
Are you doing, Kendo? Thanks for that comment, mate. Honestly, brilliant. Guys, carry on. Brilliant. Super.
Can I just read? Can I read something out? It's I know it's probably slightly disturbing now that we're so far into it, but this was quite a while back. It was on March 4th, 2021. And it was the UK government report on the Pfizer cupcake adverse reactions. This is the weekly report. Weekly. And obviously it's in the UK only. So it's blood disorders 2033, cardiac disorders 1032, congenital disorders 3, hearing disorders 7.
Genital disorders.
No, congenital.
Oh, sorry,
congenital disorders 3, but there was some genital disorders.
What's that, like the Brewers?
No, it was balls. Sorry. So there's hearing disorders 713.
Oh, right, right.
And endocrine. Sorry, what was that?
Hey, what? I heard that. Pardon.
Yeah. So let me read that again. Hearing disorders, for anyone who didn't hear, including me, 713. Endocrine disorders 10. Eye disorders 1,242, with 12 actual blindings. Gastrointestinal disorders 9,360. General disorders 26,391. Liver disorders 17. Immune system disorders 466. Infections 1,863. 393 injuries. Continued investigations was 965. Metabolic disorders 525. Muscle tissue or disorders 11,565. Neoplasms, which is 20. Nervous system disorders 16,000.
What the hell's a neoplasm?
I don't know. I skipped on that one. Associated with pregnancy 29. Psychiatric
29
disorders,
women got pregnant from the.
No, associated with pregnancy. Obviously, that would be adverse reactions associated with pregnancy. 29. Psychiatric disorders 1,235. Renal or urinary disorders 187. Cyst or reproductive 338. Respiratory disorders 3,575. Skin disorders 6,042. Vascular disorders 992. 212 are dead. And medical and surgical procedures 45.
Right. Neoplasm. Yeah, I've just looked it up. Neoplasm. An abnormal mass of tissue that forms when cells grow and divide more than they should or do not die when they should. Neoplasms may be benign, not cancer, or malignant cancer.
That explains why I've got bollocks the size of fucking grapefruits.
Well, it might have something to do with it, although I'm sure there's another reason. Oh, and I've got to read this one out. It's I'm certainly I don't mean to be in any way bad, because I have a bit of this myself sometimes. And I really, you can't have a bloody joke anymore, can you? But I'm going to try. Okay, 2 dyslexics run into a bank and shout, "Air in the hand, mother stickers! This is a fuck up."
Fucking hell, you've rehearsed that one, haven't you?
No. Hold on a minute, maybe I did.
Yeah, you must have done. I wouldn't have remembered that, mate. Like I said, you're here all fucking week, so you carry on.
Oh God, don't encourage him.
Please.
It's quite a good one though. I don't know if anyone's heard of Larkin Rose, but it's a while back. He said, standing up to authority makes most people uncomfortable. People don't want to make waves and don't want trouble. They want to get by and take the safe road. They don't want to put themselves at risk. They don't even want to tell the truth or even know the truth if it means they must go against the tide. And that is why tyranny happens.
Yeah, one of my favourite quotes of all time, I'm going to paraphrase this, is by Mark Twain. And, well, I'll use the actual quote. Politicians are like diapers in that they should be changed regularly and for the same reason.
I've been saying it so often. I haven't said it today, but I've been saying that for so often, yeah. I heard that last year, and I have to admit, brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Guys, thanks so much, all you guys in the chat and on the panel. I really appreciate what you're doing, how you're doing it, and everything like that. Like, it's all yours. It's one of them nights off for me. Been that good, you lot. So thanks for the break. Carry on if you want to, or do you want to change the subject, or what do you want to do? It's up to you.
Madeline McCann.
Right, Robert, listen, mate. Right, I've said it before in a live, just before you start talking, and everyone will definitely listen about this. Paedophilia and things like that, and I've said it before, these hunter groups and things like that, I would love to join something like that and nail some of these bastards. It's my biggest pet hate other than the government. It's not even a pet hate, it's a major fucking problem. Madeline McCann.
They've got.
How can anyone not think that was an inside job?
No. They've got a German boy for it.
Yeah, they've got it.
Yeah, but it's not very conclusive, is it? I mean, he's a nasty piece of work, and he was in the city, and that's it. He was in the city, so that'll do. After all this time.
I also remember 6 Irishmen being in the wrong city at the wrong time and doing very long stretches for it, only to be cleared much further on down the line.
Weren't the first guy to be suspected was someone I forgot his name, but he was English, I think, but he lived in Portugal with his mother or something.
Oh, I vaguely remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they put the blame on him, and that was like a straight away blame. Let's find something. He's the guy. Total bullshit, and it turned out not to be true. For me, it's dragged on that long, and it's been in such an area. It's not been a big city or anything like that, where it's like, nook and corners, and it's very hard to find. But they chose like a small area and someone who lived nearby. So no, it doesn't add up to me. For me, the parents.
I never trusted her.
And their friends, doctors, and things like that. And then the way it was all planned out, and I've seen reconstructions and things like that, and nothing adds up to me like that story.
Something very odd.
It is definitely
anybody with children out there. You would never leave your kids alone in a foreign country. Out there.
Yeah, why would someone in that position, and both of them were GPs, weren't they? I think.
Well, certainly no, they weren't GPs, but they were doctors. I think they worked at hospitals or something.
Right, medical professionals.
Yeah,
leaving their own child. Was she 4-year-old?
Something like that.
Not even started primary school on their own.
Wow.
So they can go and have a meal, right?
Yeah, bullshit, man.
No, a wee of a piss up, you mean?
Yeah, well,
more like I'll never forget that one. Why did you leave your kids on their own? Well, it's only the same as being at home, and they're playing out in the garden, and we're in the house.
They sold that child.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what happened there. It's just something very, very odd and very, very strange happened.
Yeah,
very disturbing.
Very bizarre.
I'll tell you what happened. They fucked up the sale of that child, right? So it all went wrong. But that kind of shit happens all the time. Do you know how many children go missing a year in the world?
A hell of a lot, I should imagine.
Exactly. But the point is, none of us know the exact number of how many went last year or the year before or the year before.
Right.
And I've looked sometimes, and it's thousands. And why does Madeline McCann, and I'm not meaning anything bad by this, but why does the odd, few cases like this get airtime when really we should be going, you know what, more children are disappearing than fucking cupcakes are doing anything about it. It's like,
you know what, don't forget the money factor, the Madeline McCann fund and all that, right?
It's like a freaking Jimmy Savile.
McCann's have friends in high places. Yes, we're talking politicians, and I'm sure, Trevor, correct me if I'm wrong, royalty. And then there was one point where it got quite intense, the press and the people and all that, like, what's really going on? You know, it got intense. And then what they did all of a sudden was they got this, what was his name, Trevor? He was a speaker. He was someone who could talk for people because he was very good, very articulate. What was his name, Trevor? He's well known. You'll all get it when Trevor, you'll know.
I can't.
I was going to say
remember.
Jimmy Savile, but it was too
Steady.
No,
Steady.
No, McCanns, they were all right. As it happens.
You'll know him. He's one of them who speaks for the government and people in high places as well, because when they
it's not.
Max Mosley.
No,
not Mosley.
Oh shit!
He was the PR guy, the PR guru.
Yeah.
Oh lordy, what was his name?
Trevor, come on.
Clement Pride.
Yeah, I mean, right. The point is, why
Clement
would
Pride.
someone like that, and you look at the timeline of it, right? So you've gone from that timeline, and it gets to the point where
Gordon Brown,
under that much pressure by the press, the people, and etc., they have to get someone else in to speak for them. Why would someone else who's never been there, don't know the situation, doesn't know the actual people involved, etc., have to speak for people because for this kind of major incident? Why would they employ someone to do that for them? And this would only happen in front of international news. You know what I mean? To convince everyone.
Max Clifford.
Get a guy who's very good at convincing someone.
Max Clifford, I've heard that name before.
Max Clifford.
Max Clifford.
I'm just looking in chat now. I agree with Dave DeChuris, really. If you put that up, 1057, Matt. I think that's quite a good theory, is that?
Quite possible. Quite possible.
I think it fucked up. Something fucked up, and it all looked wrong because they fucked it up and tried to cover it up. Yeah. And shit just didn't, ends didn't meet because it was fucked up.
This guy that's saying that they've got for it, he's been in that German. He's in Germany, isn't it? German Nick.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. He's been in there for years, and he's already been questioned about this numerous times. Why have they suddenly come and said, "Yeah, he's guilty of doing it"?
Because they want to stick a stamp on somebody now, just to put a fucking lid on it.
Well, just let it close the door. As simple as that. They need somebody.
Exactly.
Exactly, Robert.
John Lennon. He's jailbait already.
What was his name? John Lennon.
John Lennon. What was his name?
Yeah.
What, the guy that shot him?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
No.
John Lennon's killer.
Is it Lee Harvey Oswald?
No, he shot. Kennedy.
Shot Kennedy. Well, allegedly.
Yeah.
That's another thing, isn't it?
Never with that bolt action rifle did he ever kill Kennedy.
Yeah, too many shots in the time scale. You just can't. Even an expert.
Have you noticed though? It's always them people who are in a position where they're internationally known, or at least national.
David Chapman was who shot Lennon.
Right.
Mark Chapman, sorry.
Mark Chapman, right? Fair enough. But
alligators just put it up.
Yeah. Cheers, Kim. And it's always these people who have a big influence on the people. Like John Lennon, Bob Marley, and things like Kennedy, they all pop off a bit early,
I was listening to Kennedy's speech that he made 2 weeks before he died. Today, again, I have it in the car. It's the first track that comes on my USB. It's like 20 minutes long. I really, really enjoy listening to it. And he talks about facts like secret proceedings and things like that, very, very poignant. I don't like to quote it really because it's better to listen to it, especially for the time as well. It's so relevant for now.
Okay.
Especially when he talks about the journalism being, difficult.
Yeah, I just find it odd. I think some people are willing to take the cash and say, "Do you mind going down for a few years and we'll sort it out?" And I think some people are willing to take the cash and stay in prison as well.
Or you can stick a tail on a donkey who's already in the the stable.
And become infamous and things like that, because some people's minds think like that, like a serial killer, whatever. Yeah, I've been caught because everyone will know about me, and I'm sick.
As Mosley would say, if it quacks and it looks like a duck or something, but we'll say if it eeyores and it's got a tail on it and it looks and sounds like a donkey, then you're going to believe it, then, aren't you? That it's a donkey.
Yeah, strange things, but I mean, those stories, when it comes to people who are, someone said before, they know people who are high up and things like that. Well, it's always them kind of people, isn't it? Who are high up.
Again, as
get
it
away
is.
with the most. When you hear their stories, right, when you actually hear their side of the story, just like Boris today, and it's ridiculous. It stands out so much as they're lying. It's ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? In their mind, convincing people, but at the same time, they know they're not. But most of the people are convinced, and the minority, the awakened ones, aren't. You know what I mean?
And it's like Dino, when somebody gets in power who decides to change things for the better, they get rid of them. Like Paul has said there, Paul Yeoman says Kennedy wanted to expose people and make the banking system our system, so on. That's why they wanted him dead. Yes, he was going to bring back the gold standard and proper greenbacks and so forth. And,
no, he wasn't.
Paul, that's one reason.
He wasn't a godlike creature. I know that.
Kennedy, what he'd done, right in America, all currency is issued through the Federal Reserve. Same as all currency in this country is through the Bank of England. Most people think that they are owned by the government, and no, they're not. They are private companies. The Bank of England is a private company. It has shareholders. So does the Federal Reserve. And for them to issue currency, it's monetized debt. What Kennedy did, it was red Kennedy dollars, which were issued by the United States government, and that was debt-free money.
Yes.
Which undermined the Fed.
Yes.
It all gets quite complicated, and it gets into realms of economics that I don't fully understand.
And then Kennedy died.
Oh, yeah. Well, the only other two presidents that issued U.S. Ben Franklin, and other than that, how did you enjoy the theatre tonight, Mrs. Oh God, American Civil War Union leader. I've just gone blank. Was
it the one with the large hat and big beard?
Yeah, got shot in the theatre.
Mostly insects.
What was his name? I've just gone completely blank. Lincoln. Abe Lincoln.
That was him, yeah.
Thank you.
Mostly Lincoln.
Yeah. So they
sorry, mostly if you're still in the background.
They were the Connie, that's what I think. That's what I've just said earlier on. Absolutely. Some people find a better life inside than outside. And I think the government, the intelligence side of the ruling of the mind people, they find these people, and these people are very willing to accept for whatever gift, reward for doing that. And they'll do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Sounds
very mafioso. Very mafioso, that.
Somebody would accept money to be called a paedophile and go to jail. I'm fucking sure it wouldn't be me.
I don't know about that, yeah. But I do know that there is a problem.
The entire state.
There is some kind of problem going on with the prison system with the paedophiles. I'm not saying they should be put in general population, because obviously it'd be like what happens in the real world, where people are forced to do something to themselves because they're tortured because of what they've done, or like they end up in a freaking canal.
they'd have the same life expectancy as a snowball in a blast furnace.
Or he had multiple crimes they could have
I've
labelled
seen
on him.
videos of these guys getting caught out by these teams of people who do an awful amount of work in research, and some of them are decoys, some of them go out there, and it can take them months to nail one guy or one woman.
But it's worth it.
Do you know what I mean? But I've seen a few where they caught a guy, and it's like, you've been in 3 times before. Why are you still doing the same thing? Well, I'm not bothered. And it's like, well, I don't
That's
mind.
what I mean. There's some kind of problem with the prison system, yeah?
Why do you let them watch?
I mean, I don't know the answer, but there's definitely a fucking problem.
Oh, there's an answer. Castrate them. In the story. Cut it straight
Well,
off.
chemical castration be good enough, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, but a chemical. A fucking rusty knife.
Yeah, blunt razor.
I just think a bullet to the back of the head. That's enough.
Can he go them?
Well, you see, the thing is,
I'll tell you what does me in, right? Because I'm very empathic, and I do love children very much, and I've got 3 daughters, and if I ever see a woman pushing a pram, I'm like that. I'm one of them, me. You know what I mean? But it makes me feel sick when I hear things like that, like literally sick.
Yeah,
feel sick. You know what I mean? But I have 3 daughters. So you're saying what's the punishment? Well, if that were me and it were one of my daughters,
what would you want the punishment to be, Dino? Yeah, this is the question you're asking.
Probably, I reckon.
Dino, them tied up, you and them in a locked room for half an hour with a red hot poker.
Okay, so we know these answers, though, don't we? And what's the humane government expected way? Come on, let's, certainly not what they're getting right now, is it? Something's wrong.
Give them counselling, give them TVs, give them everything they need, and then let them out to do it again.
The thing is with all this...
Thank you, Robert, because that is the way it is right now. That's what's wrong with it, yeah.
Sorry.
The government are trying to cure something that can never be cured.
Well, you know what I think it is, right? I think they've prepared that prison system for themselves.
What, the politicians?
Yeah, they're like, well, let's keep it all corrupt and like that, because when we go in, we'll be all right then, won't we?
Yeah, let's make it nice and cushy, because when we get banged with dishonesty,
they're not as fucking thick as they make out. Fucking Boris.
Yeah.
Well,
who's wanking bungle cunt.
It's horrible. I mean, if you think back to being a child, imagine that, something like that happening to you. I mean,
well, I mean, how about this? I mean, we was on Bastion radios just the other week, and it brought up this. I can't remember the guy's name. I hadn't heard of him before. I didn't know anything about it. Were you there, Ron? You were in the chat, I believe.
No, I only got right at the end, so I didn't catch any of it.
Well, there was this researcher who literally it's fucking straight out of some kind of almost Hitler fucking sick, twisted shit. They did sexual research on babies and stuff like that. Like, absolutely, and they got a like this guy is venerated in the society, the science, like a pioneer of the sexual investigation. And this is a problem. And the most important thing for me was that these people are looked up to in the scientific community. Everything is documented and saved, and they're venerated, and this is the problem. We're part of the problem.
Right.
It's disgusting.
You know what? There's been some brilliant comments, and you're right. I don't think it'd be very hard to change someone like that, I think, because there's been that many people who've been caught that many times. And do you know what? They don't really get a stiff sentence. when I worked in Kerr, right, I went to this place. It was in the middle of the country, and I was doing like challenging behaviour and things like that. And in this complex, there was the top end autism, challenging behaviour, and then there was paedophiles who'd come out of prison, and it was kind of a halfway house, and it was in beautiful countryside. But when I was walking through towards where I was going to work, there was this beautiful cottage, beautiful looking house, and I thought, a bit unusual compared to what's surrounding it. You know, it's a secure unit. Anyway, I asked someone, I said, is that where the staff live? You know, it looks so nice. Is that where the staff stay? You know, oh, no. That's where the paedophiles stay. And they've got this cottage, they've got everything they need. They've got it cushy. And that doesn't add up to me. And it's like we're trying to rehabilitate them, get them back in society, make them forget about fancying children and things like that. No, I don't think so.
Never going to happen.
No, I don't think so. So
I've got to say,
very hard not to say I'd castrate them, I'd chop the dick off, I'd kill them and all. That's very hard to say, but that's not solving the problem. You know, I probably would do it. If it were my daughter, I probably would do something like that.
And I hear so many people say that same thing, Dina. I see so many people say the same thing. Suddenly, you've got someone who's been quite coherent, intelligent, literally fair, and suddenly they're faced with the unfeasible possibility that for them, unbelievable possibility that, you know, they've got to kind of give some payback to some son of a bitch pedo that's, potentially touched the child or something, or done something to the child really badly. They're going to kill him. They're killing him. They're torturing him for weeks or something, you know, and it's like, hold on, like, I'm not going to say they sound worse than them, obviously not, but they sound a lot worse than I expected them to sound. And I do think that sometimes the way we treat our prisoners says something about the people, you know, and I don't think we're treating them in the correct way. They're getting away to almost scot-frickin' free, just like, oh yeah, come and stay here for a bit.
But why?
Is that all it is? Come in, stay here for a bit. What?
Why have they got that comfort? Because when they come out and they get that halfway thing and they're getting rehabilitated, right? They've got it more cushy than where I went in that.
Are they getting rehabilitated?
More cushy than people who need more, like their autism and things like that. And these guys, they've got it cushy. And then they know they're
being rehabilitated.
You know, if they go back in again and they do this time, which is a very small stretch for these guys, right? And first of all, they get let out on bail. They're not in there long, and I think they think this is easy. Even if I get caught again, I won't be in long. I'll go halfway. I'll get cushy surroundings, and I can go out there and do it again because I know it won't be long after I've been locked up again before I can get out again. The punishment is not stiff enough at all. You know, this is mental illness, fair enough, but at the same time, they still know what they're doing, right? And Dave Datura come up with something as well. It's not just girls, is it? It mostly is. But what about boys as well? I saw a video on a hunting team, and they pulled two guys out, and they had to be transvestites, right? And excuse me, but they were foreign people, you know, they were from Europe, and they came over, and they were dressed as women, and they were men, and they were grooming a young boy. They got caught, you know, but then when you heard the whole video, it was like, they've been doing this for ages. And they've been doing it to other people before that and things like that. And the way they deny it is unreal, you know. But yeah, they'll go in, they'll get arrested, they'll get bail, The gutters they'll get if they're found guilty, they'll go inside for what? A couple of
I
years.
bet when they start denying it, I bet they sound like Crinkle talking about the people who get raped.
Oh,
like
every time I
underage
watch
girls
them,
going into the freaking disco. Yeah, Crinkle said it's their fucking fault.
every time I watch him, I think of Crinkle. Maybe he's maybe he loves children as well. You know.
Sorry for laughing, but I wasn't expecting that one. Sorry, I was took me by surprise there, Dina. That was the
no, it's the biggest thing for me. That one, paedophilia, and I'd be quite willing if anyone's in there now who's part of any team or whatever, I'm willing to join. So yeah, Robert, thanks for that. Madeline McCann, will it be solved? Will it ever be solved? Is it going to be a Jack the Ripper type of thing?
It's more like Madeline can never be found, you know.
Do you know? I think there were one theory by someone as she could have been eaten. But
Probably,
then again, people are going to start thinking everything, aren't they? You know.
Well, that seems to be a thing, though. You know. Yeah.
You don't know, do you? But yeah, for me, that group, that time, the whole holiday thing, the whole who these people know, their position in life, well trusted as doctors, well trusted and things like that. They know people in that position. If you're honest, you'll do your job the best you can. If people in high positions take advantage of that position and they know they can get away with things, who would question certain people in them positions unless they got
Jimmy
proof?
Savile.
And even when they get and even when they get proof, solid proof, how long does it take after that for people to become convinced? You know what I mean? It's because they're with people high up and they can stall that process until it gets to the point where it's like, we can't do any more. It's like, you're fucking done for now. It's like, you know,
well,
Jimmy Savile. You know,
in relation to that and the fact that there's obviously Boris is, you know, kind of tippling at the moment, isn't he? And we've got Labour looking to be a bit predatorial towards trying to take the place. Anyway, in 2009, Jimmy Savile was interviewed under caution by police in Surrey and Sussex. Subsequently, the police referred 4 cases to the CPS, alleging that Savile had raped at least 3 learning disabled girls under the age of 16. It's not easy to read, sorry. The CPS, after receiving the files from the police, refused to prosecute Savile and dropped the claim, citing insufficient evidence. After Savile's death, and despite multiple attempts at high-level cover-ups, we know he abused at least 500 known victims over a 4-decade period. Why are they sharing this? Because why should you even be interested? Because the man in charge of the CPS at the time, the man that decided that there was insufficient evidence to charge Savile, which is denied, though, that it wasn't him, even though he was, as stated there, in charge. He was the leader. He is now the leader of the UK Labour government party, Sir Keir Starmer. And there's a picture of him here. I can't show you, but there's a picture of Jimmy Savile standing behind a young Keir Starmer. Looks about, I don't know, 8, 10 or something.
Oh, there you go. People, you know, hidden in plain sight. Like a lot of things, you know. Sheeple, please wake up. Please. I'm not talking to you guys, obviously. But if anyone's listening and you're not familiar with us guys and what we're talking about, if you caught some of it, please wake up to it and look into it yourselves. Don't believe us. That's the best thing. Don't believe us. If you're interested, look into it yourself. And I'll guarantee you will come up with similar answers to what these guys are talking about. Ridiculous. Jimmy Savile actually had the keys to which prison were it?
It was, oh shit. Yeah, I spoke about this the other day.
It had keys to Rampton, wasn't it?
It was no. It was the other one.
Not Broadmoor.
Broadmoor.
Right.
Yes, I think it was.
Right. They actually gave him the keys. They put him in charge, and he had I think
Special room.
He had his own personal private lodge, right? And he used to take young girls back there. Who could touch him? Nobody.
Well, he was able to walk into number 10 without being searched.
Yeah. Why?
Why would Jimmy Savile, the Jim'll fix it guy, be allowed to walk into number 10 without being searched? And he was also friends with all of the royals. All of them.
Yeah.
Well, all of them that were obviously gonna be friends with him. Yeah.
Weird stuff. Yeah, connections, etc. But look who they all are: chief inspectors of police, top politicians, top celebrities, etc., etc. Even football players, whoever they are, the main culprits, the main criminals of all this sick, evil stuff are the ones in high positions.
Yeah, and
they get away with it for that long. That's why it still carries on.
I think what shocks us the most, Dino, it's people who are in these positions of authority and trust that then abuse that authority and trust. That's what we find so shocking.
But the thing is, Uncle Heavy, it must be because they wanted that.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. Let's say I really don't know if fucking Jimmy Savile working on like a boat, a ship in the ocean, so he could do his fucking pirate radio station, planned it. I don't know, but I'll tell you what, he definitely got the shit into it later, didn't he?
Oh yeah, got away with it once, then thought, oh, I'm onto a good thing here.
Yeah,
and went
Ronald, thanks for that reminder as well, because don't forget, Stoke Mandeville was probably his biggest charity raiser.
Yeah,
and they were all kids, weren't they?
Yeah, or largely.
If you noticed, I did see a documentary. It weren't on Stoke Mandeville. It was on Jim'll Fix It, and like he had his big chair and all this fancy stuff going on the arm, and someone was highlighting the fact that when he used to pick children up, put them on his knee and things like that, and the way he touched children and things like that. That's what I mean by hidden in plain sight.
James Patrick
McDonough, like Jim'll Fix It, and it's based on kids who want the dream to come true, and then it's based on the charity, the hospital, which was to do with kids, things like that. No one would realise at that time, unless you're watching, if you know what I mean by watching.
James Patrick McDonough says it there, you know. He was a wizard. Do you remember him doing the magic? He never really did magic, but he used to do stuff like, you know, hold up jewelry and go jingle jangle, jingle jangle.
Yeah,
like as if he's almost hypnotizing you, you know.
Yeah, Broadmoor, Ronald. Yeah, we mentioned that. I can't believe, right? TV celebrity, right, and DJ as well. Don't forget, very influential radios, very influential.
Crinkle was a DJ as well, wasn't he? Sorry, I was just popping that in there.
Why would who and why would he get the keys to a mental institution / prison? Who gave him them? Why?
The answer to that question, Dino, is probably along the lines of because they were in on it, and they didn't mind him going and doing all the shit that he was fucking doing because they got fucking secret handshakes and fucking money under the table, and because they're all sick fucking twisted bastards in the same fucking elite
absolutely,
system.
mate. But what I'm saying is, right, and of course they're all fucking in on it. Why him? Why that person?
Well, he got popular enough, hadn't he?
Because he had the persona and the brass neck to get away with it.
Did he make £15 million for charity?
Oh, he made huge. I couldn't tell you what the number was, but he made vast amounts of money for Stoke Mandeville.
Yeah.
And that because he had the reputation of being such a good guy, is why and how he got away with it. And then once
in plain sight,
absolutely. And then once the whispers started going around that maybe he wasn't, then people were in over the heads, and they'd already been compromised. And so they just hid it and pushed it under the carpet.
Keir Starmer himself couldn't do shit because he got photos with fucking Savile. Like, no, I look up to him.
Yeah, and he was unique, weren't he? So he did stand out because he had long blonde hair and he had that cigar, and he was kind of unique in that way. So everyone pays attention to someone.
I was completely fucking fooled.
Unique, stands out. Yeah. Connie, you know what? You're right. It might take a very long time to do so, but you're right. It's all out there. It's finding it. St. James's as well.
Kendo Taylor says Savile was a procurer for people in high places, and that's absolutely what it looks like, man. Absolutely.
Does make you wonder what connections he had, and what purposes.
There was I saw 2 vehicles for sale on eBay years ago before all the shit came out. Jimmy Savile's. There was a Rolls Royce, and somebody bought that. And there was a freaking and this is the way it was sold on eBay. This is the way. This is nothing to do with anything because no shit had come out, right? But it was like Range Rover green with a lovely specially made interior where all of the seats folded down to create a massive sleeper compartment within the Range Rover.
Yeah, Range Rover did that as an option.
Yeah, what, every Range Rover?
No, it was an option you had on them. You could get it made.
So he had that option then. Yeah, and it was custom. It was custom for him. He had options that he'd had.
Yeah, it's one of the ones you could pay. It's like the various options.
So you go out with Savile in the Range Rover into the country, and it's green and it blends in, and then the entire interior turns into a bed.
Yeah,
sounds wrong to me.
Robert, no worries, mate. Stick around.
Right, guys, I'm going to look in and leave it as well. Been a really interesting evening this tonight.
Absolutely. Really enjoyed it. What a great conversation, stroke debate, stroke superb laugh at the same time. That's what it's about, honestly.
We do seem to end on the well, not end, but we seem to get onto for quite some time the paedophilia thing. It's just really prominent nowadays, isn't it?
You know what, guys?
So it should be.
You know what, guys?
Oh my God! How did you get into? You can't, can you get into the mind of someone who's attracted to children?
Right, I'm going.
Right, sorry, mate.
No,
sorry. Listen, thanks for coming on, all you guys, because you give me a night off because Bike has actually been quiet.
I've been sat here. I've been doing shit backgrounds. Right.
I haven't heard him when he's been speaking. I've heard him speak.
I've been listening. He never fucking hears me when I talk anyway. That's what it is. Right. Everybody.
Oh, hang on. Before you go, do you wanna?
Do I want to what? Say what?
What we was gonna say about?
That's what you were going to say, wasn't it?
Do you want to leave it or?
It's up to you. Say it. Go for it.
Well, are you staying?
I'll say it then. Right. Me and Dino, we actually met up on Wednesday. Right. and we'd arranged to meet through a third party at this particular pub that were local near to me, where I could take my dog as well. So me and this other guy, we'd arranged it, and over the space of 3 weeks, it finally come to fruition. And the plan were that they were going to sit in the beer garden, and I was going to, and Dino would have his back facing to the car park, and I was going to walk up behind and sit down and surprise him because he weren't expecting it. And that's how it panned out. So I sat down next to him. He looked at me, he went, "All right, mate." And that were it. And then you heard the penny drop. You think, fucking hell, that's Eddie.
Yeah,
did it drop from a great height, the penny, and took its time?
You heard it clunk.
Well, the thing is, it goes deeper than that, but without giving too many details away.
Yeah, too much information.
Bike has been around for a long time on my channel, and he basically is my channel. And so he's been around that long. So obviously myself, I want to meet Biker and certain other people and things like that. So it's been an ambition for a long time. So I am to be with someone, and I don't want to give too much away, but I absolutely fell for it. And
well, you got ambushed.
I know you're thinking, what's he on about? But the thing is, where Biker lives, right? I happen to have this third party turn up and say, "Oh, we're going over that way," and I said, "Well, Biker lives near there, so." "Oh, well, yeah, next time," and all that. And so anyway, we pulled in about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 miles from where Biker lives. And I'm thinking, why didn't you tell me you wanted to come here? Because we're that close. We could have met up. We could have met up. Anyway, these fuckers had planned it for about 3 weeks. And
you were ambushed, weren't you? You were ambushed.
Yeah, near enough. We went to the pub. I had a coffee, and we sat outside. And then the next thing, this third party, I was facing in, and the car park was behind me. And this third party went, "Do you know what, Dino? There's some right morons in this town, some right weirdos." Within half a second, this guy sat down outside of me. And I thought, as soon as he said that, I thought, "Oh, shit. I know what you mean now. Someone's just sat down outside of me."
Got a window licker here.
3 seconds later, when I noticed Heidi, it was in. So I've actually met Bikereddie this week for the first time, and I didn't know where to. He conned me. It was a complete surprise, but I'll tell you what, it's the best surprise I've had in years. I couldn't believe it. The first thing I did, was put my arms around him and just give him a massive hug. And I couldn't believe that.
You was done up like a kipper boy.
And then Eddie said, "Who do you think I am?"
I couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah, it's about time you should up talking, Dino. But I've actually met Bikereddie for the first time. And it was the nicest surprise ever. The thing is, I was conned into it. It set it up. They made me believe that if I told you the full story, right, you'd be laughing your head off. But honestly, it was a total surprise.
You were clueless, mate. You were totally clueless.
Utterly blindsided.
You were clueless, mate. He didn't have a clue. I mean,
I hadn't got a clue.
It'd been in the planning for 3 weeks, and the way it panned out were exact how we planned it to the T. Without a shadow of a doubt, it worked out of the T. The only problem I had was when I sat down outside of him, he looked at me and he just went, "All right, mate," and he didn't fucking recognise me.
I'm surprised you didn't burst out laughing, Eddie.
Oh, I did.
He looked different. He didn't have his red and white skull face on.
Yeah. Well, he looks taller in real life, does he?
I know what Biker looks like in real life, so it took me a few seconds to go. It was weird. honestly. It was fucking weird. And I was thinking to this other guy, why have you took me here and you want to do some work here when we're only frigging 6-7 mile away from Biker? Why didn't you let him know we'd be around this place and we could meet up? So
your spider senses weren't tingling by this point, going, hello.
No, because I was convinced by this other wanker. And he's going, oh shit, I didn't realise. Yeah, we could have done, but maybe next time. And then next thing, it was all planned. Biker turns up with Heidi.
Yeah.
And it was the best hour in the afternoon that I've had in Yorkshire ever. I reckon, for me anyway, because I've met up with someone who's, I can't explain it, who's been around from day one and who does so much work.
He is your channel.
Anyway, it was an hour and 3/4, mate, not an hour.
I can't. Was you timing it?
Took a second, mate. You know me.
I can't. Yeah, but that's not work. That's casual.
Honestly,
you've done that.
Honestly, God, it was mentioned about filming it, and we said no. Me and this other guy, we said no, maybe not. But in all honesty, I wished it had been filmed. It were the reaction were absolutely classic. It were brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
If only we filmed it.
It
well,
would have
just the look on Dino's face as the penny dropped.
Oh God, mate, you wouldn't have believed that. Because I looked across at this other guy and we just cracked out laughing at his reaction. It was
did the penny have to bounce quite a few times, Eddie?
Oh, you heard it clunk. You really did. And he just put his head in. He put his head in his hands, and he thought, "Oh fucking hell!" And then that one.
Put it this way: it was very, very emotional. It was very emotional. I mean, you must understand that, guys. I mean, Biker's been around. You know what I'm getting at, don't you? And to finally meet.
Yeah, I do.
It was.
Do you know what I mean? I was in total shock and disbelief.
Here's one for you.
Locally. Conned.
Of course you were.
Yeah. A simple plan, well executed.
Yeah, well, I feel like a frigging fool, don't I?
Sounds like fucking the Conservative Party.
You don't look like a kipper, do you know?
Honest to God, it could not have worked out any better than we planned it. Honestly, it couldn't. It were absolutely.
I bet were you laughing your ass off all the way there, mate?
I would it car back when they pulled up.
I bet you couldn't sit down by the time you got there.
He was waiting, and I'll tell you what, right? There were another pub about 200, 300, yards away from this pub, and the guy who I was with, the third party, he went, "It's a pub around here somewhere. What's it called again? I forgot what it's called." And we drove up to this one. It's called George V or something. I said, "Is it that one?" He went, "Nah, it's not that one. Where is it now?" So we turned back around the pub we'd already passed to go to the other. And I said, "Oh, this one's called such a thing." He went, "That's it." Pulls in, parks up. He's already waiting, right? Goes in, coffee, whatever, sits outside. He says that, "Oh, there's morons, weirdos in this town." Then a fucking weirdo sat down outside there. As soon as he said that, and I thought, and I went like, and then about a second later, I went, "Oh my fucking God." I couldn't believe they had me, right? So I've given them nothing but grief since. But it was the best afternoon I've had all year, put it that way.
Yeah, it was good. It really was good. Absolutely brilliant. I mean,
I love surprises, and that was one hell of a surprise.
it turned out brilliant. Yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
Right. On that note, I'm going to leave you. Love you and leave you. Everybody chat. I'm glad you got to share that.
See you, Eddie. Have a good one, man.
Oh, I will.
Yeah. Take care, mate.
It's always good to see you.
Bye,
Yeah. like I say, everybody chat, you've shared that story now. We can go into a bit more detail as to how we planned it at a later date, but yeah, it worked out absolutely brilliant. Absolutely.
You rotten sod, Eddie.
If we could show that video, mate, and that it'd be brilliant, but we didn't video it, and we should have done.
I've just thought of something, Eddie, as well. You know, there was a CBT bike training company round where I live, and it was called Bikeology. But Bikeology would have been better, wouldn't it? Like, you know, for you, like, take over the channel.
The name's copyrighted, so.
Well, Bikeology.
No, ology.
No,
I'll stick with what I've got. No worries. Right, everybody in chat. Thanks for listening to that. It might not mean a lot to you, but it meant a lot to us at the time. Everybody on the panel, I'm going to say good night to you as well, and take care till next time. Be good. Look after yourselves.
Have a good one, Eddie.
Yeah, night, Eddie.
Bye.
Tell you what, Dino, with mates like that, who the hell needs enemies?
Shit, what have I done?
You've just full screened yourself, buddy.
Yeah, it scared the shit out of me. I'll be back in a minute.
Scared the shit out of me, mate. I didn't realise I looked like this. Right, I'm going to nip off for a minute as well, guy. I feel so relaxed tonight. It's been brilliant.
I'm just going to say, I don't think you can actually copyright syntax. Do you know?
You can't. I don't think you can copyrightology.
Yeah.
But what about psychology, neurology?
There you go.
Etc. Etc. Etc.
There's only one ology on YouTube.
What's that? The Christmasologies or the Easterologies?
Speaking of Easter.
Oh God.
Right, honestly, night, Biker, can I just say thank you? I think that's enough said, you know. And the other day, you bastard. But what a memory that'll stick in my mind forever. The one person I've always wanted to meet was always on. It's always been on. It was just a case of when. But the way it happened, if you knew the way it happened, guys, if there was a video of it, honestly, you'd be laughing. You'd share it.
Why isn't there a video of it, Dino? What happened?
What happened? Right, I'll tell you what.
Well, I mean, why didn't we get a video?
I can't tell you that yet.
Yeah, but why didn't we get a video of it then?
Because I ain't got a clue, and it were up to me. They should have videoed it.
Sorry. Obviously, yeah. My bad.
I think part of it was I don't think they wanted to risk blowing the operation just to get a bit of video.
Yeah,
Carefully
but
worded
afterwards, they were saying afterwards, it were like, oh God, wish I'd have got that on video and things like that. And, you know, but it honestly, they had me. And like you said, it was like 2 or 3 weeks in planning. And they planned it right down to the last second.
Hook, line and sinker, mate. Hook, line and sinker.
Honestly, Uncle H, it was perfection, the way they did it. And I feel like a right idiot. So it's a good job I love them, innit?
It's better feeling like a right idiot as well as just looking like one.
I don't mind.
No, I'm sorry.
Sauce for a milk, table 2. Sauce for a milk.
It must have been well said by me. Sorry, it was just timing.
I'm going to nip off for a couple of minutes, guys, and wet my throat. I'm feeling a bit dry. The beer's doing no good. I'll leave you to it. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks so much. Anyone who's come in, thanks very much indeed. Thanks for all your great comments and everything. Massive thank you to Biker. So,
man's an absolute legend. You know, a legend.
Robert's back as well, guys.
Hello, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Cheers. Vermin Media at its famous best. Nothing but problems with it lately.
What I want to know is, right, where are we heading? Where do we all think we're heading with this shit? It ain't a good fucking world that we're heading to, is it? You know,
Probably not.
it's getting fucking worse.
Yeah.
If this is what we got coming up, you know, if this is like the precedence for the shit we're gonna get, then we're gonna need a fucking, I don't know, we're gonna need a freaking.
Well, part of where we're heading now with this control culture is a backlash in some respects against what went on in the 90s and the noughties and so on and so forth with the advent of the internet and
myself, sorry.
stuff like that, you know, where you know the internet was totally out of control and all governments fear information getting out there.
Shit, now all I have to do is try and do a search, and I can't find fucking anything that I could find before. It's like, hey, I just want some fucking simple information. I can't fucking find it.
Oh god, yeah. You know, just going back to what we were saying before with the kiddie fiddling and whatnot. You know, it's one of, and same with all other wrongs in society. I strongly suspect it's always been there, always at similar levels. It's only that nowadays, through the miracle of modern internet media and so on and so forth.
I think it's the internet media that has done it. Yes, Uncle Heavy.
Yeah, that information is much more. That information is much more readily accessible and out there than it was certainly
people
before.
Can share it as well. It's so much quicker.
Oh god, yeah.
Than what we used to be able to. So
yeah. So it's probably always been at similar sort of levels going on within society, or on the very fringes of society. It was just not so well known about.
It seems to be right that the elites have always been doing this.
Well, not just the elites, let's be honest.
No, but the elites have certainly been at the forefront of the their
peccadillos and
when you
gratification.
Say are you when elites? Are you talking about kind of government or above?
The serious, but when somebody says
that doesn't mean that necessarily. No, Dino. It can mean also anyone who's the head of any kind of organisation of anything.
The seriously wealthy,
the seriously wealthy. Training. Look at what happened there. Now, why don't we really talk about that anymore? All the paedophilia that was going on in football training. What the hell? Why isn't that massive, big fucking news that carried on going till now?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because all that's been knocked off the headlines by what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on with our glorious clusterfuck of a leader.
Everything is, isn't it? Including the freaking royals. Anything that happens with the royals. So let's fucking start a war, or let's start talking about a war with Russia and Ukraine, and it's all fucking gone.
Yeah, I mean, Russia, Ukraine, Russia, royal families, European royal families, Britain, royal families, bloodlines, incest, all that.
So somebody got somebody basically got the at one point, some elitist got their dirty fingers into the footballing area, the footballing training for the young children area. The same as nearly every freaking other area, I'll bet.
Well, again, it's these coaches, you know, bringing on the youngsters, you know, with the dream of with the youngsters with the dream of becoming a professional football player. Of course, they're going to keep their mouth shut because you're not going to rock the boat, are you? You don't want your future career put in jeopardy.
I mean,
something.
If I just mention the fact that it's not paedophilia, but it is abuse that has been coming out in the open now of the of some of the youngsters who were athletes and all these tumblers and so forth, all the horrific treatments by their trainers.
Anyone heard about
torturous
this off Robert's comment here about Celtic?
Celtic Football Club, 20 sexual abuse cases coming up in the summer.
Right.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah.
And that's just one club, right?
Yeah.
Well, probably every club's the same.
Yeah, I would agree.
To varying degrees. Degrees.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's one out there that they don't really have anyone that they know because they weed them out or something because they're not really controlled by someone who allows it. But you know, which fucking one is that? Who God knows? You know. That is how we should be looking at our society now. Is not where are they, but where aren't they?
Right. So your kid plays football for one of these wee local teams, right?
Oh, what, like the local Sunday league or something?
Yeah, the Wayne's League, whatever.
And yeah, that's what I mean.
Comes to you, being your dad, and says, "I want your kid to play football for our team," and you let your Wayne go there. And the next minute, you know your Wayne's been abused. It happens all over. All countries.
I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be like youth club, freaking football, tennis.
Yeah. I'm not blaming Celtic
walking, rambling.
The person that's abusing them, but surely people must see it.
Carry on, guys. 2 minutes. Carry on. Brilliant.
But we really do need to be looking at society, like I just said, don't we? Not where are they, but where aren't they?
Well, that's it. Where is safe?
Yeah.
My house is safe for my kids.
Well, as we found out with COVID, there is no freaking safe, is there? What there is education, protection, intelligence, and due diligence.
Yeah.
Now, that last word, due diligence, that's the one. Every parent should have that and should keep their eyes glued to their kiddies.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I heard exactly what you said, Robert, about your home is safe for your kids, but unfortunately, I strongly suspect there's a lot of homes out there.
Well, there is
where the kids are not safe.
Well, did anyone see? And this isn't paedophilia or anything, but did anyone see the news just earlier tonight? I saw the local news, and it was talking like fairly local news, Midlands or whatever, and Midlands Today, I think. And it was talking about a woman who had used her son's inhaler and created a crack pipe out of it at one stage. And this child had died. Unfortunately, the child services were to blame because they actually missed quite a few pointers which they should have seen. So they were the ones to actually blame, although obviously the mother was to blame, but she was basically just unable to do anything about her son, save his life because he died because she was just smoking crack too much.
Yeah. You know, I probably won't make any friends here. Sorry, Robert, go on.
Why did she still have a child? It should have been taken off.
I don't know, but that's the problem, Robert. It was put down to the child protection services not doing their job properly. They didn't have that due diligence
anywhere in Britain.
They've already changed processes to hopefully make that impossible to happen again. They say, fuck up.
Yeah. Can I just say something? You know, a very, very good friend of mine. She was social worker, child protection, and it got so bad that oh God, it must be 20 years ago now. It caused her such a mental breakdown. She was one of the good ones, the ones that really cared. That she's still not fit to work, and she did put it to me one way, which is quite blunt, which is sometimes they're damned if they do and damned if they don't.
Right.
Well, that's the case nowadays, isn't it? That's society, damned for doing and damned for don'ting.
Yeah, if you go back into the 90s and whatever, there was all the things about all the social workers, you know, going over the top and taking kids away from entire villages, and what was it, that thing up in Orkney or something, or the Shetlands or something, I can't remember. It was all bloody nonsense.
Paedophile ring they found up there.
Well, you know,
allegedly, and it, you know,
about
all
About 15 years ago, when I was so many years, like 4 years into looking into all this conspiracy theory listings, I looked into like this kind of thing, and it sickened me to my stomach, and I had to stop at one point. I was like, you know, I'm going to believe that, and I don't need to see it. And when it rears its ugly head, I'm in the world, I'll see it. You know, now that I've been informed to it, but I don't have to look right into it because I really don't.
You find it
like,
too disturbing.
It was, yes, disturbing, and it just leaves like a sour taste in your soul, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah, it just tears you up inside.
I'd say that is the wrong word, though. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. Well, if you did your job right, then, you know, you're doing it correctly.
Yeah, but I think they proved their master wrong with that particular case that I spoke about, which this a mother son died. That they'd done the job properly, but it was their fault because the job didn't allow them to find the issues.
And again, sometimes with the social workers, what they're up against, hang on, excuse me, is a system where the wheels turn so slowly sometimes. The guy, the people at the sharp end, the social workers, are trying to get things done, but the system can be so sluggish.
I would say that more they look at it as a 9 till 5 job.
Some do.
I spoke to one, Master Ron. I spoke to one and I said, did you join this job with the outset, the mindset that you wanted to help people? Obviously, you wanted to help people in a way that would like help them keep their children, and possibly if they deserve them or whatever, keep their children. You want to do the right thing, and that's what you're here for. And they said yes. And I goes, is that the reality? And they went, not anymore, but it can be, but it's not. Unfortunately, it's a job.
If you're going into a job like that, then that's what you do. You make sure you get it right every single time. But I feel that for a very long time that they just see it as, oh well, I'm going to get a wage at the end of the week, and I don't really do the job correctly. They don't really put everything into it, and they haven't done that for a long time.
Right, Yvonne.
Well, a quick interruption, just a quick one. Sorry, guys, please carry on in one sec because Yvonne's off, guys.
Night, Yvonne.
See you, Yvonne.
Good night, Yvonne. That's her, Yvonne.
I think part of the problem, Ron, is
thanks for all your support, Yvonne. Much love, massive respect. Thank you. Give my love to Paul as well. And thanks for all your support. You're brilliant. You're brilliant. Thank you.
Night, sweetie.
Tuesday. Cheers.
Yeah, what was I going to say then, Ron? Oh, that was it. Let's just for the sake of argument, say that all the social workers up at the sharp end are in it for the right reason, just for the sake of argument. But then over them, there's a corporate structure, which, like any organisation, is incredibly risk averse. So all the box ticking has to be done. So they can't have the arses sued off them, which then feeds back into what goes on at the sharp end. It's so bound up. It's hidebound in an awful lot of bureaucracy. So when things do go wrong, they say, "Well, look, we did what we're supposed to do. Look, we've ticked all these boxes as we're supposed to."
Uncle Heavy, can you imagine?
Yeah, but you're giving
elitist guy sitting in his office with a team working on how to fuck the system up so that they can fuck it. Day by day, doing what they want. Let's design it so we can fucking fuck it up the way we want. Do you know what
Well,
I'm saying?
that's quite easy.
Obviously,
Just
right things don't get done
so
properly.
we can have it how we want.
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
that's
yeah,
quite
you know,
that's
thank you,
quite
that's a good way
simple.
to
That's
put it.
quite simple. The right connections, the right handshakes, the right
Yeah.
school tie.
And
This,
that's
that,
why
and the
Jimmy
other. The
Savile
old
had
boy
that
network.
special room, you know, and that's why Jimmy
Well,
Savile
at
was
Broadmoor and
allowed
Stoke
to break the rules.
At Broadmoor and Stoke Mandeville.
Yeah.
I can understand why they gave him the accommodation at Stoke Mandeville, because he did spend a lot of time and effort raising money for them.
Yeah, I know. You can see on the on
a very innocent level. Yes.
Right, I'm taking a risk here, guys.
Yeah.
Oh no!
It could be a troll. It could even be Henry Crinkle, because we've got question marks. See,
and he's muted.
Stephen, Adimola, Adile, how are you doing, Stephen? Thanks for coming in, mate. Anyone else who's coming? All you guys in the chat have been super. Thanks so much for your support, or supporting people who's on the panel as well, and giving your opinions. Very important, and having a laugh at the same time. Superb stuff, guys. Thanks so much. Top class. Who are you? Don't put question marks up and mute your mic.
Is it the fucking Riddler? Question mark.
Probably is. Yeah. Listen, don't piss me about when we're on a good line here.
Get rid, Dino.
Am I?
No, you don't want to get rid. I am the third.
Oh God! Dino, hit the button quick! Hit the button quick!
It's not a question mark. It's a skid mark.
Have a guess who this is, guys.
I applaud.
My God. It's like you just had a Bikereddie moment again, Dino. You just like, don't piss me off. Oh my God!
How did you guess? How did you guess?
Blood. Shit.
No, even though he's a pain in the ass, I still let him on.
That was class, Plod. Awesome.
Well done, mate. Yeah, he had us all going. Well, considering what had happened earlier.
Yeah, well, I sort of sat back and I sort of waited because I basically only went up north to watch the football because Liverpool were playing United. And so me and Biker sort of got together privately and we completely arranged it. And then when I picked Dino up and it was like, yeah, just going to sort of go off. And then if we get a chance to sort of do anything, then fine. But I'm going to meet up with another mate. And yeah, basically he was drawn in hook, line and sinker. And right away down.
A cunning plan actually worked.
Oh, without any shadow of a doubt. Okay. Can I just say good evening to everyone in the chat? Okay, lots of love. And everyone on the panel as well. But honestly, it's like I was just listening to you guys just talking when Dino and Biker were actually saying it. And it was absolutely incredible. Truly, we've all had surprises on us. A lot of us have arranged surprises, but truly, this was so much more than that. And it was when we got there. Now I heard Dino saying about, yes, I drove past the pub. Yes, I deliberately drove past. But then as I pulled into the pub, I clocked Biker exactly where he was parked up. So I took the actual one just before where he was parked, so the line before, and I parked literally at the far corner to where he was. And as we were actually walking into the pub, I sort of, now Dino was just slightly behind me to my left, and I sort of stuck my hand up in the air just to sort of wave at Biker. And we went in the pub, and I always knew I was going to be sitting outside because I knew that Biker had Heidi with him. Then all of a sudden we went outside. I just went, Dino, why don't you sit there? I'll sit here. I know you want to get the sun. So I knew that he was back then was to Biker. And then I just turned around and I went, you do realise there's an absolute awful lot of morons around here. Half a second later, Biker sat on the bench.
Right on cue.
Now you're talking about the gap between their shoulders must have been no more than about half inch.
Yeah. So he was absolutely banged on cue, was he then?
Yeah, but he just sort of turned his head to the left, Dino did, and he went, "Are you all right, mate?" And then there was this really unbelievable pause and this awkward silence. Well, I say awkward, it was like a really emotional silence. And then the realization, and then as Dino was jumping up, he turned around and he looked at me and he went, "You bastard." He just went, "You bastard." Okay, and then he jumped up.
I
He
took
gave
him round the back of the pub. I kicked shit out of him.
and then he jumped up. And what was really funny is Biker went to give Dino his hand to shake it, and it was like, "No, hug," and that was it.
And you don't shake hands with people you love like
exactly,
that.
and it was honestly heavy. SG, Ron, and Robert, and everyone in the chat. I'm telling you now, it was such an emotional meeting. I think because where we've spoken an awful lot and everything else, and everyone knows that I've done a fair bit with Dino and everything. But I tell you now, it was such an amazing thing, and me and Biker did speak about filming it. We did speak about it, but there were a few reasons why we decided not to film it. There were a few reasons, and when we look and the way that now even when Biker came off tonight, I had a quick word with him just as he came off.
Mm-hmm.
And as I turned around and I said, what you got to remember is regardless, there may have been no film, but for us, that part there will be completely ingrained in our memory.
Just seared into your memory now from forevermore.
Yeah.
Forever.
And also, keeping it between you three kind of makes it, well, maybe a bit more special.
Yeah, yeah. A lot more personal is what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was just so great. It really was. But Dino, I think with different things that are sort of going on in Dino's life at the moment, I think that was the most amazing thing that could have happened for him. And even when, as he was saying now, when he turned around and went, "Oh yeah, Biker doesn't live far from here," it's like, yeah, well, what we'll have to do is we'll have to try and see if he's free on another time, okay, when I come up. And yeah, then we'll sort of go with it like that. And he's like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it can't happen this time. I want it."
How did you manage to keep your face straight?
It was very, very hard. I'm telling you, Heaven, it was so hard.
Guys, never ever play poker with Plod.
Do not even go there, guys. By the way, after that, he got a right fucking bollocking.
But Heavy, it was an absolutely lovely, emotional bollocking that I would take every time for that look on his face.
Yeah.
That was the most amazing thing. And the feeling and the way that he went, I don't think I've ever seen him that emotional.
Yeah. Was it a proper double take, and in between the two takes you could see the gears whirring?
Yeah. But I'll tell you now, it weren't you could see the gears, you could see all the mechanics that were in there as well, mate.
It was written all over your face.
Blokes that had all the blokes running around inside him. Suddenly Dino had got like all these people running around going, "What the?"
Oh, he got me because I was conned, and like he said to me, he said, "Oh, it's a last minute thing," and where are we going? He said, "Well, there," and I went, "All right then." We kind of got to this junction where Biker lives, near enough, within a few miles, and how come you didn't arrange it that we could all meet up and things like that? Oh, well, fucking hell, you know what I'm like, Dino. It's like a last minute thing. I'll decide on the day, on the morning, where we're off to and things like that. And like when we're in private conversation, the three of us, Biker's going, "You're doing what? You're coming to work and I only live, and you're not even bothering to call on." And I'm going, and I'm saying to him, "Right, what are you fucking playing at? Why didn't you say to me you wanted to? Why didn't we plan it then? Don't come to me, right, on the day and say, 'Oh, we're going there tomorrow.'" And
Yeah,
like,
no,
oh, well,
heavy. What it was.
maybe next time we'll arrange it and meet up with him. And the
Yeah.
bastards have been planning it for nearly a fucking month.
I tell you now, heavy.
Good man.
I came up the night before the football, okay, just so I could sort of spend a bit of time with Dino. So I came up the night before, and we were having a private chat that night when I got up. And it all sort of came out, and the way that it went, so me and Dino were sitting there together, and you had Biker on screen, and Biker's going, "You absolute bastard, you're not going to come and see me. I think you're bang out of order." And he's going like this, and he was really having a go. And truly thought that everything was completely right. And I'm going, Biker, I'm so sorry, but I just do not have the time. I've got the football, and I've got to meet a different mate, and there's too much going on, so I can't do it. And he really is. He was leaning into the screen as well, and he's going, I won't use the word. It starts with C.
Yeah.
Ends with, yeah, exactly. And
you absolute chap, you absolute chap.
Honestly, they had me. They really had me. I mean, like when they said that, we were in private and on screen and that. And he's saying to him, I can't believe you're doing that, you bastard. And so when Biker said that to him, I was thinking, I can't believe you're doing that. I'm looking at him, and I'm going like the fucking wanker. And think, you won't believe how we are together.
Inside plot at this point, you're rolling around laughing.
No, see, I would, but I would tell you now, it was really, really unbelievable, because I know how caring these two people are, right? And I know what was coming from Biker, right? Yeah. He knew what was going to happen. So for everything, for Biker going, you bastard, and all the rest of it, that carrying on, I could.
He was just playing up to it, wasn't he?
But then for about 6 hours, I had Dino going, "You're an absolute bastard, you're a twat. How can you come all the way up here for the football, and yet you're not going to actually go and see Biker? I think you're really out of order." And he was really, really snapping. And even like the following morning, okay, the morning of when we were going to meet up and the day of the football, I took one of the first.
Were you still getting it in the neck
that morning? Is I got a message from Biker this morning. And he was like, "Did you?" And I was like, "Yeah." It just said one word: bastard.
That convinced me. It was that what convinced me. It was like, there you fucking go. Has he got back to you? Did you get back to him? Well, no. So there you go then.
How did Dino say that?
How dare you do that?
How did Dino say bastard? Did he say you bursted?
Honestly,
all I'm thinking of is
fucking winds me up. He does. You do.
But it was such a beautiful thing. Well, heavy. I know where you just got your fishing rod out. Okay, it wasn't the fishing rod, mate. Okay,
real Dino in.
This
no,
was
I will get him back. He knows I'll get him back.
This was a fishing trawler that had him in the net, okay, and dragged him all across the North Sea.
Yeah.
Don't even drag it on, mate. Stop dragging it on. Right?
And when he reeled it in, blood went, aha.
Epic, mate.
No, I tell you now, because I was sitting at the opposite side of the table and I could see what was just about to happen and how it happened, right? When Biker actually sat down, I felt so relieved that it was all done, but I was just smiling from ear to ear, and I was just so happy. And that was the great thing. And I think for me, because I was looking at the two of them, because where Biker sat next to him, exactly what was planned. All three of us, it was such a very, very emotional few seconds right at the very start, and then we had the time then to actually talk, and it was just incredible. It really was. And honestly, I don't think I could have set it up for anyone more special and more emotional than what Dino is. And I'm really happy that we actually done it. And I'm glad that it had the actual effect that it had. And he did. And I'm glad he didn't have a heart attack. I'm glad of that.
Dino, you're far too trusting by half, mate.
No, I know that, but you don't know what he's like, right?
Very convincing, obviously.
Right, but I'll tell you what, it's been the best. It was the nicest surprise I've ever had. Now, if you think back, guys, when it comes to biker, myself, and lives, imagine meeting up with someone for the first time after 12 months of constant, I think, bear one when there was, he couldn't make it. Imagine that, meeting up with someone like Biker, being myself, that and being set up in order for that to happen.
Now he uses that word "set up." Okay, he was not set up.
Shut up! It was
not much. Not much.
Let me ask you a question.
Am I the police?
Have all of you ever set up a surprise?
Am I the police?
He was set up.
Heavy, Ron, Robert, have you ever set up a surprise for someone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you tell me, when you're actually sitting with that person while you're still trying to set it up, it is so hard to keep that information in. But when you've got the other person or other people that you're setting it up with, and they're actually having a go at you to make it look like that it's going the opposite way, it is just so hard not to give something away. And I'm telling you, I could feel myself when Biker was calling me a bastard and everything. I could feel myself biting my lip, okay, trying not to say something.
Yeah, trying not to just burst out laughing.
Yeah, I suppose you could have acted like it was an audit, and like, Dino was the police officer, and you weren't really telling him what you were doing.
Yeah.
The thing is with him, right, when we talk in private, the way he talks to police is totally in order, right? But how dare you talk to me like that? I'm not the police, right? So you'll not talk over me.
Well, I don't know. You sometimes just scruffy as some of them.
I don't give a shit what you say,
Don't you?
Look, it's fair to you.
I know,
Fucking
mate.
hell.
I'm completely mangled.
Yeah, I know that. No, honestly, guys, you know what I've said about Ploddies. I don't care what people think about us when it comes to YouTube or friendship or anything. We really are friends in real life, and he's doing really well on his channel, and he's been around for a long time. First channel he ever went on, live stream wise, was mine. Ever since then, it's just flowed. It's like we are kind of brothers and things like that. So we will do audits together, always. Not all the time, consistently, but because he's a southern softy, and I live up here, so there's a distance. But we will always, he's my outlet really, because I'm doing my other stuff now and the other channel stuff. But he's a pure auditor, as we know, and he actually helps me to get out there and do that stuff as well as.
We help each other, mate. We help each other. As me and Dino actually said, and Biker, it's like YouTube was there and it started off as YouTube. But YouTube, normally you would sort of get introduced to somebody by somebody face to face. But YouTube brought us three together. And what's been built from that has just been absolutely incredible. It's like UK Transparency just put a message up, okay, saying that you still need to get your arse in gear and do a trip up north at some point this year. No, UK, I will try and do it. At the moment, I've got a lot of things going on. That's why at the moment there's been a bit of a delay.
He's not talking about you.
You live up north. You live up north.
Yeah, but he's saying he still need to get my ass up there. And
Yeah, I know.
you think
And
he's
I'm
saying
hoping that
get
can
your ass up
happen,
there.
and UK can actually do it with me.
Yeah, could he? What's
Boom.
that?
You
Then?
never know.
And what about an
Oh.
audit?
We don't want to know.
I think Uncle Heavy's
I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you. When it comes to willfully misinterpreting things.
What I will say is I've done a bit of work with Plod recently. That'll be coming up, and that will carry on in time, in bits, you know. But whatever you all might think, right, it don't matter whether we're on YouTube or make videos or whatever, we'd still be the same together, you know what I mean? So, and I know for a fact as well that a lot of people, YouTubers, have tried to like jump on Plod's way of doing things and trying to come in there and say, hey, do you want to do a video with me? And can you come with me? No, he won't do that. You know what I mean? He's his own man. So it just proves that a lot of people think he's that successful, which he is. They want to ride on his shirt tails, right? That's the old saying. And the fact is, they do. We know these people. And don't ever think that, well, you can think that of me if you want, but it's not like that at all. If I weren't on YouTube at all, we'd be the same. If he weren't on YouTube and I was, we'd be the same.
Yeah,
it's
correct.
just the way it happened, you know. He could have 1,000 subs, I could have 20,000 subs. It'd be the same. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's not a case of like myself riding on, you know what I mean? Because he is one of the best in the world, in my opinion. But you get a lot of people who come in because he's doing that well. They want to involve him.
You do keep making this claim, Dino, I have to say.
I was just going to say the key to the way you do it, Dino, and you, Plod, is you don't pretend to be something you're not.
Yeah, as I say,
absolutely who you are.
Yeah, but
you know, so genuine.
If everybody was the same at doing what we do, okay, it would be pointless going out there.
Yeah,
right. Exactly. This is what's so great as a collective. Okay, all what we're trying to do is educate. Okay, and that's the way that I see it.
Have you asked any of the Met officers yet, Plod, what it's like to be dickless?
Well, there's one coming up that I think you will really enjoy, Heavy. That it's not far off of that. And I will, the only thing I'm gonna say to that is it will also most probably have to be the quickest process through custody ever.
Okay. Interesting.
The reason being because it was the custody sergeant in which was the victim, but also the arresting officer.
Right.
So that's all I put, but that'll be coming up soon. And yeah, but altogether, the whole process of actually being in custody, going through, and then they had to get another officer, another sergeant to do it all because the custody sergeant couldn't be there because he was the victim. And so, so they had to get someone else. So they needed me out of the cells as quick as possible.
Darren,
I was in and out in a 40-minute process.
That's what she said.
Yeah, Darren, good night, and thanks for coming in. Good night, good morning, wherever you're from. Thanks for coming in and sub to Plod's channel. Great stuff, and spread the word. Because if you want education on law, education on how to deal with people who abuse the powers, education on how you should deal with people like this who think they're in a position where they can bully people because they're in a certain position, then please watch Plod's channel. I'm plugging it. Of course I am. Not just because he's my mate. If I've never met him before, I'd still plug it.
No, but Dino, but Dino, leave it there. Let's just talk. It's your live. Let's just do what we're doing.
Talking about plugging things, I don't know if that's right, Dino. Is that the route you want to get down?
No, I have to, because I'm not just come on, guys. Anyone who's seen this, come on. I mean, come on. We can't argue, can we? Let's be honest. And
I don't think there is any argument, actually.
But there's not many auditors, right, who get a mention on a mainstream radio live.
That's true.
And he has himself and AB. That were the two names that came up on LBC Radio, which is quite a mainstream, quite a major radio station.
It is in London, yeah.
With politics and that. No, anyway,
if you ask me about Plod and his videos, I will say that he does know his law. Sorry, his legislation and that, and absolutely, and he knows it better than them. And he does tie them up in knots and get them a bit confounded and combobulated. I've got to say, yeah.
It must drive the coppers absolutely up the wall.
Like, oh my God, who have I got here?
Yeah, what the hell have I got myself into here?
Yeah. Well, SG, I would tell you now. All what I do is I just go out there. As I said, you know yourself, whether or not I film a bad interaction or a good interaction, I will always show it. Some people don't show good interactions. Okay, they only want to show the bad, and that's entirely their choice. But for me, as I've always said from the start, whatever I film, I will show. Right, and for me, it's like what you just said. There's a couple coming up where, honestly, at the end of it, I felt like I'd done 10 rounds.
Yeah.
It was just such a really, really mental interaction, and I came away, and it's like, now that, as I put on one of my videos, is this the dumbest copper in the UK? And that was from Wembley. Right? Honestly, I now think that I may have actually beaten that one.
What, found one even thicker?
Yeah, but then, as I say, you've got a turd, you've got a tick turd, but then you've got a diarrhea turd. And I think that this one is even beyond that.
See, I know the one he's on about, guys. I watch these before they get released, and you'll know exactly what he means. And I said to him, I said, before you put that one up, I said, you know that the one you put up, which is the dumbest cop in the world, which he was. But up until this one, I'm thinking, hang on, part two. You won't, right? Just wait till it comes out. Honestly, to God, if you ever think back to being at school, and you see, you've been in trouble, you've done something naughty, and you have to face the headmistress or headmaster, and you can't start going, yeah, but, and then you start making them excuses up. You put, no, I don't have to do that. And that's what happens in this video. Just wait till that goes up, guys. You'll absolutely love it. But yeah, for me, I'll challenge it. There's no one can argue that. Mates or not, it don't matter.
Right, stop there, Dino. Don't even attempt to say it. Just leave it there. Okay. Can I just say, Heavy, it's really good to see you back, buddy.
Likewise, mate. Likewise.
Really, really good to see you. Okay.
I've been busy.
But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shoot off. Okay. Heavy, do have a good evening. Ron, SG, it's always a pleasure with you guys.
Cheers,
Robert, I know you've been laughing there, Robert, and it's good to always hear people on this channel.
Yeah, Plod.
One that's in the chat, do have a good night. If you are new on Dino's channel, don't forget to like and subscribe on Dino's channel. Really, really great guy. So do have a good night, everyone in the chat. Dino, as I said, it was a real pleasure getting up to see you. and when I'm up next, then we'll do stuff, and then we go from there.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Plod, before you disappear, Plod.
Yep.
Can I? Sorry, Robert. Go on.
Just saying good night. Nice for the chat. First time.
Yeah. Just a question. It's been in my mind off and on this evening. I've been being so busy and whatnot. I've been totally out of the loop. Has anybody heard any updates on what's happened with Gittos?
No, I would like to know.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Robert, have you subbed to Plod? Have you seen his stuff?
I don't think so, actually. Wait a minute, I'll check.
No, you don't. You don't want to. It's a shit channel.
Shut up! Shut up! Check it out, and then you'll be hooked. If there's anyone who can teach the police a lesson, it's Plod. Have you gone yet?
I'm going now. Dino,
right,
do have a good.
Bye.
Dino, do have a good night, mate. Take it easy.
Yeah, you too.
Mate.
Thanks for everything, mate.
See you, Plod.
Bye.
Good night.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Good night, mate.
Dino, put a link up for his channel.
I'm shit at that. Any mods in there?
Oh, wait a minute. What's his channel called?
I'm not a mod, and I haven't put one link up yet. I don't think. Even my own. Never even done my own.
What you're trying to say, that you want to be a mod and you want to put links up? Is that what you're trying to say?
God, no. My point is, I'm that shit at being a mod. There's no point in making me a mod, unless you just want to check I'm blue.
I'm just shit at being a fucking channel host. That's why I let you guys take over. But listen, no, if you put because I know it's important what you say, and laughing aside, it's great stuff what you come out with. So if you've got information that you've got a link to, if you just put hi or whatever in the chat, I'll mod you up.
Right,
I can get this information out there. Right,
that's me subscribed.
Right, nice one, Robert. Honestly, mate, you'll be blown away. He's so modest as well. He's like, yeah, whatever. But honestly, I've seen him in action, and you know what? They do not fuck with him at all. And if they do, it's unlawful because they can't handle him. And it's like, what do we get him on? But no, he's a great guy as well. But whenever you hear that saying, this guy won't take any shit, this guy will not take any shit from anyone, apart from me.
I'll have a look over the weekend.
Yeah,
Dino can't help but produce shit.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Did I say that out loud?
Just responding. Sorry, just responding to a comment by UK Transparency.
Right.
Was that the one with AW? Yes.
Right, hang on.
I didn't plan that when I said that, Dino. It was an accident.
No, I know, mate. It's all right. Right, this one, AW.
Yes.
Audit in Wales.
And chief or Inspector Dean Gittos?
Inspector. I don't think it was a chief inspector. He's
No,
probably a
Inspector Dean Gittos.
He's probably a constable by now.
A definite tyrant who had the auditing gentleman go around and visit his police station, which was Merthyr Tydfil, and he let him off, gave him the benefit of the doubt. And then Auditing Wales turns up a few, however many days later. And
a couple of weeks or so later, something like that.
He decides, this inspector decides that he's pissed off now with this shit, he said in his own words. And he's not standing for this anymore. I gave the other guy benefit of the doubt, but you can fuck off now. And then grabs Auditing Wales. He was a child at the time. And
minor.
Pulled the cords, minor. Pulled the cords of his hood around his neck.
Did he? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, and that's why he's like going, I can't breathe on the audio, because he'd taken the camera, put it in his pocket, but it was still recording, so he had quite a while of audio. Oh shit.
Who's that?
And so that's basically what happened. And, physical abuse to a minor for auditing. I think Auditing Wales was asked what he was doing, and he says, "Oh, I'm auditing, filming," and he goes, "No, you're fucking not." That's the tyrant that Dean Gittos is. And I believe there was some information on his previous activities being a bit tyrant-like as well. And we don't really have any updates on that shit, do we? No, not at the moment.
I didn't know about that, but
I'm sure the video was out there. I don't know if it still is out there, because it may be, obviously, I think it may have been took down a little bit because of it reaching its stage that it's at.
What happened there, guys?
yeah,
Just bombed out.
Yeah,
Is that a royal wave?
Yeah, I just bombed out for some reason.
It's internet. Same here.
Well, there you go. Yeah, it does seem like that. UK Transparency, yes. Talking about updates, does anyone realise? Did they catch the? I've got it remembered here from the Independent online thing. Anyway, news. Yeah. The Sarah Everard Vigil organisers. Do you remember that? The Sarah Everard Vigil.
Yes.
Okay, so the update was the Sarah Everard Vigil organisers win legal challenge against Metropolitan Police after rights were breached. High Court rules that none of the force's decisions were in accordance with the law.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
The force in the Metropolitan Police force failed to perform its legal duty. A judge condemned the Met for breaching the rights of the Reclaim These Streets group, which cancelled their planned event in March 21 after being threatened with arrest and £10,000 fines under COVID laws.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of lawsuits then.
Well, more than 1,000 people still attended the Clapham Common for the vigil, which ended with several women being arrested and allegations of heavy-handed policing, which we remember seeing, I'm sure.
Oh, I saw. Well, I think everybody saw the bloody video.
Yeah.
The footage of that.
The High Court found Scotland Yard breached the organisers' rights with their handling of the event, and that its decisions were not in accordance with the law. The summary of the ruling, Lord Justice Warby said the relevant decisions of the Met were to make statements at meetings, in letters and in press statement to the effect that the COVID-19 regulations in the force at the time meant that holding the vigil would be unlawful. But those statements interfered with the claimant's rights because each had a chilling effect and made at least some casual contribution to the decision to cancel the vigil. None of the Met's decisions were in accordance with the law. The evidence showed that it failed to perform its legal duty to consider whether the claimants might have a reasonable excuse for holding the gathering. How very important. Or to conduct the fact-specific proportionality assessment required in order to perform that duty.
Good God.
In a statement, the Reclaim These Streets hailed the judgment as a victory for women. I say it's a victory for law. It shows that the police were wrong to silence us. The claimants added the decisions and actions by the Met Police in the run-up to the vigil for Sarah Everard last year were unlawful, and the judgment set precedents for protest rights.
Well, I mean,
Very
when I saw that, I just thought straight away that's political policing.
It was absolutely one of the barefaced, in our faces political policing ever. Pretty much, the way it was done as well. It was just like, oh, we're going to ignore the fuck out of you and do what we want.
Absolutely.
Now it says here, the group said that the local women organised the event because they felt not just sad and afraid, but angry that women still weren't safe, and the burden was on them to protect themselves. They couldn't have imagined the far-reaching implications of their decision to organise a vigil. You know, they hoped that the police learned some important lessons. Well, we all hope the police learn some important lessons, but I doubt it.
No, they won't remember it past the next coffee break.
No. Yeah. Oh,
you see, in part. Sorry, go on. All I was going to say was,
just finish it off. Yeah,
go on.
Jamie Klingler, that's difficult to say, argued that decisions made by the force in advance of the planned vigil amounted to a breach of their human rights to freedom of speech and assembly, and that police did not assess the potential risk to public health, as in from their actions.
Wow.
It reflected a continued misunderstanding of the law, and that the officers responsible had failed to understand the reasonable excuse provisions that meant all protests were not banned. So even with all the bollocks going on about that, they still weren't looking and finding that they didn't realise.
Wow, that's so surprising, isn't it?
Isn't it?
The police not understanding the law.
Carry on, brilliant.
The judges said Scotland Yard had misstated the legal position under COVID regulations and made errors of law.
Not errors of judgment, errors of law.
Errors of law, yes.
Wow.
Well, they are in, authority of it, I suppose, at the time, aren't they? So it's got to be an error of law, I suppose. In the name of equal treatment and consistency, the Met refused to take account of the nature of the claimant's cause and the attitude of the public to that cause. Lord Justice Warby said, "This was wrong."
Wow.
And there we are, without going into the Ms. Everard,
the minutiae of it all,
so forth. So yeah.
Yeah. I remember the Everard case. Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, no one was against the women doing what they did, you know. I know they weren't exactly socially distanced, but that was the only thing, wasn't it? And
as far as I'm aware,
the goddamn police not socially distanced anyway, didn't they?
No. See, in part, what happens when it happens with football, crowds, football, even the police when they go in mob-handed, the mob mentality takes over, and someone very eloquently put about the mob. The IQ of the mob is the reciprocal of the square root of the number of people in the mob.
Well, yeah. And we all know, though, mobs are a bad thing sometimes.
Yes. And that's sometimes on here. I mean, I hate that. And sometimes on here, why I do come across maybe sometimes as overly diplomatic. But there is sometimes more than one way to view a thing. And I don't know. As I've got older, it's just like, well, okay, let's try and take a view in the round at first. Gather, get all the information, whether it's, whichever side it comes from, whether I agree with the view or not. Weigh it all up, and then if somebody deserves it, call them a cunt.
Well, there's plenty out there, I suppose.
Well, except for politicians who are just quite cheerfully condemn out of hand. But they deserve it.
It's just, I really didn't get the whole vigil. It's like, hold on a minute. Someone has been murdered by a police officer, and there's a protest, and you haven't really stopped protests because the protests have been every day about other things anyway. But you're going to stop this one.
Yeah,
you did.
They didn't really stop the protests about the lockdowns.
Exactly.
But because this was kind of having a go at the police,
well, they fizzled them out. But they're like, they certainly, you just say, because it was the police, they had a vested interest, didn't they, to actually shut it down.
So it sounds like, from what you've said, the police had decided beforehand that they were going to go whaling in and bust this one up.
Oh my God, I'm just going to add this one, right? For what you just said there, this next comment is going to be brilliant. And when I say brilliant, I mean really bright. Scotland Yard has denied wrongfully interpreting COVID laws or unlawfully interfering with the group's rights.
Well, of course they're going to deny it because,
in other words,
they've got to deny it because if they say anything else, we know that the lawsuits are going to come down the line, so they have to do a Boris about it.
Yeah.
I mean, they say
the way
anything else, they've admitted it,
well,
and they can't defend it in court. Then.
It says in a statement issued before a hearing in January, the force said the Met was unable to give an advance assurance to the claimants that their involvement in organising the vigil would not put them at risk of enforcement action during or subsequently to that event. In other words, they don't know what the fuck they're going on about, do they?
No, that's corporate speak. For you, do it, and we'll make our minds up when it happens.
They're unable to give an advance assurance to the claimants that their involvement in organising the vigil would not put them at risk. In other words,
yeah, they were keeping their options open.
They didn't tell them shit so that they would fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. They were being deliberate. I would say deliberate. It's corporate speak for you. Do it, and we'll see what happens, shall we?
Without even saying that.
That's cool. Yeah, they said it in corporate speak.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they said it
legal speak
after the fact when they should have said it before the fact to the people involved.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I mean, nobody. I mean, okay, some people might have been like, look, they're not social distancing. That was the only goddamn thing wrong with that.
Yes,
in a way, and in the eyes of really the law, they should have gone. Could you spread out a bit? Hello. Could you spread out a bit?
Who are you calling fat, copper?
Yeah,
They're telling me to become more fat because they're telling me to spread out. What have I got to do? Get a rolling.
Something that I thought of, when all these anti-lockdown protests were going on, and they had people, didn't they, on breaching the distancing rules. Yes. And I thought to myself, well, what's the distance? 2 meters, right? So that's 2 meters all round. So that's a 4 meter radius multiplied by pi. That's about 12.5 foot. So what you needed was a bit of 12.5 foot. The blue plastic water pipe.
Right.
Yeah. Put that into a circle around you. Join it up so it becomes a circle. Bit of string over your shoulders so it sticks out, and anybody that touches it has to move away. Go on up yours, Plod. This is my safe zone.
I actually came up with a couple of jokey things like that during that lockdown. Yeah, for social distancing. I thought about a laser light, or maybe not a laser, but a light which goes out and you can see it on the ground around you. Yeah, and it puts a proximity sensor, and then it literally, if somebody breaks the light, it'll go. Get back, you bastard!
Yeah,
I'll break your legs.
Step back. Yeah,
you'll be fined a fucking cunt load of bitch.
Yeah. Step back.
Yeah, Robert, you're right. Corruption, blah, blah, blah. The thing is with me, right, we can talk about all this forever. The question for me is, what are we going to do about it?
It was all political policing.
Correct,
from
Ron.
March 2020 onwards. Not just one incident, the whole fucking lot of it.
I tell you what, Ron. When the police really became the political police, if you follow me, when they really became miners' strike, the Battle of Ulgrave. Sorry. It was the miners' strike when the police became overtly political.
Well, that certainly changed a lot of things, didn't it? Yeah.
Well, selective
Do you notice, Uncle Heavy?
Say selective political policing. Let's
Well,
face it.
policing always has been selective.
Yeah, well,
Can I say
politically
the major change, weren't there?
Can I say
Yeah.
that? Do you remember that before the miners' strike, most police wore police men or women outfits, and after they kind of changed to more of a riotty, like
Tactical.
tactical. Yes. Thank you. And that's exactly what I saw anyway. Slowly, but it was kind of after that, wasn't it? You know,
it really took a big change.
Like they got to go ahead.
In the
you get hit by
90s.
bricks, mate. You've got to have summit.
Well, yeah, they had the riot stuff, but you know, it was really in the 90s, and certainly after 9/11 that police fashion changed to the more paramilitary look, shall we say?
Yeah. What gets me is though, none of them got any tits on their head anymore, but it's a bloody good defensive helmet. Why not? Why aren't they even wearing the hats? Arseholes. They should be fully outfitted for their activities as a police constable in the public.
Yeah, you know. Well, this is it. You know,
it's an important part.
It's part of their uniform. And excuse me, but if they're in public and are not wearing the uniform as it should be, they are improperly dressed.
I agree, and they shouldn't be improperly dressed
in public
while in the conduction of their duties.
Defamation of attire. Robert, thank you so much, mate. Thanks for coming on as well.
What part of Queen's Regs is it about being properly dressed? Do you know? Can you remember?
Everybody, cheers.
No.
Yeah, honestly, Robert, thanks so much, mate. It means a lot to me to have someone on and hear a voice from someone who's in the chat. No bother.
No bother.
No bother.
Okay, the new. Right, I'll catch up.
I am Brew, Mary Scotland from Gears. Robert, honestly, mate, a star. Thanks so much for coming on. For me, I'm the one who's delighted, you know, to have someone in the chat to come on and speak and things like that. So,
right, my friend, I'll catch up. Right, okay, boys. Cheers. Good night, ladies.
No worries.
Take it easy, Robert.
Cheers.
What a nice guy. Brilliant. Thanks, Robert. Paul. Oh, right. I thought you were singing Mr. Blue.
I was just going to ask Dino. When you served, if you were improperly dressed and you got spotted by the Razman or a sergeant, you got a rocketing, didn't you?
Yeah, everything had to be perfect.
Spot on. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you were in, you know, been sat in a bloody hole in the ground for 3 weeks or 2 weeks on exercise. You still had to be properly attired, which was, you know, you had your ferret or your tin lid on, and you know, the correct clothing. You didn't just take it onto your own volition whether to wear your hat or your beret or not. So, and the coppers get away with it. I mean, I don't know what it's like in the military these days. Maybe they're allowed to do that.
Probably because I've asked a copper or two. What's that blue line thing? Oh, it's like the blue line. It's like what police were. All right, is it not like not part of the uniform? This is what we rainbow flags and all that. No offense, but. And then I noticed on the paramedic, stroke, ambulance, that kind of thing, they have a green line going across their badge. They're black and white, Union flag. Okay, and then the fire crew have a red line going across their badge. So what are these different colours? What are these lines? Why
the ambulance service is green, isn't it?
Yeah, but the difference is, you know, the ambulance service and the fire bobbies don't generally tend to come along, beat the snot out of you, throw the cuffs on, and bang you up.
Yeah, I know, but
Exactly,
all parts of services
Sure, it
which
can
we
happen, though.
require, you know,
Mm.
they've all got this. What's that about?
It's another wonderful import from the States.
Well, it is, and I'll tell you what, Dino. I saw a full-size flag, black and white Union flag with the blue line through it, flying in someone's garden the other day above a shed, and I'm like, huh?
So this blue line thing, it must mean something.
It's the thin blue line, and it's supposed to be.
It's not just
a
like a
charity
modern
fund.
version of the uniform, is it, or anything like
No,
that?
no. It basically, it's the only blue left on the goddamn uniform now, isn't it?
Okay, I get that.
I suppose it's like that. Is it their little link of
Well,
respect
couldn't
to
they
the blue?
couldn't they do that in a different way? It just seems that
Mhm.
other like the ambulance and the fire, it happens to be a line with a colour on it.
Well,
I
the thing
do have an interview, not an interview, a talk with a police officer who literally said, he said, I have lost what's the word?
Colleague?
Colleague, thank you. A colleague on duty, and I wear this in respect of them.
In memory of him.
In respect. And I said, yes, that's all well and good, but shouldn't there be like a day or a week for it? But not
What,
all
like-
year,
Yeah, I mean, why do it in the job
All
and
year.
uniform? Why not do it? You know,
Yeah, I mean, some of them have got freaking like multiple badges on them, haven't they? Multiple black and white Union flag with blue line badges.
I've seen the. I mean, no disrespect. I'm not phobic of any sexual orientation or anything like that. It's just the way the world's going, and obviously I'm from the past, you know, and things like that. So, but I do accept
certified old gimmer.
But what I don't understand is the
Still got your
rainbow
hair, then.
thing. Pardon?
You've still got your hair, I said. You might be old, but you still got your hair.
Right. What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with it.
It's a puppet.
Just because
if
it's a
me and Uncle
puppet.
Heavy were next to you, right, we'd be
my
taking
hair
your
got to do
one
with a
side of your
rainbow?
hair and putting it over our heads just to see what it looked
jealous. You're only jealous, right?
like. I only say that because I've got Uncle Heavy's haircut as well. So.
What do you mean
You
haircut? You
also
haven't got any bloody hair to cut.
Bald as a baboon's
more than me,
bottom.
actually. Sorry, Uncle.
Say bald as a baboon's bottom.
Yeah.
It's a badge of separation, separates them from the people they're supposed to be serving.
It's a gang sign.
A badge of separation. A badge of separation.
Hey, here's a
bridge
thought.
burner.
Here's a thought. If they put 3 of those blue line badges on, is that like having the 3 patches from the Hells Bells?
I don't know.
You know, to be a fully qualified member of the local chapter.
Yeah, I mean, Claude, you're right. You're right, mate.
Oh Jesus! It's 1 a.m. I've got to go.
Just 100%. But yeah,
I was only going to pop on for like freaking an hour.
Yeah, it's been a good old chat tonight, hasn't it?
I'll tell you what, it's been SG's live, and I mean that respectfully.
Mate, my voice has been screwed. I couldn't even go really on a panel. So I haven't been on for freaking days. Yeah.
No,
all I can say is,
I reckon there's no one in here tonight who's not enjoyed what you've had to say or been intrigued or learned anything.
Right, absolutely.
So thanks so much, mate. It's been great. You've given me an eye.
Anything that you've learned, you've got to go and check yourself. Do your own research.
Absolutely, mate. Don't believe anything. Don't believe us. Don't believe us. Just go out and find out for yourself. That's the best way. Don't just go, oh yeah, SG said that. Yeah,
Well,
in
more
my
to
eyes,
the
what
point,
he
more to the
said
point,
is,
more to the point, Dino. Don't take stuff at face value.
yeah, absolutely. Just take it in. You've heard information. It's like something you might not have heard before. So don't automatically believe it. But if you're interested, look further into it, and then you might say, "Well, SG were right," or whatever,
Also,
or hang on,
at
he
the
were
same
wrong
at the
about
same
this bit
time,
or whatever.
at the
So
same
don't believe any of us.
yeah, at the same time, you say about don't automatically believe, but if it's something that goes against your worldview and the way you think of things, don't automatically disbelieve as well.
Thank you. Yeah, very, very right.
You know,
John
you've
Walker
got to-
just said something important. My bad.
No, I agree.
He said the thin blue line is to keep the plebs off the snobs, and that's damn
Yeah.
right.
Keep the plebs in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me the best thing is like you can take in information from different people just like we do, and myself personally, like if I hear something and I'm not sure, I'll look into it.
Yeah.
So don't believe a word we say. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's because like
Don't take it as gospel.
Yeah, don't and a lot of people you might have come across the same information and go, yeah, I've come across that. I believe, but don't believe it. Research it yourself and find out for yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't be convinced by others. Be convinced by yourself.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, right? Somebody says that where is it? Oh God, alligator, spot on heavy, and he says heavy is a wise old owl too. Yeah. Well, I'm going to say that I think potentially I'm a little bit along the routes of slightly negative with my points that I come across. Sometimes, right? It's just the way I am. I try to be a positive person and bring it across in a positive way, but it's sometimes negative information in just the way it's polarized. But I think Uncle is kind of more positive than me. He like preferred to be a bit more optimistic.
Sometimes,
yes, I'll say sometimes, definitely sometimes.
Depends on what you know, what you've learned, where you got it from, what you've researched.
What I'm going to say is, surely you want those and more opinions on subjects, though, don't you?
Yes, I mean certainly publicly. If I don't think that I have enough information to come to an informed, rational decision, my default position, at least publicly, is to give somebody the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I can go with that. Yeah.
So you give the government the benefit of the doubt?
Oh no, they're politicians.
They don't have a fucking opinion.
But they're the ones who are making all the guidelines, the rules, going by the science, going by the laws,
right,
governing the laws.
Uncle H, right, you're talking about the people, and we're talking about
we the people.
I'm just talking about in general. I'm talking about in general. My this is kind of my before I open my mouth, on any subject really.
Yeah.
If I don't have enough information, I'll keep your mouth shut, and I'm not comfortable talking about it.
With what these guys have just said, like going along with it.
But which information?
Yeah, so you can go along with that contingent of people, i.e. us, versus the sheep. So you've got two lots there. And then the government and people in authority. So are you including everyone in that, or a section of society rather than the people who just stand up and lie to us every single day?
Why don't we just say what we said for ourselves, which was, don't believe us, go and fucking check it out, do some research, do diligence.
Do some reading around the subject as well.
And also, when it comes to the government, you do that too, and the councils and any authority. Check that shit out, because I tell you what, today I got a demand for payment. They wanted £65.89 for an amount outstanding for my insurance. And I'm like, hold on a minute, I'm not having this. So I was on the phone for like an hour and a half. They ended up paying me.
I don't know, I'm still wrong.
I had £1,000 insurance policy that I paid £755 in 6 months. And they decided that they owed me $350, but by the time it got to me, I owed them 60 whatever it was, $65.89. And I'm like, hold on a minute. I said, I got a little bit irritated, and I said, I'm going to audit the shit out of you. I'm going to appear at your Kings Lynn, head office. And I hope the CEO's going in and out.
That's Aviva then.
I'll be, well, no, it wasn't. It was, should I say? Because they were actually quite nice in the end.
Right.
Go on.
I don't know.
Go on, give them a plug. Give them a plug.
Well, yeah, because they were quite nice in the end, so it is a plug. And
you got it sorted out in the end.
They didn't want that, so threatened them with that. It's threatening with them auditing them. So where the hell is it? I can't even remember who it is. Client is what? Yeah, I can't even remember who it is. Hold on, I'll look at my phone.
Well, based in Norwich, used to be the Norwich Union. They got taken over by, I think it was Aviva.
I can't even remember who it damn well is. I got rid of them out of my brain until today, and that pissed me off a bit today. Adrian Flux.
Oh, they're just a broker.
Yeah, they're a broker.
Yeah,
but yeah, I was like, hold on, for £1,000 for a year, and at the 6 month point, I've cancelled my insurance and I paid $755. How are you wanting more off me? Like, that's just freaking criminal.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah,
and there was like I've asked for it to be sent to me email for the details, but there was like he reeled off about 4 different things. Oh, this administration fee, compliance fee, commission, this and and I'm like, what? Hold on a minute. Like, piss off. And tell you what, he didn't even take in the £200 deposit that I'd included at one point. And then after arguing with him 5 times, he went, actually, I think you might be right. I'm going to have to go away and check this. And then I wasn't exactly right, but he wasn't exactly right either. We had to meet in the middle, and they were very apologetic, and they waived their commission. I still wouldn't have got anything, but at least I don't have the debt anymore.
Right, a quick button. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, you've got to stand up for yourself, haven't you?
Absolutely, mate. All the time, especially now these days. It's very important. Very important. Because the way all this thing has been going the last couple of years, this thing, I've noticed, like, because of all these rules and regulations and that, where it's a one-way system and stand all that apart. And, like, we're now finally being told how to wash our hands. Thank God for that.
We were told to wash our hands.
Yeah.
But if no one knew how to wash their hands, then they weren't doing it properly, and it was pointless fucking doing it.
And
they're probably wiping it down the fucking crotch.
I love the government. I've just pulled my lips away from the feet, and I've stopped kissing the feet now, and I'm in charge.
You've moved up to the arse instead now, haven't you?
Whether it's an off license, whatever, like, you can't come in unless you're wearing a mask, or whether you sanitize your hands, and whether you show your badge of exemption, and they haven't got a fucking clue, have they? And when you challenge them, they don't like it.
I know, yeah.
Hey, just going back to something that Master Ron said about with the politicians. I did want to answer this, but he's gone. What I found, and this is something that started really under Blair with Alistair Campbell, spin. Trying
Linda
to put
Blair.
a slant. Say again.
Linda Blair.
Yeah, Care Blair, and
The Exorcist.
Yeah. Don't listen to what they're saying. Look at what they actually produce in the way of literature. Because certainly with the walking clusterfuck we have as a Prime Minister at the moment, the way he waffles, it's like that's dreadful. Anyway, the best what I do now, if I'm interested enough to look into something, policies or whatever the government's coming out with, or white papers and this, that, and the other, green papers, whatever bloody colour they are, is not listen to the speeches that they make in Parliament. Just go and look at the actual bloody documents, because that
The white
is,
papers.
yeah, that is the crux of the matter. Not how they try and sell it to the public. It's what is actually in the documentation.
Yes, it's like how you read the law as well. You read the law and it says nobody shall be victimized for this reason, full stop. And then by the time the police are telling you on the street, it's like, yeah, well, we can victimize you.
Yeah, the ink isn't even dry on it. They're at it. Yeah, exactly.
The translation, So yeah, when
and also
the politicians get the original draft, they go, fuck it.
Yeah, and also, sometimes you do have to rely on experts. I am by no means an economist, so sometimes it's like with the Chancellor's state. When the Chancellor comes out with his budgets, you have to look to the people who know how these things work to put it into plain, simple English for you, and what the repercussions and the impacts of some things will be, whether it's financial, whether it's economic, law, or whatever. You do have to rely on people who know how to decode this and put the impacts of any government policy or legislation
and morality when it comes to economy.
They've just got to put it into plain. You need to talk to somebody who can translate it into plain, straightforward English.
Yeah, there is no more morality since 1929, though, has there? In the economies. Literally, it's been, I don't give a shit, I'm going to invest this shit, even if it means that people are going to lose everything they've got. I don't know. Because I want to make money.
I never thought of that. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, and that is a literal proof from the crash of 1929, the morality and the importance of the job that people were doing.
Well, you can go prior to that with the South Sea bubble and the daffodil bubble and things like that.
I looked into this a little bit myself, or should I say, I've listened to a few economists on different sides of the argument. I'm not an economist.
Great, how are you doing? Thanks very much. Mally as well. Thanks very much for coming in, listening to this massive, great conversation tonight.
We have covered some ground, haven't we?
Absolutely. And do you know what? It's been all yours and SG's tonight for me. I've just loved just listening, honestly. It's been so respectful. I know it should be done. I just thank you so much, guys. Thank you. So
Herb Sniffer's spot on, actually. It's not a thought crime to deconstruct the government for its shady ways. Well, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
It's called, now how many times have I said it? There is a name for this, and it's officially called critical thinking.
Absolutely.
Where you look at the information in the round. You don't just take one point of view, you take many, many, many points of view and all different slants and angles on it, throw it all into a pot, give it a good stir and make your own mind up.
The thing is, you've got to take that critical thinking.
It's your own thought.
Yeah. And the hardest part about it, and it really is difficult, and sometimes it's a bit like trying to stop a sledgehammer in mid-swing, and that is given as much credence, and I've said this before, to opinions that you don't agree with on a personal level as ones that you do agree with. They can be just as valid. You might not like them, and it's very, very hard to develop that discipline.
Yeah, do your own thinking and don't be influenced by what people already think or what they're trying to put towards you, i.e. the TV, the news and things like that.
Yeah.
So Master on, right? Not sure about what you mean about that.
I'm a bit confused there. It certainly stopped me from saying in my next sentence, which I've completely forgotten now.
Oh,
Al T
Oh,
still in there. Al, how you doing, mate? Thanks for coming back in. Blah blah blah. Liz Parker. Right, Liz, you come up with a comment not long ago, and we were talking about it, and it was about organs. About that. They own them. Okay, I can believe that.
Yes, I know what that's. I know what that's about.
Oh, is it about the donor card thing?
Yes, you had to actively. Yeah, what used to happen was you had to opt in for organ donation, whereas now, I mean, they won't just automatically do it. If something happens, but yeah, they'll still speak to the families. But yeah, it's they've just turned the.
Dino.
Absolutely brilliant.
Dino. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to shout.
Right.
I thought that sounded like.
I might have to. I'm sorry, guys. I've just been bombed again. Under the name of Mark Kelly.
And that's who I was bombed by. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that's twice in one night. Thanks very much for the compliment, whoever you are. Obviously, you don't like this goodness, do you? So I will end it at 1:45, I think. In fact, I might have to end it now.
Well, nothing came on screen that I saw.
Yeah,
well, it was there for only a couple of seconds. Like,
all right, I must
to be honest, Dino, I'm not going to say do this, but when I was bombed, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, and I just left it. The left. I mean, I got it off the screen as quick as I can, but I was like, I just stayed. I left it going for another 4 hours.
No disrespect at all, mate. But are you monetized?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. See,
and I didn't know what to do. I was like, do I turn this off and make everyone rejoin again, or do I leave it? So, I mean, I left it up for about 20 hours after I finished, and then I went, I better take it down now.
Yeah.
I haven't deleted it. It's still there. It's only like 3 seconds of whatever it was. Like yours was 3 seconds. I don't know.
Apparently it's a 15-second window.
Okay. So I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So potentially you're within that.
Yeah.
Okay.
A bit disappointing. Thanks very much, Crinkle. Good try.
Yeah, I've no idea who that is, but he's that same one that did me. Yeah, because he does that whistling thing, and the Hetty Hoover was whistling for so many days. People were saying, "Oh, they're just whistling."
Yeah.
So it is the same one.
So the two names, Mark Kelly and Sparky, you've used tonight. Ridiculous. Okay. Right. I am going to end it now on that at 1:30. We'll have 12 minutes of let's forget everything we've said now and have a good laugh to finish with. But there's been some massive great points tonight, and it's been all SGs. You know,
you've been on form tonight, mate.
Absolutely, and it's been worth every single second as well. You know, made my life a lot easier. I've done a lot less talking. So, yeah, honestly, guys, yeah, we'll do 10 more minutes. I'm sorry about that. You know, but yeah, and I've seen you come in, Dave, massive herb sniffer. Yeah, that's you, Purple.
What kind of tea? Here's one for you. What kind of tea is really hard or difficult to swallow?
Tea towel?
Reality.
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah.
Dear.
I like that one. Sorry, I just like that one.
Yeah, it weren't good, that, to be honest. Right, we'll wind down, but if you want to watch this live back and listen to what SG said tonight, it'd be well worth it. And I'm not saying that for the clicks. because I never say like or subscribe or anything like that. But it's definitely well worth looking back at this one.
Well, thanks for saying that, because I don't hear you say that very often.
I hardly ever say the word what.
Yeah, you definitely made some very good points tonight, SG.
I don't know. Like I say, I haven't been on any panels for a few days because I've been ill.
Right.
I sneezed 9 times in a row.
You've been brilliant. I've had stuff in private saying brilliant and stuff like that, mate. Honestly.
Oh, cool.
No, honestly, thanks very much indeed. It brings me back to our early days.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? So thanks very much indeed. It's been different tonight, but good. And everyone's been so respectful to each other, which is what my channel's about. Then we can move on with things and talk about things and not interrupt and things like that. And we move on and we give each other different information. And like we said before, don't believe us, research it yourself. And very importantly, use critical thinking.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Absolute superb, guys.
You can never have, when you're trying to make your mind up on something, you can never have too much information. Sometimes you've got to, if it comes at you all at once, it can be a bit overwhelming. So you just got to plow your way through it. But if it's that important to you, take your time to go through it.
Absolutely, mate. And go over it again, go over it again, go over it again. Do not take things at face value, like we say. So don't think, oh, I've heard that must be true, or I've heard that's good enough for me, that'll do, or whatever. No, there's that one, there's the other side of that opinion, there's that guy who says this, there's him who's worked in that area, what we're talking. There's so many permutations to a subject. Please look into it yourself. But what you're getting tonight from people like us is guidance and advice, bit of wisdom, etc., knowledge, etc. So for those of you who are thinking what these guys on about, if you're interested, look into it yourself.
Yeah.
These guys are.
If it's important to you, start digging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I've seen the chat. I'm trying my best to keep up with everything, but I know after everything SG said and everything what people have said, like you've all come back with an opinion or agreement or disagree, and you've all played your part in all that, which is what we want, really, so we can move on with things. If you're not quite sure of something about what someone said, look into it yourself. Don't just sit there and go, I've listened to him, that's true. Or I've listened to him, I'm not sure. If you're not sure, that's a definite sign to say, I've got to look into this myself, you know. But yeah, take nothing at face value. Take in the information, the advice, the wisdom, the knowledge from people, the experience from people, and then look into it yourself, and you will find that you've got the same answers as some of these guys, and move on from that. Gain further knowledge. Ask questions. Like next week, you might say, "Well, what you said, Uncle H, about that, I looked into it, and yeah, that were right." And but that point, what you said, can I ask you?
I've come to a different conclusion.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Ask questions.
Yeah.
But you can't ask questions unless you look into something or hear something and take it in. You can't ask a question.
Yeah. And some bloke, quote unquote, some bloke down the pub is not a reliable source.
Exactly.
Well, unless he happens to be a professor
on a Dino live as well called SG isn't a valid.
Well, I mean, if the bloke down the pub happens to be, say, a professor of physics and he's talking about, I don't know, something in the physics realm, then yeah, maybe that bloke down the pub is a worthwhile source. But generally, the guy spouting off after a few beers, not a reliable source.
Nope. I've said it before, and it's an old saying. It's not my quote. I think it's Buddhist, and I've always believed in it. And it's simple and short, and it says, "Everything and everyone around you is your teacher.
Exactly. That is what we do in life. We experience other people's information.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Damn.
Fucking hell, what have I done?
No, he says, damn.
Oh my God.
On
Can we
that
get
note-
back to the serious stuff now? Thank
On
you.
that note, did you know all fish are called Bob?
On what scale?
All fish are called Bob. Well, that's what they go around shouting to each other, isn't it?
Bob.
Bob.
I do like that.
Yes, the old ones are still the old ones.
Absolutely, mate.
Mm.
Right, I am
totally
I'm sorry. The thing is, right, I could carry on, as you know, for a couple of more hours or two.
Oh, God.
But I've got a very busy day tomorrow, and
I
I've
have.
got to go up early, and it'll be worth it.
Oh, before you disappear, just a thought. I was up at the air museum up at Duxford. Yeah, the big air museum and the Lancasters there. I nearly got thrown out when the guy was going on about the Bombay Doors. You know, Lancaster, Bombay. I said, and all I said to him was, "Oh, weren't they an Indian tribute band?" Ouch!
Really? That's a good joke, though. Like,
right, we can finish off with banter like we start, guys. That's the good thing. Right, we'll finish off with banter like we start, but master on. Right. Okay. No worries. Let me know. What's up? Okay, so yeah, and everyone else, anyone who's coming, LT, good night to you as well, mate. Look after yourself, look after your brilliant partner. My love to Fluke, Crinkle, shall I say. Go away. I'm ending it. I can't believe. Oh, it is you. Fluke, I'm going, mate. Oh,
no, it is you.
Well, you were gonna go,
I was gonna go,
but
I can't. I can't go now because Fluke, he's smiling anyway. Listen, mate, 5 minutes. That's all. Hang on. Right, we got Fluke, guys. He's not. Where is he?
Oh,
is that Fluke?
He's there backstage in full picture, but on screen it's just dark, mate. Just blank. He's smiling away, but what are you playing? Hurry up, because I'm going. There you are.
Hello, Fluke.
Hello, Fluke.
I can't see myself.
Hey, you don't want to. Come on.
Dino knows from personal experience.
They're backstage in full picture. Guys, please welcome Fluke back. He's not been around for a while, but
I don't know why my camera's not on, but
it is on, Fluke.
We can see and hear you.
Yeah, we can see and hear you.
I'm going.
yeah,
There
sorry.
you are.
Yeah.
Hello, Fluke.
Hello, Fluke. I'm waving.
I
Hey,
I-
you don't want to.
I think my things,
Dino knows from personal experience.
my lags, my things lagging behind. I think that's what's going on.
Guys, please.
Well, you're in proper time for us anyway.
Not been around for a while.
Blimey, there's a hell of a delay.
Oh, we
there,
did
I
hear
think.
something in the
I don't know
background.
why my camera's not on, but
It is on, Fluke.
We can see and hear you.
Oh shit! I've heard that SG. I hate him.
yeah, sorry. Right, hello everyone. I'll just give me 2 seconds. So I think I'll have to change my internet connection.
No worries. Fluke, we've not got long, mate, but maybe Tuesday. If you come on earlier on Tuesday, yeah, we'll have 15 more, yeah?
Well, you're in proper time for us anyway.
Right. So while Fluke's sorting it out, and honestly, 15 more minutes, guys. I have got a busy day tomorrow. I'm not just saying it. Hopefully it'll be worth it, and I'll get some videos out on it as well. It's somewhere different. Don't think anyone else has done it. But yeah, that's all I'll say. Anyone who's come in, thanks very much indeed. Liz Parker, Mr. Blue, Ant, I've seen you, mate. Did to superb. I just want to say, while we're having a bit of a tiny break, while Fluke sorts himself out with the technical stuff, I want to say a special thank you to Yvonne Driver and Paul Yeoman. They're just beautiful people, and I've actually had the privilege to get in touch with them and speak to them in private, and they're the most wonderful couple you could ever meet, I reckon. And it won't be long before we do meet. And they've been around the longest, even before Biker, I think. Maybe not, round about the same time, but I just want to say thank you so much to them people for being around for over 12 months now. I think I'm 13 months in. So as a 1 year YouTuber, I just want to say thank you for sticking around for a full year and supporting me. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks, guys. If it weren't for you with your encouraging comments and things like that, I don't think I'd be able to go out there and have the same attitude as I've got when I know you're with me on things. So
every channel is nothing without the people who are subscribed to it and
unbelievable, mate. It's all I do, and I keep saying it. I click on, I start the live, and like tonight, for me, mate, it's been your life because you've been brilliant. Everyone else has joined in. Yeah, it's everyone else's life. I just click on and let
Tell you what, Dino, don't mean this the way it could sound, or don't say, which is only a year. It's like, what? No, you've been doing this way longer than a year. Take two.
13 months.
Hey, welcome back, Fluke. I'm going to do a very quick quote here. Nikola Tesla. Antisocial behavior is a trait of intelligence in the world full of conformists.
Yeah, there's a lot of quotes like that.
Do you want to hear that again, Dino?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Antisocial behavior is a trait of intelligence in a world full of conformists.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, to a point.
Considering how long ago he wrote it, it doesn't have the date, but
well, he died in the 30s, I think.
Oh, are you sure?
No,
it was Trump's uncle who was the one that went along and took all of his.
Trump's uncle was involved in seizing a lot of Tesla's files.
Yeah.
It was Trump's uncle that actually raided his apartment and stole all his.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how much he was involved, whether he led it or was just one of the people that. I don't know. I know he was there.
Introduce myself quickly, Dino, for those who don't.
Of course, mate. Right, guys. Fluke, he's been away for a long time. My channel's changed from a controversial ways. I wouldn't say slightly, quite a lot, but I'll always entertain it to a certain degree as long as it's kept respectful, and it has been. I know Fluke can be. We know how Fluke can get because he put so much hard work into his stuff and he's trying to get it across, but he realizes the way this channel's changed in a certain way, so we can talk about it in the way we've talked about it all night tonight, which has been totally respectful. superb stuff. Disagree or disagree, it's been sorted. It's not even been sorted out. Nothing been sorted out. It's just been a great debate, great chat.
Yeah,
So
that's great.
It's just been a conversation, hasn't it?
We just added to
this is what we have to have. Sorry to cut across you there, Uncle.
That's all right.
I keep calling you Uncle Henry, which is wrong. And I keep calling SG 5G, which is wrong.
Yeah.
So if I mispronounce your name on the live stream, please don't take it personally.
Don't worry, no worries. 5G now.
So yeah, I'll keep the amount. How many times have I apologised? I was just about to say 5G.
He nearly said SG then.
I nearly said SG, and I was going to change my name and say 5G then, wouldn't
I? Hey, this getting old isn't all it's cracked up to be, is it?
No, it just makes you look more stupid on a live stream. That's all that happens. Listen, Dino, thanks primarily for letting me come on. I really do appreciate it, and you're a good fella. And thanks to everyone in the chat, because there was a few comments that came up earlier, and I missed them because I had to switch internet connections and all that malarkey, and it didn't go too well. So I apologise if I missed your comment, but hello to everyone in the live stream. Uncle Heavy and SG. Fucking yes, got them right.
Yeah, and guys, you've said hello to Fluke. I know you're all familiar with Fluke, and you've been there when he used to come on my lives and that. And I believe Fluke weren't well for a while, and I was thinking, but he has been in touch slightly, and of course he's always welcome on here, and he comes up with some great stuff. So, like tonight, it's been brilliant, and I reckon Fluke he listens. I know he does. He watches, and
I did actually drop in and out tonight, but we've got a funny internet connection here, so sometimes it works really, really good, and sometimes it's really, really shit. So
no worries, mate. Well,
I came on when Masteron was on, and then he disappeared, and then my internet connection went down again. So I tried to hook it up to my phone, and that wouldn't work. So I had to go back to the original internet. Anyway, sorry to bore the shit out of you. What I did want to do, just as a piece of stuff that people can look into them for themselves, just a really quick piece about what everyone's called what's called an unlimited hangout. Yeah. So if you want to bear with me, I'll explain it quickly. It'll take me about 2 minutes. I'm specifically going to talk about what's his name? That dickhead, Russell Brand. Huh.
Right.
Now the funny thing is, if you're online at the moment, open a new tab, and if you want, go to YouTube and put in the letters RUSSE. Right. All you got to put in just RUSSE. The first name that comes up is Russell Brand. Right. 5.5 million subscribers. Right. And I'll give you a little insight into this guy quickly, because it's interesting how he's related to people that he's supposed to be slagging off, right? Where are we? Oh, spelt it wrong.
Russell Brand, the TV comedian.
Yeah, my arse.
Yeah, the actor, comedian, politician, historian, guy who obviously in some way hasn't been taken down by the mainstream. We wonder why.
That's exactly what I'm going to address.
He does seem to be saying some interesting things sometimes.
As a limited,
been taken down.
Right. So, okay. So what we've got is, this is what's called a limited hangout. You have a celebrity, so-called celebrity, who's got a YouTube channel that's verified and monetized, right? Who's been slagging off COVID for the last 18 months, right? But he never gets taken down for medical misinformation. Yeah. Whereas if I do it, or Dino does it, or that way, Uncle Henry does it, or SG does it, you know, then we get done for medical information. But he never gets done for medical information. Why is that? That's the question we've got to ask ourselves: is why is that, right?
So,
now,
yeah.
Does anyone know a bloke called Yuval Noah Harari? Anyone ever heard of that bloke?
Doesn't spring to mind straight off. No.
No, it won't do.
Sounds like he's on the current. Sounds like he's on the current. Could be on the current sanctions list.
No, not that type of Harari. Good point though.
Some sort of oligarch.
No, Yuval Noah Harari is a Jewish. Sorry, I didn't mean to use the word Jewish there. Sorry, of a certain religious background.
Thank you.
And he's a novelist and academic, and he's also, strangely enough, a young global leader at the World Economic Forum.
Oh,
this will all make sense in a second, right? He also made a speech at the World Economic Forum's meeting at the Davos. So if you don't know what Davos is, you should know what it is. Now, he was introduced to Russell Brand, who met him at a what do they call it, like a
meet and greet.
Yeah, kind of like a thing. It was to do with the what were they called? It was a publishing company in London, and Russell Brand met him at this meeting, and he cuddled him and thanked him for attending and gave him a kiss on the cheek and da-da-da-da. And he basically licked his fucking arsehole, right? But Yuval Harari, like I said, if Russell Brand is criticising governments around the world over their whole COVID policy, that's a limited hangout. When he's kissing somebody and hugging somebody who's a World Economic Forum young global leader and also a senior advisor to Klaus Schwab, right? On top of that, Russell Brand is married to a Rothschild, right? Mm-hmm. On top of that, if anybody wants to go to another tab on their computer and look up YouTube and put in Russell Brand, you'll see his header. We've all got like a header at the top of our YouTube channel with our photograph or, you know, whatever it is, like denology. You've got your little space thing going on. That's your header. If you look at the header of Russell Brand's YouTube channel, it's his face at the top, and behind him is the number 33. Right?
Well, that's enough for me.
Yeah, and here's another one, just to quote, and I won't go on. This is the last thing I'm going to mention about Russell Brand. He was going on during the election. If you go back to when Miliband was trying to get elected, Russell Brand was all over YouTube saying the left and the right are just the parasites, and they're just fucking. It doesn't matter who you vote for. And he was so, anti-government and da-da-da. And then 2 months before the election race finished, Miliband was invited round to Russell Brand's house, and apparently they had a powwow, right? And after that powwow, Russell Brand came out and professed to all of his viewers, that they should vote for Ed Miliband. So he spent 18 months slagging off the two-party statist system, and then 2 months before the election was about to be completed, he said, vote for fucking Miliband. Vote for Miliband. He's a good guy. What a statist touch piece this guy is. It's untrue. And this is controlled opposition. This is how they work. They draw people in with this non-statist element for 18 months and then draw you straight back to exactly where you started and put you back into the statist element, where he's telling you, this popular comedian, is telling you who to vote for. Right. So then we get the same thing again. Right. The same thing again. He's talking about, the whole COVID thing being bollocks. He's got video after video after video of him slagging off Klaus Schwab. Right. When the senior advisor to Klaus Schwab, our friend Yuval Noah Harari, who's a senior advisor to Klaus Schwab, and he's hugging him and kissing him. Make your mind up. Make your mind up, fucking Russell Brand, make your mind up, because you can't have it both ways. So you've got to be a limited hangout, right?
Controlled
In that
opposition,
limited
and they use celebrities and sports people and things like that. People who are prominent on that square.
And here's the one that will finish it off for you all, right? Here's the absolute brilliant piece, right? And you can go and watch this on Russell Brand's channel if you really desperately want to go and see Russell Brand. In that video, in this video, this is the man that's calling out COVID in one spectrum, right? Then he goes, what we need is a new type of world governance.
Right.
New type.
A new type of world governance. Not like an old type of world governance, a new type of world. So it's still world governance. It's just a new type of world governance.
So you said governance, not government.
So he doesn't like, but well, by implication, he's stating that he believes that we do have a world order. Well, by saying we need a new one, he's just said that we already have one.
Right, Herb Sniffer, right, obviously taking in this conversation what Fluke's saying. I get the impression you're disagreeing. I'll just go back to your first comment, which was, so you're saying Brand's a turncoat, and that's to you, Fluke. I don't think turncoat, we're not saying that because...
No, what I was trying to explain was this is what I'm trying to explain to people, is that you've got to recognise an unlimited hangout when you see it. And you can call it a turncoat, or you can call it a this, that, on the other, or whatever you want to call it. But this is what, in media terms, when I look at it, is what's called a limited hangout, where somebody tries to present themselves as being for the people and against the government, but then they represent themselves by cuddling the World Economic Forum's senior advisor, and then goes on about we need a new type of world governance. Do you know what I mean?
Crinkle resembles a little unlimited
new world order. It's one and the same thing. It doesn't matter which way you do it. Whether you say new world order or new world governance, or if it's world government. What did we have recently? We had a new world government summit in Dubai in 2022, where the first opening speech by the lady that did the first opening speech said, is it about time we have a new world order? But if I speak about a new world order, I'm a conspiracy theorist. But when the elites talk about a new world order, then that's okay.
Luke, good point, Fluke. Absolutely good point. Well put, by the way. Yeah, people, please wake up. And you know what we're talking about. So.
Can I just agree with that comment and say that in the world of YouTube, I've noticed that Henry Crinkle looks to be a bit of a limited hangout, or was it unlimited hangout or limited? And he just fucking appeared when I was trying to blurt that out over speaking you. Sorry, Flick. I was just like, Crinkle's like a bloody, I had this moment of clarity, and I've already had it before. But he appeared in the freaking back chat half a second later. What's all that about?
I don't know. I don't pay any attention to that.
No, I know. I obviously mentioned it, but
you won't believe what I've had off him. Like I empathise with you. What you said to me in the past, in private, and that it's like what you said to me. I thought that's unbelievable how this guy's treated. Anyway, I'm getting the same shit.
I believe it.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, because I think it's got to the point where what he said...
He's backstage now. You know what I mean?
Let me come on, challenge Fluke.
No. The thing is...
There you go.
If I didn't have to do a day's work tomorrow, honestly, I'd stay on, guys. But I'll go till 2 a.m. We've got another guest on. All right, Fluke, thanks for coming on. Brilliant point.
And all I say is to people is if you're doing anything like what I do, is like the research stuff, and just remember the limited hangout, because like Richard Madeley did this over COVID about a year ago, where he kind of called out COVID 1 minute on a live TV broadcast. And literally the next day, he was completely going along the line of everything the government said, you know. So that's what a limited hangout is they pretend to be on your side and kind of believe the counter argument to the government's COVID narrative to a certain degree, or whatever the government's narrative is, and then completely the next day go along with everything that the government says. And that's what a limited hangout is.
So it's like going on a fishing expedition.
Who's going to suck the people in more? Who's going to suck the people in more? A celebrity or a politician?
Well, did you see Richard Madeley before he went on this morning? He was talking a lot of really good stuff that we kind of were talking on YouTube at the time, and then suddenly he went on Good Morning and he was all like, you know, ironed out.
Yeah, because he got a big fat multi-million-pound contract to drag fucking to talk bullshit as long as it was government bullshit. That's what he got.
He probably said, make it sound a bit like what you were doing, but obviously fucking not.
And just change
what
your tone.
You just said, pointed out the fact that he had to fucking, you know.
You know, this is the thing. This is what people have got, and this is what people need to be careful of, because it's that kind of double standard, especially within the mainstream media, is when you get someone who's, I don't know, like a major news anchor or a major, you know, type of person at the BBC or whatever, and they come on and they almost challenge the government and then they back off, you know. That's an unlimited hangout. It's like they do it to almost get people on side to say, oh, well, look, the mainstream media is challenging the government, but you don't see them challenge it to the full extent, you know, and then they just back off, you know, and then maybe a couple of weeks later they come back on and they challenge the government a little bit more, you know. It's like a mouse trying to bite a dog, you know. They're doing it just to save face to a certain degree, you know, or to make themselves look legitimate. They'll look at us, we're challenging the government, and then they say nothing for 2 weeks. You know, that's an unlimited hangout. And be careful whenever you see something like that. That's all I wanted to really specifically say.
Would that also be...
Honestly, you've come on a bit too late, to be honest, because I am going to finish it. We'll go till 2. I don't want to. It's just I've got a busy day tomorrow. And right, Tony P, I know you've been waiting patiently.
Hiya, Tony.
Hello, Uncle Ronovich.
Hiya, Ron. How you doing? Come back.
Hello again, Ron.
We got 8 minutes.
I only come on to ask one question, to be honest.
Master on.
Who on the hello, Fluke? Who on the panel would say that the government since 2020, government, WHO, you name it, you bought it, have been giving misinformation? Who on the panel believes that?
Yeah,
I would personally have that fucking not a belief, but an ingrained experience through the last couple of years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Years. I reckon
very
day
big.
one,
Yes.
the agenda has just progressed throughout time. It's been the same agenda, different tactics,
experience,
on technologies, etc.
I'm very, very suspicious, but can I prove it? In my own mind, no. But I'm a very, very suspicious yes.
I
would say that
to be honest with you, what's in front of me, and because I've had no TV for years now, when I actually catch a glimpse of a TV, like I said before, Fluke, you might not have been watching, but I happened to catch this, and I didn't know about it. I was at my dad's and he has the telly on, and it was like Boris Johnson apologises or admits that he broke the COVID rules, blah, blah, blah. So I watched him in the House of Parliament, and he's going, speech, 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 and then he's going, I'm sorry, and he's doing this with his head and things like that.
Yeah. Waffle.
Yeah.
Getting on with it. Waffle. Getting on with it.
You know what? A lot of people after that speech would have said, oh, at least he's apologised.
He's never apologised.
Forget the damages. Forget the lies. Forget all the lie. This is your leader. He's lied to you. But
He's
forget
our
that
leader.
because
He's
he's
our leader.
apologised to you.
I'm so sorry
You're not
for.
allowed to break the rules. He is, but he's still like the same as us. Same rules for all.
No, this is exactly this unlimited hangout thing I'm talking about. He apologises to Parliament, pays his £50 fine for breaking rules under lockdown. There was a guy, right? He got fined £50, Boris Johnson, for breaking lockdown rules, right? At the same time, another guy went to court who opened his gym, right, during lockdown rules, and he was fined £56,000.
Yeah.
So where do we think, where do we think this apology and all this, we're all treated the same bullshit comes in? Because it doesn't. It's one rule for them and another rule for us lot. Do you know what I mean?
I know one thing. I know one thing that proved, it proved that they didn't give a shit about the rules they put in.
Yeah.
Well, it's quite simple. If you've got enough money, the rules do not apply to you.
What's the biggest
or enough
outcome for
influence
them when it comes to breaking rules?
It's usually fine.
A typical example.
Money,
A typical
right?
example
Get
in the
fined for this,
mainstream
fined
media.
for that. You're getting fined for a pandemic, an illness. It's not your fault, but you're getting fined for it.
Hold on. Really,
Right.
what it is, though, is it's normal procedures that people do suddenly criminalised.
I watched an interview with Boris Johnson being interviewed by two Channel 4 journalists, and I use that fucking term as limitedly as I possibly could. Yeah, loosely as I possibly could. And Boris Johnson was talking about how the obesity in the UK has gone up by 36% over the last 2 years.
I wonder why.
I wonder why, Boris Johnson, because you closed all the swimming pools and the health centres and the spas and the sports centres, and you closed all the gyms and you closed all the fucking health facilities and you closed the hospitals and you did everything else, and all you kept open was fucking McDonald's and the Wimpy and Pizza Express and da-da-da, and you wonder why the fucking the health of the country's gone through the fucking floor. And the terminology he was using was almost like he's blaming us for his policy because we had nowhere else to eat but McDonald's for the last 2 fucking years.
Can I come back with a very cynical answer to that, Flo?
When you brought the word health into it, that's a key word, health.
Yeah, a very cynical answer to what you've just pointed out, which is absolutely spot on, Flo. The obesity that's come on in the last 2 years, if you're looking at it from the government, mandarins and whatever, the spin doctors and their bloody strategy committees and whatever, that's a different problem. We can kick this down. We can kick that down the road. It won't happen just yet, and we won't deal with that when it rears its head. We'll make sort of vague, blustery noises and soothing voices and whatever, but we won't actually do anything about it. We'll just go, oh dearie me, it's a shame. How bad, how sad, never mind.
You're right.
But that's a different problem. But that's a different problem for a different day.
Yeah, but the thing what I was trying
to be cynical about it.
When I watched that interview, the absolute sanctimonious bullshit that came out of his mouth was almost trying to absolve himself of the problem that he created from his COVID policies, and almost go, well, it's the problem with the British people, because they're going out and eating McDonald's and eating pizzas.
Well, I mean,
but they can't exercise, so they're getting fat.
I mean, to be fair,
hardly can get a fucking tie around his neck. Do you know what I mean?
But Boris got accused of that shit, though, didn't he? He was overweight and all
not allowed to go out and exercise and everything.
You can't go jogging, you can't play football. All the football clubs were closed, and you couldn't go and play football, and you couldn't go down the park with your mates.
And even though you were allowed to do an outlet, you didn't feel good.
Was Boris Johnson's policy. It was like you can't go jogging, you can't go for a walk. You're only allowed out your house for 20 minutes a day, and the police will beat you up if you have a barbecue on the beach, or get with the program. It's like, the thing is, when the G7 met in Devon, right? What did they do? The G7 did the photo opportunity, and they were all 2 meters socially distanced, and they were all wearing their masks, right? And as soon as that photo opportunity ended, they went off to a stage where they were all gathered, the husbands and the wives and the girlfriends and whatever else, you know, on a stage to watch a fly past of the red arrows doing obviously a really green thing, because everything's green now, isn't it? But it's okay to watch 15 fucking F-35s or whatever they are, you know, fly over these leaders of the world. Do you know what I mean? Burning shit tons of fuel, you know,
carbon
over a bunch of
emission.
people not socially distanced, not wearing masks, and not doing anything else that they're telling us to do. Meanwhile, on the same Devon beach, right, they had a barbecue, but all the slaves that were cooking the food for the leaders had to wear masks. But all the leaders didn't have to wear masks, and they didn't have to social distance. Are we getting the point now, guys? One rule for us and another rule for them.
It's just no rules.
I remember those images. I remember that. I'll never forget that.
Listen, please. Right, it's got to that time. I wish this was like 9 o'clock. It's not. It's 2 a.m. I have really got a busy day tomorrow.
Are you going till 3 dinner?
I'm doing a couple of audits, so it's going to be
I'm only
massive.
kidding, yeah.
I really need the rest.
Mate, I shouldn't be here now myself.
You know,
No,
I
if
can
you're
go on
doing
for a lot
audits, mate,
longer.
if you're doing audits, you need some kip, mate. I'm telling you that.
But yeah, I'm glad Fluke's come back on and made the point. Most of us, we know this, guys. Come on. I think we need to wake up now a little bit further. Right? Tony, do you want to say something? Because we'll give it 5 minutes. You've been on.
Yeah, I was actually going to agree with Fluke. I was going to agree with Master Ronovich. The fact is that we are going through a government procedure at the moment, which is ghost. Quite simply, we have a prime minister who's, well, he's not a prime minister. The guy's a div.
It's a walking clusterfuck.
Yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, if they say in 2 months' time that you need to get another thing in your arm, are you going to be willing to get one?
Honestly,
Yes.
I don't know.
Good question, man.
I don't know.
I've already
I'll tell you something, right? Okay, and I'll say this, and I'll say it again on various live streams.
It's coming.
But since this started, I called it out from the start, and I'm not expecting any sort of, you know, oh, well done, Fluke, or anything like that. I don't want a pat on the back or anything like that, right? I've never worn a mask. I've never social distanced unless somebody wants to walk past me. All those one-way systems they put in the supermarkets, do you remember those? I actually forcibly walked the opposite way around the site because I just didn't want to comply with anything they fucking said. Never used a fucking drop of hand sanitizer. Never washed my hands. I actually purposely didn't wash my hands. When I went to meet my neighbours, I'd shake their hand. I wouldn't fist bump and elbow bump and all this bollocks. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't comply with any of it. It's as simple as that. In the last two years and 3 months, I've had 4 days illness. I had a dicky tummy over Christmas last year. That's all I've had. So surely if this deadly disease, right, if you don't comply with all of this stuff, you could get seriously ill and be hospitalized and end up in a ventilator or in the intensive care unit. Really? I haven't done anything that you fucking told me, Mr. Government.
Listen to this. Listen to this. True story. Right. My dad, he's not been well. Anyway, he had an accident, ended up in hospital, right? Broken hip. So I went there one day and no problem. I went there the other day, the next day, no problem. I went there the next day. The sister came in the ward doing the meds and checking the sheets and all that. Next thing she saw me, she went, "Oh, excuse me, you visited?" I said, "Yeah." And I say it in that way, "Excuse me, are you visiting?" Get the picture. And then she went, "Can you fill track and trace for me?" I said, "No, you must fill this track and trace for me." I said, "No, I must not. But I do not have to do that. I'm giving you none of my details whatsoever. Yes, you must. I said, by you? By what? It's the hospital policy. So I said, do you think your policy overrides government legislation where I do not have to give my details or wear a mask or show you a badge or anything like that? She wouldn't have it. I'm in charge of the ward. I'm a sister, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, I've lived here for about, 3 years? Sorry, I'm not that kind of thing, but that's the way it is. That's the way it was. So I did refuse to sign it. And then what she turned around to my dad, who was sick in bed. When you go home, if you get COVID, you know where it's come from. This is a sister in an infirmary. And I took the other patients in the ward, as soon as I raised my voice and said, excuse me, do you realise what you just said? You've said to me, because I've not signed a sheet, that when my father goes home and if he gets COVID symptoms, it's because of me, because I've not signed your track and fucking trace sheet. And she went, I didn't say that. And I looked around at the guys opposite, in the beds opposite. Did you hear that, guys? And they all went. Anyway, so I phoned up, reported it. I believe she got a verbal kind of a warning, or probably we're all in it together, but hey, don't do that again. How disgusting is that?
Yeah,
We're talking about sister, not you, not a nurse, not
it's about people
anything
being
like that. Someone who's coming in who has to give people medication, etc. Saying to a relative, if you get ill when you go home, it's your son's fault.
Yeah, it's a blame game. It's a blame game.
I refused to sign a form, and she hadn't got a clue that I don't have to.
And this was the thing with the whole COVID thing. It was about the blame game. You know, if you don't take a vaccine, you're being selfish. If you don't wear a mask, you're being selfish. If you don't social distance, you're being selfish. Do you know what I mean?
You know the power thing.
I was accused of being a murderer.
If I have an opinion that differs from the government's opinion, it's not that the government might be right or wrong, or I might be right or wrong. It's just I'm being selfish. That's the blame game. That's where that comes in.
It's selfish. So they've got all this. You must do that. You must say hospital policy. So when a visitor comes in, get them to sign this track and trace. I've not heard track and trace for ages. All of a sudden, a couple of weeks ago, sign this. So for me, hospital policy, fair enough. But I said, when I phoned them up, I said, listen, have you not trained these staff up on legislation? We do not have to sign that, things like that. And I actually got her to say, we might do a training session. I said, it'll take you half an hour. Learn them, the score. So if someone comes in and they say, can you sign that? And they say, no, I don't have to. I don't want to. It's left at that. Okay, no problem. But this person were pushing. So what I'm saying is the connection to these government rules, blah, 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 because of the COVID thing, these people, rather than accepting what's right, they try and carry it on. In other words, the power freaks, that's my term for it. I'm in charge.
You challenge
even though you don't have to, I'm trying to make you do. Because I'm
another point about the COVID law. Let's just make another point about COVID, right? The COVID laws, and this is specifically to do with Boris Johnson. When he had 100 people round for a drinks party at Christmas, when he was telling you can only have 6 people round your house for Christmas, right? How many police officers you think are standing outside Downing Street protecting that property? Right,
a lot.
Were they kicking in his door?
Nope.
Yeah. How many videos did you see in those early lockdowns where police were turning up and kicking in people's doors and stopping them from having a get together of more than 6 people? You know what I mean?
That's a very good point.
Again, we have the same thing. It's okay for them to have more than 6 people, but you have to abide by the law. And then look at the order followers. These are the scum of the earth, mate. These people. Because right under their nose, the politicians are saying, I can't have 6 people around my house for a fucking Christmas dinner, but Boris Johnson can have 100 people round Downing Street for a drinks party. Do you know what I mean? And everybody, all those same order followers are protecting him from doing it. And it's taken 2 years for him to get a £50 fine. How long do you think it would have taken me to get a £50 fine if I had 100 people around my house for a fucking drink?
About an hour, if that, mate.
Exactly.
The thing is, right, he wouldn't to come out with any of this, right, in the Parliament, in the Houses of Parliament. He wouldn't have done all this, sorry, miss, that kind of look, if he wasn't exposed as much. If it were kept quiet and he got away with it, do you think he'd go in the Houses of Parliament and go, hang on, guys, I know you don't know about it, but I've actually fucked up. Of course he wouldn't do that. He's been under pressure, the papers and all that. So he's had to do something about it, which is, like they always do, an apology. And for most people, the sheep, sorry from a politician is good enough for them.
No, but this is the thing. The thing is that annoys me the most is the sorry politician Mickey Mouse apology is good enough for the media. And that's not good enough for me, because the media should be grilling his fucking arsehole, saying, why was it that during the lockdown, you were stopping people having 6 people around their house for Christmas dinner, but you had 100 people around your house for a party, right? And you think a fucking apology is good enough. That's not good enough. Because
it's
the fucking media is
to the likes of us, Fluke, but it's good enough.
And the media is the problem. The media is the fucking parasite. Because they should be grilling fucking Boris Johnson's ass big time, you know, and they didn't. They just wet-willied themselves over. Oh, Mr. Bonson, what do you think? You should apologise. Well, what difference does it make? Would the same thing apply to somebody who broke down lockdown laws and got fined £1,000 and got their door kicked in by the police? That'd be okay for an apology.
The media, right? They manipulate people's thoughts, right? Simple. They're kind of for me, the bottom line is, say I was part of the media and a reporter, whatever, journalist or whatever. I'm totally unaware of what my boss is involved with the government and that, because it all influences each other. So I think it's the guys higher up who say, go and report on that, go and talk about that.
Trust me, the people below them, if they speak out against the narrative, they will lose their job. It's as simple as that.
Exactly. So I think it's the government saying, right, if you're going to make a story, make it that way, blah, 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 blah.
Right. And this is the point I made. I made a point a few weeks ago in a live stream where I said, the reason we know that our country is literally lost and our freedom of speech is lost is because when the whole COVID thing first started, right, Ofcom, which is the government agency that oversees the media, right, said and wrote a letter to every newspaper, radio, television, everything in the UK, and said basically, I'll paraphrase, but basically they were saying, unless you go along with the government's narrative on COVID, we'll fine you or sanction you, right? At that point, right, every journalist with any integrity in this country should have been screaming from the rooftops over this, right? How many journalists were screaming from the rooftops over it? None.
None. Some of the auditors were screaming in the street, but that was about it.
Yeah, and you weren't allowed to do that because you were allowed to scream in the streets if you were talking about
threatened with arrest or something for that.
You was allowed to scream in the streets if you were talking about Black Lives Matter or climate change. Then you was allowed to do whatever you wanted. But if you were talking out about the COVID narrative and the government's policy over COVID, then you get beaten over the head by the riot police. So there's your fucking country.
Now the only difference that changed, the only difference from what you just said there was the is it what the Sarah Everard Chris Everard thing? Was that? And I just read out earlier that they actually got proven, the police, the Met, to have done things not in accordance with the law.
So that makes it
Surprise,
illegal.
surprise. The police didn't do anything in accordance with the law.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's so fucking
Well,
awesome.
well, what a
And
shot.
that's the thing, is this is the whole deflection. The whole deflection of the Sarah Everard case was to deflect against the fact that there's a two-tier system where you can demonstrate if it's Black Lives Matters, and then the police turn up in their pristine shirts and black ties and stand on the floor and put the fist in the air. Do you know what I mean? Then that's okay. You can demonstrate that. You can glue yourself to somebody else's property, i.e. climate change, which is what they were doing, blocking the streets, blocking the highway, you know, and all the rest of it, and nothing happens for 3 or 4 days. Do you know what I mean? But how many people did you see? Dina, I'm sure you saw this, right? People in anti-lockdown demonstrations getting arrested for blocking the highway, right? And then what they would do, the police, they would arrest one person, chuck him on the ground, you know, another 4 or 5 officers would jump on top of him. Do you know what I mean? Handcuff him behind his back. You know, other 30 police officers would stand around him, right, so that nobody else could sort of help the guy. Do you know what I mean? Then drag him off to a van, sling him in the back of the van, take him to a fucking police station, lock him up for 12 hours. Do you know what the fucking maximum penalty is for blocking the highway in the UK? A maximum of £50 fine. It takes that much fucking manpower to arrest someone at a lockdown demonstration for blocking the highway. Maximum fine, £50.
It looks bloody good, though, to convince many millions others.
Dumb
Don't do
fucking
that.
people. Yeah, exactly.
Just one person is all it takes, right?
And this is what I'm saying about the limited hangout type of media that we've got. It's like, well, why didn't the climate change protesters get arrested for that? Nobody got arrested for that. Why did the Black Lives Matter guys didn't get arrested for any of that? They did exactly the same thing. But it depends on your political narrative. It depends. So the government decides and directs the police on who to arrest and what type of fucking demonstrations they can arrest on. So as long as your political persuasion sways with what the government wants, then you've lost your country. This country is fucking lost. The media and the journalists in this country should have been screaming from the rooftops about that letter from Ofcom.
Yeah,
that's what they should have been screaming about.
Right, it's what we want. Right, it's definitely what we want. I'd love it to happen overnight. So we need to keep carrying on talking about it. But right, I am going to end it, guys. I am very tired, and I've got a lot of work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I have as well.
Yeah,
just one more thing I wanted to mention to Floke. Could I just mention one more thing to Floke?
Yeah.
Floke. I'm sure it was British Medical Journal, and they were. You've been saying it for quite a while, and when you would turn around and saying that these scientists, to do with medication and what have you, that they've even said it themselves that 1, they hide the actual facts, and 2, it does come down to who's paying the money to these people who are selling the product. Even in the British Medical Journal now, I'm sure it is that where they've actually stated that as a fact, that it comes down to the universities, the scientists and everything are all funded by the main pharmaceutical companies and what have you, and they hide the numbers who have died from the public as well. I'm sure it's a BMJ.
It comes down to the basic elements. If you're going to control the system, you must have control of politics, the media, the agencies that you want to, whether they be medical agencies, you know, or whatever they are, universities, you know, places like University College London and Neil Ferguson and all those type of people. They're what they, if you want to look into it, those people in the chat and whatever else, is captured agency. What constitutes a captured agency? Because once that agency relies on funding from somebody like, say, Bill Gates, for example, then that's the funding they're going to get. They can't rely on that type of funding from the government, so they have to rely on an outside agency. And that's where the Gates Foundation, or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or the Rockefeller Foundation, or
the Crinkle Foundation,
whatever, that's where it comes in.
I think the article was called, I think it's called The Illusion of Evidence-Based Medication. I think that was the article by the BMJ, which came out not too long ago on that particular subject, about where it's all funded from and how they are to comply to those who are telling them. Don't stick with the narrative. Don't speak up against the narrative. Stick on it. So yeah,
this is it. It's like
I'm reading that.
Yeah, it's just that thing. It's got into we've become a society that's so kind of controlled from a monetary perspective and a political perspective to a certain degree, that these agencies know that if we don't go along with the narrative, we won't get our funding next year. But that's the mentality these institutions have got themselves into. And whether they be private institutions like media institutions, when you've got a media institution that buys up this newspaper and that newspaper and that newspaper and that newspaper and that newspaper, and they own 6 or 7 different media organisations, and then you find out that news organisation is swallowed up by an even bigger organisation, then the concentration of information gets all and more smaller. It doesn't get bigger and bigger and bigger. The ownership gets bigger, but the news information given out by all of those organisations gets smaller and smaller. The narrative is more and more controlled. It's about controlling more and more power in smaller and smaller hands.
Dino.
Right, Tony, yeah, right. That's it. That's the end of that one. Right, next week we can come back to this earlier, right? Rather than leaving it late. I don't want to leave it, but I've got to.
Yeah, I'm crumbling myself, Dino.
Honestly, Dino, I understand completely, mate. I'd just like to invite you, if it's at all possible, to pop along every 2 p.m. every day. I do a cast, and it's doing pretty good. SJ, pleasure as usual. Hearing you wicked. Uncle Heavy, utterly brilliant. Boss man. Welcome.
Oh, steady.
Master Ronovich. Master Ron, in other words. Pleasure as usual. Fluke, you've made some very good points. You really have. Connie Thunder, I'd just like to ask, why do you think you owe me an apology? Confused. Anyway, I know that you've got a heavy day ahead, Dino. So I will aid you on saying ta-ra.
Okay.
So, ta-ra.
No worries, mate. I'll try and make it one afternoon.
Right, no Dino, I've got to go as well, guys. But it was really good talking to you, and I really do appreciate you.
Thanks for coming.
Take it easy, Fluke.
Thanks, Uncle Heavy. Thanks, Master.
It's just one of those things. It's like I can't get on all the time onto everybody's at the same time, kind of thing. So, but I do appreciate you having me on, mate. I really do appreciate it. Thanks, Dino. Thanks to the guys. Thanks to the guys in the panel, especially 5G. and Uncle Harvey as well.
Yeah.
I don't think that was planned. I think it was a fluke.
Thank you,
Fluke. Honestly, mate, it's nice to see you again,
and everyone in the chat, and everyone in the chat as well. So I really appreciate
no worries, mate.
Comments.
Thanks very much, mate. Tuesday night, no worries.
All right, we'll speak to you soon. Hopefully, take care of yourselves. Look after yourselves. Be vigilant, and always question everything.
Keep them peeled.
Well said. Thanks very much, Fluke. Been a pleasure. See you soon.
Ta-ra, Fluke.
Take care, everybody. And don't believe everything that you're told. Say
Okay.
good
Good night,
okay, everybody.
chaps.
Cheers, pal.
See you all soon. Chat again soon. Like I say, anytime you guys, the remaining people, want to come across at 2 p.m. every afternoon, it's just fun. That's all it is. No politics, no anything other than just giggles, really.
Good
Which
on
is
you,
good.
Tony. Well done. Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
Yeah.
well
So
done to
anyway,
you. Yeah.
take it easy. Look after yourselves, guys. And as always, feather. I'm calling you feather. Fellow How Bridger from a while ago. Yeah, I would say thank you and good night.
Good night, Tony.
No, night, Tony.
Rest well, mate. Rest
Take it
well.
easy.
Have a great weekend, by the way, as well.
I'll try my best.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah. And on that note,
Take it easy.
Tony. Thanks so
no,
much,
night,
mate.
Tony. And on that note, I'm going to say, ta-da, sausage. And I'll see you soon, Dino.
As long as it's vegan, mate, I don't
Yeah.
mind being called a sausage.
Yeah. You take it easy, buddy. And I'll see you
too.
soon.
Listen, thanks so much, man. It's good to see you
No
back as
worries.
well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, one thing, just very, very, very quickly, it made me realise, sort of talking about various things tonight, that there are some issues I'm actually conflicted on. And in my own head, I've got two different views at the same time that are diametrically opposed to each other. And somehow I've got to square that circle.
That is
oh, well, good luck me. Good luck me.
Good luck you. At least you're in that critical thinking mode.
Absolutely.
We all
Absolutely.
can be, so. No,
Absolutely.
mate, honestly, thanks so much for tonight. Always
Absolute pleasure, Dino.
Always great. Yeah.
Absolute
you get
pleasure,
so
mate.
much respect as well from the chat. So I hope I see you on Tuesday, mate.
With a bit of luck.
That'd be nice.
With a bit of luck. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. Love you loads, guys.
Take it easy, everybody.
Ta-da. No, no.
Love you all, even though you're all cockheads.
Cheers.
So love you.
Great guy. Great debater, is Uncle H. So, yeah, Tony, thanks very much, mate. Appreciate it. I will try my best. I will try my best.
It's a shame I couldn't get a word in edgeways, but you know.
You know what it's like, mate. You know what it's like.
I do indeed.
Yeah.
So look after yourself, sleep well, have a terrific weekend. I know you're busy, but enjoy what you're doing. And yeah, come back to us again soon as Tuesday. Take it easy, Dino.
You too, mate. Rest well and have a brilliant weekend.
Hey, actually, I've got some good news too. I had my second interview today with a game company in Middlesbrough, and I sailed through it. And so hopefully I'll know Monday or Tuesday exactly what they're going to offer. If I've got the job, I think I've got it. I'm pretty sure.
Right. So are you saying latest Tuesday? You'll get the...
Yeah, as late as Tuesday.
Right. If it's Tuesday latest, then you may as well come on and let us know the result. Yeah?
Of course, sir.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what then. I'll see you on Tuesday, Tony.
Take it easy, Dino.
Sorry if you couldn't get much of a word in, but you know what it's like. So
yeah.
All right.
Take
Come
it
on
easy
a bit earlier
now.
on Tuesday. Let us know the results from that, and then we'll take it from there. But good luck.
I will do,
Well
mate.
done.
Bye-bye.
See you soon, mate. Nice one. Cheers, Tony. Tony P, guys. Check his channel out. You know, he does lives in the afternoon, so it's always worth having an afternoon chat and a good giggle, a good laugh. If you want that in an afternoon, then go over to Tony's and just go and have a humble, mellow chat, you know. So yeah, thanks, Tony. Massive.
No
Thanks for
worries,
all your
mate.
support as well, mate. I appreciate all your comments, all your support. Every time you come on a live, thanks for talking to us. Brilliant.
Take it easy.
You too, mate. Thank you. Right, okay, finally. I don't mean that to you, Tony. I was going to finish about an hour ago, but you never know what happens, do you, on a live? So I didn't expect Fluke to come on, but SG, I think, instigated that. So tonight it has been different. It's kind of been a blast from the past when it's come to that kind of conversation. But I'll tell you what, it was done that respectfully. And it was that well put, and everyone could join in on it and feel relaxed about talking about it. Thanks so much, SG, tonight. Thank you very much, mate. Everyone else who's been on as well, brilliant as always on the panel. I can't say a bad word, to be honest. It's been so respectful. Uncle H, SG, Master Ron. I'm just going to go back a little bit before I say good night or good morning or good afternoon. So, Ant, I've seen you in there, mate. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. Okay, Kin Francois as well. Herb Sniffer. I'm sure that's purple. And everyone else who's been on, thanks so much for joining me on a Friday Night Live. Sorry about the beginning bit, but James Patrick as well. So everyone who's always involved every week, thanks so much indeed for your support. Really appreciate it. So Tuesday night, we'll do Talk Tuesday and we'll carry on as normal. And we'll see who comes on. You never know what's going to happen, do you? On a live. But I've enjoyed it so much, guys. Thanks very much indeed. I'll see you on Tuesday, okay? And thanks for all your nice comments as well for my dad. Appreciate it. See you soon, guys. Massive respect. Much love.